Recording is happening now. It is recording and I just started webcasting. Give me 3, 2, 1, and we are webcasting. All set, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is December 17th, 2020. The time is 9:00 a.m. We are meeting remotely via Zoom due to the current pandemic and the stay-at-home orders in the state of California. We have 2 matters on the calendar today, and we'll take them in order on the calendar. The first will be OC Waste and Recycling, Frank R. Bowerman Landfill, case number 5710-5 for a regular variance. And the other will be Ralph's Grocery Company, case 6166-1 for a status report and modification to the order for abatement. Calling the first matter, OC Waste and Recycling, case number 5710-5. Who is, sorry, my dog is screaming in the background. Who is representing the petitioner OC Waste and Recycling this morning?
Good morning. This is Paul Alberian. I'm Deputy County Counsel for the County of Orange, and I represent petitioner Orange County Waste and Recycling.
Thank you. And Mr. Alberian, is there any person either on the team or who will be testifying today who is not a panelist who we should promote from attendees?
I'm not exactly sure how to tell that, but I do know that I will have available for testimony David Tu, T-I-E-U.
I see a David T. That probably is David Tu. We'll promote that person. Okay.
Robert Peace, P-E-A-S-E.
I did promote Robert Peace earlier.
Jeff Arbor, A-R-B-O-U-R.
Okay, I don't see that on the attendance.
He may be a phone number, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and sir, if you could give us, well, let's let Madam Chair, if we could just ask and then I can name them as such.
Okay.
If the callers could identify themselves ending in 540 and 789. We'll put your names up there, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll just allow them to talk, see
Yeah.
if they can unmute themselves.
Okay, so either of the callers, if you could let us know who you are. Oh, they're still muted. Seems like talking's permitted, but they're muted.
I'm trying.
Yeah, they have to do *6 to unmute themselves.
Okay.
Okay, so callers with 714 area code ending in 540 and 789, if you can press *6 and let us know who you are. Okay, neither are doing that. So later on, if we still don't have your witnesses, we'll try again. Anyone else that?
I'll keep an eye out for Robert Peace.
Oh, he's already moved in.
I already moved.
Over. Got it.
Okay, and there is a maybe outside possibility that there would be another, but do you want that one, even though it's?
How about we do this? How about we do this? Why don't, before I call, I'm going to allow all attorneys for both cases, and let's just go through. Nicole Idiard, I know, is for one of the cases, so I'm going to promote her to panelist. Mohammed Salam for either matter.
He, I believe, is observing.
Okay. For OC.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's an OC Waste and Recycling engineer, but I do not expect testimony.
That's fine. We can promote him some panelists. Mr. Mike Corbett. Corbett. Either party.
Yeah, Mr. Corbett is with Ralph's and will be a potential witness, so he should probably be promoted.
Hello?
Oh, is this a 540 number? 714 ending in 540?
Yeah.
And
So these are residents from Irvine, Patola Springs.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I'm a resident from Patola Springs, from Irvine.
Okay, you are a resident and you are you might want to give comments later.
Yes, I just want to make sure I can unmute myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
wonderful. Yes, okay, so we will allow for that a little bit later on in the morning. So if you can, we'll mute your microphone, but well, we'll unmute you, and I'll let you know to raise your hand. Since you're on the phone, I believe it's
Star 9.
star nine to raise your
Star
hand.
6. Okay,
Star
all right.
six is to open up your microphone, but why don't you right now, that would be for the OC, Orange County Waste and Recycling, or for Ralph's?
That'd be waste and recycling.
Okay. All right.
And Madam Chair, just I know that you already promoted Nicole IDR. Lionel Brunton is our other witness. We only have 2, and they are potential only if needed.
Okay, and I see, and I will promote Mr. Brunton. Okay, we also have Matthew Unger. And just let me know anybody who might have any of these people to testify. Roxana Akbari. Mark Stewart. D. Ash, oh, that's at AQMD. I will promote that person. Andrew Yam. Someone just simply as Allison. Okay. All right. So these are potentially members of the public. And for all people who are interested in either matter from the public, I will ask you at the appropriate time towards the end of the hearing so that you'll have heard all of the testimony today, to either raise your hand through the raise hand function, or if you're on the phone, to press star 9 to let us know that you wish to testify today. Okay, but I'm going to turn back over. All right.
You want to not name them or leave them alone?
We'll leave them alone for now. And so that way we'll identify them as they wish to speak later on. Okay.
Pardon, if you
So,
don't, sorry, this is Jeff Arbor. I did identify the number ending in 789 is an observer, Julian Sabri with OC Waste and Recycling.
okay. Thank you very much.
And Matt Unger is affiliated. He's one of our energy partners. So he's observing as well.
Okay, I'll promote into panelist. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Albarian has stated he is representing OC Waste and Recycling, and who is representing the executive officer this morning on OC Waste and Recycling?
AC Pruitt, representing the executive officer.
Okay. On this matter, anyone who may give testimony today, and that includes any members of the public who may wish to testify today, I'm going to swear in all possible witnesses. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Just indicate. Thank you very much. Hold on just one moment. It seems I got a crying dog in my house. My apologies. Okay, we received, well, first of all, board members, you should have received the minute order for the interim variance that was granted in this matter. And also we have received proposed regular variance conditions for the regular variance today. And we're going to mark that. What are we?
Madam Chair, can I?
Yes.
The other party is here. Do we want to get an idea how long this case might run? So the other party.
I'm going to do that. I'm also going to do that for
Oh,
the public. Let me just mark. What are we up to? C, is that correct, Madam Clerk? C as in Charlie? Yes, okay. We're going to mark the proposed regular variance conditions as Exhibit C, as in Charlie. And I'm going to ask the parties whether they wish to incorporate the testimony and evidence that we received at the interim variance hearing. I'll start with Mr. Alberian.
Yes, my request would be that all the evidence and testimony be incorporated into this hearing.
Thank you. And Ms. Pruitt, is there any objection to that?
No objection.
Okay. All of the evidence and testimony that we received at the interim variance hearing is hereby incorporated into this regular variance hearing. And with that, Mr. Alberian, first I'll ask you if you can just estimate for us about how much time you think you need for your affirmative case today.
I don't think, these things evolve as they will. I think a lot of it depends on what the hearing board is interested in, as well as council, but I don't think, my hope is that I wouldn't need more than an hour.
Okay. Ms. Pruitt, are you planning to introduce witnesses today, and what do you think your affirmative case might take?
Your Honor, my case will rely heavily upon the statements or the responses that the witnesses on Mr. Alberian's side will have to, and just briefly, a housekeeping matter so that it may help explain it. We received, I believe, a 37-page document yesterday afternoon. I did. And this morning, an additional document. So my staff and I have tried to rush a response, but it was very difficult in the limited amount of time. So it's not that my staff and I are not prepared. It's just that the documents did not come in the normal time for us to respond. So with that, I'm going to assume that we will be less than an hour, as long as there are sufficient explanations given by the what am I trying to say? The opposing counsel and his witnesses.
Can I ask you, Ms. Pruitt, given what you've just said, would it assist you and your staff and moving this matter along to take this matter second on the agenda today?
It actually would not. I have staff members who are in training sessions who are watching right now so that they can chime in should they need to. And we had a very early morning meeting this morning to address all of our concerns. So I believe that, as long as there are satisfactory explanations for everything that we believe could have been missed, this should be a relatively simple hearing.
Okay. So about 2 hours estimated, we should add at least an hour to that. And it seems as though we have several members of the public in attendance on this matter. And I don't know who among them will wish to address the hearing board, but they will have that opportunity. So I'll add at least half an hour to that. So I'm estimating that it will take the morning to complete this matter for those who are here on Ralph's. And so I do not believe we will get to this matter, let's say conservatively, before 11:30, but we will take our lunch break most likely between then and now. So you can check back in. You do not need to remain on the call, on the Zoom call, but you may if you wish. Okay, and with that said, let's begin, Mr. Alberian, and in particular, I think the board and probably the public would be interested in hearing a little bit about the 37-page document that was received by Ms. Pruitt. And so if you can begin your opening statement.
Thank you. Just starting with the 37-page document, my intent was not to saddle anyone with something that was extreme. The gist of the document I submitted was really a 9-page request to supplement the record. The intent of that document was really just to update the hearing board and council and staff regarding the status since November 3rd. The remaining documents are attachments, which are really just house cleaning, which is a record of the declarations of emergency that were made by the board. I don't believe that those were submitted at the time of the last hearing. So I added those to just ensure that the record was clear that a local emergency was declared in connection with the Silverado fire. The third attachment was really just an effort to similarly inform board, staff, and council of the change in circumstances, in the sense that many of the conditions that we had sought variance protection on back on November 3rd have actually now been satisfied, because the hard work that's been going on over the past month and a half to repair damaged systems. So in that sense, it was color coded to just kind of make it clear that there is still need for protection, but many of the reasons have now been satisfied. Just show that progress is being made. So once again, in no way was I trying to submit an extreme document, but hopefully what I submitted was helpful to the board in understanding where we are today.
Well, let me stop you right there. The board did not receive it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was, Madam Clerk, you're on mute.
I'm unmuted now. The board received this yesterday evening when we got it. We forwarded it to the board members. It was after the hearing yesterday, so you're looking at possibly around 4:45 yesterday afternoon, between 4:30 and 4:45.
We did not. This morning we got conditions.
Right, this was sent yesterday. Let me go and get the exact email time for you, but it was sent yesterday.
I think what we got yesterday was the minute order, though.
Right,
And-
the minute order came first, and then we got this document after.
Oh,
And just to be clear, from my side, I submitted this document via email to the clerk. The email was sent at approximately 1:15 yesterday. So I'm not sure. I don't know why the clerk would not have received it until 4, but my record suggests that my email was sent at about 1:15. I can pull it up if I need to.
Okay,
I've done a search and I don't see it. Board members, did anybody receive it? Nobody received it. Maybe it accidentally did not get sent, or maybe it was too big to send. And for everyone present, this is a very, very, very busy time for the hearing board. The clerk's office is down a person. They're doing a spectacular job of trying to keep up with all of the matters we have on calendar and the many, many documents that continue to be filed last minute, the day of, and the night before. And so if it was overlooked, it sounds like it wasn't, but it might not have gotten sent. But the clerk's office is doing everything it can. It's simply inundated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also, I wanted to make it clear to Mr. Alberian that I did not mean to imply that he was trying to sandbag the district. It's just that, again, during this time, we have so much going on that for me to get the staff together at the last minute like that and go over the document and get their responses, there just simply isn't enough time in that short amount of time. So there's no accusation of any wrongdoing. I understand. It's just that it's difficult for us with so many working parts and so many departments to pull them together at such a late hour.
Let me try to short circuit or cut this. Mr. Alberian, if you can present for us, since we clearly did not have it in advance. I see, Madam Clerk is trying to make sure we all have it before us at some point during this hearing. However, it would be helpful, and certainly for members of the public. It seems there are many members of the public who are very interested in this matter, very understandably so. It would be very helpful if you simply had witnesses go over it.
We'll do that.
Okay. Go ahead. You may continue with your opening statement.
Okay, so My name is Paul Alberian, and I represent the County of Orange and the Department Orange County Waste and Recycling. We were last here on November 3rd, shortly within a few days after a natural wildfire came through and burned equipment at the Frank R. Bowerman landfill. At that time, we had an interim hearing. It was a lengthy hearing that lasted from morning till afternoon, I think approximately 3:30 or 4. And we went over a lot of facts and circumstances. And at that time, the hearing board unanimously found that the agency had met the good cause standard and that the damage was no fault of its own. And furthermore, at the end of the hearing, unanimously approved the variance at the interim basis, and then we scheduled the regular variance hearing for today. So the real issue here is what happened between November 3rd and today, and whether or not we continue to need variance protection. And what I will say is that over the course of the last month and a half, significant progress has been made from a system that was completely shut down, staff evacuated from the site, loss of electricity, to today we now have a functioning landfill gas collection system, electricity at the site, and have resolved all but one major component in the landfill gas control system. And that is the one area that we continue to need variance protection, and that is the leachate condensate system. But as you all know, a landfill system is really a system. It is a multiple moving pieces and parts that all work in unison to control landfill gas and ensure the health and safety of the public and ensure that landfill gas is not migrating off the property or into the atmosphere. So today we will try to efficiently advise you and tell you about the good work that has been done, as well as what needs to be done and why we continue to need variance protection. In addition, during this time, the Department, Orange County Waste and Recycling, has gone above and beyond in ensuring that it impacts the environment as little as possible in light of these extraordinary circumstances, being a fire destroying landfill equipment. The department has rented a thermal oxidizer which costs over $250,000 a month. That is how seriously the agency takes destroying landfill gas. They brought that in as soon and started operating it as soon as the pipes, the destroyed pipes, were reconnected to the flare facility. The agency has rented thermal cameras to allow it to quickly respond to any landfill gas that might be leaking from the surface and address that. That helps with not only evaporation into the atmosphere, but limiting the impacts of odors, as well as conducting community meetings to keep the community informed, answer their questions, and conducting air quality analyses to ensure that the public health is not being impacted by the equipment, the damage to the equipment. So with that, as I stated, we'll be focusing on explaining to you why we still need variance coverage for the remaining portions of the system that need to be repaired, which would then eventually allow us, once installed, to fully tune the system and bring it up to full operating capacity. So with that, that's my closing. I believe I take a break now, and you tell me what to do.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn to Ms. Pruitt for her opening now, and then I'll turn back to you. And I assume we will hear today because the one part of the order that I think it's important for the public to be aware of is that variances cannot and will not be granted if they would cause a nuisance. And so I'm sure we will hear about that condition of the variance as well, the interim variance as well, making sure that there were no NOVs for nuisance. Ms. Pruitt, with that, your opening, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. At this point, I think that it is probably wise for me to reserve opening because there are a number of issues that have to do with Orange County Waste and Recycling not abiding by the terms of our conditions. So we'd like to hear explanations first before the district lodges its position.
Thank you. And I think that will be a very important part of your presentation today, Mr. Alberian, which is compliance with the interim variance conditions. So if you would like to begin by introducing your first witness for today, of course, stating and spelling their name and indicating their title and whether they took the oath today.
And I'm sorry, it looks like Mr. Balagalopalin has his hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I just wanted to alert that we did get the clerk of the boards did send the email, so we have that 37-page document in our inbox.
What we will do is we will listen to the presentation, and on when our morning break, we'll take a moment to review that. A moment to review that 37 pages. Okay, Mr. Alberian, you may proceed.
Yes.
And Ms. Verdugo Peralta now has her hand raised. I'm sorry, I just see these.
I appreciate it.
I just wanted to know if we have the opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Alberian now, or would you like us to wait until after this presentation?
Mr. Alberian will not be the witness to ask questions. He will be presenting witnesses, and yes, just as in all our other hearings, we will one by one be able to ask questions of each witness.
Okay, because it was in regards to what statements he made.
Yes, he's just giving an opening
Okay.
generality, but now we will collect the evidence and you may have the
Okay.
opportunity to ask those questions. You may
Okay.
Hello, this Irvine resident. Sorry I had to interrupt because I have to at working and then meanwhile try to call in the meeting. Is right now open for witness or open for residents to speak up for the comments the landlord lawyer just made?
Generally, the way we conduct our hearings is that we will open up for public comment towards the end, but did you just say you're a resident and you will not be able to stay for the hearing?
Right, I have to work. I work for
Okay.
hospital support. I have to import meeting regarding COVID. And I request if you can grant me a few minutes right now to speak up. And I truly appreciate it. Otherwise, I have to call off the meeting. Yeah.
We will do that. We will do that. Let's
Thank you so
let's
much.
see,
Thank you so much.
if Paul is still in the hearing, I'm sorry, and I had mentioned to Paul, but I did not think there might be public comments. Today, but
Yes.
obviously, that is not correct. So,
Yes.
um,
Name
we're gonna give.
name for the record, and then I'll put it up there.
Yes, I'm gonna ask caller if you can identify yourself. Please slowly state your full name and then spell your full name for the record.
Sure. My name is Xiaohan Zhou. My first name, let me spell Xiaohan. My last name is Z like zebra, ZHOU.
Okay. And were you present when I administered the oath to tell the truth today?
Yes, I do.
And
I
did you,
did.
you did take that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna give you 3 minutes. And Paul, if you could, is it possible for you to pull up that?
1 sec. Is this 540, Madam Chair, or is this somebody moved over?
540.
Okay, and the last name is Z's and zebra, VHO.
ZHOU, ZHOU, like
Thank you. Thank you
Oscar.
very much. Get a second. We'll get the timer over. One moment, Madam Chair.
And while we're waiting, how do you pronounce that last name?
Joe,
Joe?
yeah, thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, just give one moment so we can put a timer up. And members of the public other members of the public who are present, if you also wish to be heard now, as opposed to waiting because you otherwise have to work or have other obligations, we will accommodate that now. All you need to do, if you're on a PC, just hover your mouse over the screen, you'll see an icon below to raise your hand virtually. You can do that right now and indicate that you would like to be heard. If you are on a tablet or a phone, there's also an ability to press that virtual raise hand button. Please go ahead and do that. Let me know that you wish to speak. And there's another caller on the phone ending in 789. And if you would like to speak early in the hearing right now, please indicate by *9. Okay, and I see that
Madam Chair.
the timer is up.
We're ready anytime you are.
Wonderful. Okay, Ms. Cho, you may begin your statement. Thank you.
All right, so shall I start? Okay.
Yes.
I've been in the Patola Spring resident and since 2013, and since the last 4 years, and our residents have been complained the very strong landfill garbage odor. But each time we were pushed away, and the landfill tried to find excuse to something else like Big Canyon stuff. Until last year, Irvine City stepped in. They did clean up the Big Canyon, and they did an independent consultant survey and confirmed the odor was truly from the landfill. Since then, the landfills did start to take action. We appreciate the action for them, and they put a more, collecting system, but the odor doesn't improve at all. And the odor usually start in the winter time. Always start like sometime in the end of September until early May. And about 1/3 of the night, the odor very strong. So since last year, once they confirm the odor was from landfill, they hired some consultant to collect the analysis of the air. But they only analysis collect for the chemical, didn't collect the odor. This time, even for the certain chemical amount, this is the legal level, but they are not to document the odor situation. Our neighbor had been suffer. Kids were throwing up, adult were headache. Some adult developed asthma since moving. But, we appreciate they conduct a monthly meeting with us, especially since the fire. But like I said, the odor has not been improved. Just for this week, last night and the day before last night, there was strong odor. Last night, actually, we have a air quality control staff. We called, his name is Justin Matisse, came over midnight. He talked to me. He came to Patola Spring. He said he did detect strong garbage odor. So we are requesting not grant and landfill regular warrants and not to back up their fully operation until they resolve the odor situation. And also we learned for the last couple meetings, over years, they had to, behind the residents, extend their service area much closer to our residents. The closer active site to our house is only 4,500 feet away. That's landfill told us in the meeting. So you can see how close. But meanwhile, they try to find all the excuse to back to full operation to make a benefit, and rather than ignore our residents' complaints. So again, we request the landfill stop their fully move away, further away their operation area from residents and fully resolve the odor issue until they can fully back up their operation.
Thank
Like I said, and yeah, about one-third, at least one-third of the time, for more than half years, we suffer.
Thank you, Ms. Chow. Thank you very much for your comments today and for coming before us to represent your community. I'm going to see if first, if Mr. Albarian, who's representing the landfill, to ask if he has any questions for you. Mr. Albarian, do you have any questions?
No questions for the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Pruitt, who is representing the executive officer today, the district. Ms. Pruitt, do you have any questions for Ms. Cho?
Yes, Ms. Cho, I understand that last night, 3 complaints came in. And were you one of the complainants? Is that what I understand?
Yes.
And so district staff did have the opportunity to speak with you.
Right, and the gentleman name is Justin Martinez, and then we talked to about midnight. So he came to the neighborhood around midnight, and he told me he did detect to very strong garbage odor.
Thank you very much for responding.
Right, and he said he will fill the report too. And by the way, this is not the first time we have. Since we got into the winter, we have multiple residents call the air quality board.
Thank you very much. I will be presenting some of that evidence and testimony shortly.
Thank you very much. Board members, questions for Ms. Cho?
Madam Chair, did I misspell the first letter? Is it an X? Is that S?
X, right.
Oh,
her last name is Z-H-O-U, Zebra Henry.
Last name is correct. Yeah.
O-U. I apologize. It was cutting out. O-U. And an X for the first.
Right.
No. Again, I'm sorry.
Thank you for that.
Nick Sanchez said it was an X-I-A-O.
Ms. Cho, Ms. Cho, during your testimony, you mentioned that it's been over the years that you have had these odors. Have you noticed a strong change in those odors since the fire at the end of October?
During the fire, right after fire, I was out because my kids concerned I was not home, but through our community Facebook and through our chat, and I saw a lot of residents complaints very, very strong. Actually, I believe their air quality staff and staff by detect too. But at that time it was occurring, looks like very often, but again, I was not home. And then I came home 2 weeks before Thanksgiving. Since I came home the first 2 weeks Thanksgiving, half of the night, and it was strong odor. And even my kids from outside city came home. First thing they stopped out the car is, wow, the smell was bad. So I document my calendar for those 2 weeks time period, and 14 days, there was about 10 days, almost you can detect to the odor. Some days were very strong. Like I said, for this week, already 2 days. This only Thursday, already 2 nights. That was very strong odor.
And thank you. And Ms. Cho, in the past, you just mentioned in response to Ms. Pruitt's questions that you did call the district last night and had a conversation with an inspector. Have you called the district before last night? Is that your usual way that you would make complaints?
Right, sorry to interrupt. I think I called a few times, but a couple times I got a call back from the air quality. On the next day, I was told one time a gentleman said he was covering the other gentleman because the person was on vacation, we'll check more. And then the other time, another time I was called, say, oh, we need to have a resident, more than 3 residents to call in. So in order we came out. So I did a call. I don't recall total how many times, but at least 3 times. I know we from our neighborhood Facebook, and there are other neighbors also called since in the time period of the, this year or even last year. So like I said, we start to experience those very strong bad odor for about 4 years right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, before she has to leave, based upon the reports from staff, this complainant has called in 3 times since 11/1. So in the last 50 days or so, we have received a total of 28 calls. 3 have been from her. So aside from her, in the past almost 2 months, we've received 25 complaints in 2 months.
Okay.
Yes, it's like I said, very strong. As like I said over again, we have our young kids cannot walk out during the dark because the kids will throw up. We have, especially right after fire, we have a large resident online complaint they have a strong headache. And then we have also residents that, since she moved to this area, she never had asthma. So right now, and she start have asthma, and she can even ask the doctor to write a statement for her. So you can see, but each time landfill just analysis the chemical said a certain amount of chemical, but they never collect truly analysis the odor situation until last year. Irwin and Mayor stepped in and hired independent consultant, and which confirmed the odor truly from landfill.
And hearing board, when the opportunity arises, I would like to have an opportunity to redirect, or not redirect, but also examine the witness and some of the statements.
Oh, okay. You have questions for Ms. Cho?
Yes, at the appropriate time.
You may ask any questions you have of Ms. Cho now.
Okay. Hello, Ms. Cho. I have a few questions regarding some of your comments. You've mentioned that the last 4 years you've been complaining, and I think you said that you were pushed away by the Orange County Waste and Recycling. Is that true?
That's true. And
Okay.
yeah, we filed last year, the year before 2019, there was a community meeting because Landfill was open a new operation for the green waste. So in the meeting, quite a few residents, and we were talking about, and they keep saying that's a Beast Canyon. They show us a map. So, and Beast Canyon is overgrown. So last year, I forgot, it's sometime September, October. So Irvine City got noticed the mayor and came out our neighborhood and with her staff. So, and soon after, they immediately cleaned the Big Canyon. And then the situation didn't improve. And meanwhile, Irvine City hired independent consultant. They collect, monitor our neighborhood, confirm, send the email, say, report, say that odor is truly from landfill. Since then, the landfill start to truly acknowledge the odor from them.
Understood. And what I'd like to do, if possible, is just piece it in little pieces. And so my question is, you believe that you've complained and that Orange County Waste and Recycling has not been responsive. They kind of just push you away and ignore you. Is that true?
Not Orange. We were pushed away from landfill. Landfill have an online system to ask us, the neighborhood, the resident, to each time we detect the odor, there's the OC West website, and ask us fill the form. And we fill the form, I even publish the web link to our neighborhood Facebook. Then we don't get a response immediately. Always next day, we got the email saying, we received your complaint. We checked our weather. The wind was blah, blah last night. And therefore, and basically say the order is not from us. So after a few times, our neighbors just say, what's the point we file the online complaint? Because they always say the wind direction path is not us. So the residents start to doing that. So instead, we start calling the South Coast air quality, and the air quality board is much more responsible than the landfill, because so far the landfill always it's kind of not respond to our complaint immediately. It's always the next day and send us some kind of email, and which not truly take a responsible, not truly identify, not truly tell us what they need to do to improve. So
Okay.
that's why more residents call South Coast air quality.
Great. Now, are you aware that the landfill has for some time now had community meetings inviting the people of your community to ask questions? Are you aware of that, ma'am?
I attend almost every meeting. I attend the last night meeting, and each meeting you can hear the residents, and a few residents will attend. We are all frustrated. Yeah.
Yes. And okay. And how often does the landfill provide those meetings?
I think the right after fire, I cannot recall exactly date, and right after the fire, and I think there was basically maybe a weekly meeting, because they are more focused on the disaster recovery and keep us on the step where they are. And right now, I think since last month, they changed to a monthly meeting.
Isn't it true that Orange County Waste and Recycling has been having meetings twice a week since the fire?
I don't recall exactly. Yeah, I don't recall twice, but we should found that Lisa Smith from the landfill sent the invite. I didn't keep tracking what the meeting, but after fire, right after fire was more often. I don't know the weekly, bi-weekly, but I don't recall totally, because I had to work all this, crazy stuff.
Ms. Cho, just a moment. Mr. Alberian, these kinds of questions are better asked of your own witnesses with regard to how often you hold your meetings.
Well, I was just trying to establish, she was saying that Orange County Waste and Recycling is not responsive, and I just wanted to make it clear. I mean, she's been invited to these meetings. This is the landfill has been responsive.
Okay.
I'm sorry. They're responsible. Please let me finish. They're responsible to call in a meeting, but each meeting they don't not directly answer our question. They always found excuse. And each time we said they're older, we are working on. Even last year, the deputy director said we are working something. I don't recall exactly the word, which may take years to get implemented. We have another resident asked, excuse me, what do you say? Do you say years? Years? He said yes. So that's what the point. My point is, they are responsible. They are doing good to have a meeting with us, but they are not responsible to take the problem and effective, efficient measurement to stop this nuisance.
Okay.
And we have another resident complain last night during annual meeting, say, and then no matter what the action landfill is taking, that's great, but we have not seen improvement.
Thank you. Ms. Cho, thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Alberian, I would prefer Ms. Cho and other members of the public are simply going to testify as to their own experiences. And so any questions regarding how often you have meetings, et cetera, are better directed to your witnesses.
Like I said, sorry.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cho. Let me just see if any board members have any questions for you before we let you go. And we really appreciate your testimony. Board members, any other questions for Ms. Cho? I see Mr. Balagopalan has a question for you, Ms. Cho.
Ms. Cho, what's the name of the community that you're living in?
I live in the overall the Patola Spring area, but my neighborhood is a Lambert Ranch.
Okay. And that's, do you know what, is it east or west of the landfill, southeast or southwest of the landfill?
Oh my gosh, I do know that if you see the map, I don't know good direction because across 240 or 241, that's Red Cross, that's a highway dense neighborhood. The whole area experienced that situation. But unfortunately, a lot of residents, they are not willing to speak public because they're afraid, it's the home value, the house value. But, we have been solved for 4 years.
No, that's fine. So you're in the Portola Springs community, basically.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta also has a question for you, Ms. Cho.
Sure. I have a few more minutes before I have to call in a very important meeting. Thank you.
I just have one question. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Ms. Cho, for showing up and testifying before us. My question is simply, when you've gone to those meetings, how many people average attend those meetings along with you? Members of the public?
The residents, we probably, let me see.
Just an estimate.
Maybe 6 or something. So yeah, I didn't count. You are just talking the residents, right?
Right.
Right, because a lot of people also don't have the information. I don't know how this meeting is for the email is started by a resident from another doctor from the Portola Spring and approach. So we were just adding the email chain. So whoever heard the information, they call.
I'm just asking on average, is it up to 10, more than 10? Just an average.
Less than 10, just for resident, less than 10.
Less than 10. Thank you.
If there's any other questions for Ms. Cho, otherwise we can let her go. I know she has other commitments.
Right.
Okay. Ms. Cho, thank you again for addressing the board. We appreciate it, and we will take your comments into account during the hearing. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you again. I just want to emphasize, even we don't have much more residents to call in, but you do see, like the other lady said, we have much more residents to call the air quality control. Like last year, there were about 20 plus complaints. And as a resident, we asked the board to seriously consider not to grant the regular variance until landfill fix the older issue once for all, and stop them to expand their operation into close to our neighborhood.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cho. I think we've heard you loud and clear, and we appreciate your comments.
Thank you so much. Give me the opportunity. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm going to ask now again if there's any member of the public or any, I do see that there may be some elected officials as well who wish to be heard before we begin the hearing because you have other commitments. We definitely want to be sensitive to that. If you can just, again, indicate for me by pressing the raise hand button on your screen, or if you are the person who's on the phone. There's
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but if I could just lodge an objection, only because I think that what is going on here for this particular hearing, some of the comments might come better after we have done the examination.
I do appreciate that, and that is why, generally speaking, we will take comments at the end. It's just that the last resident had mentioned that she was otherwise busy, and we did just have a series of hearings, and unfortunately, people were not able to be present because it is a work day, despite the fact that it's remote, which I don't think we anticipated. And I don't see anyone else raising their hand. And so what I'm going to do, so thank you for that, and I appreciate it. And I agree 100%. But we're going to turn to Mr. Alberian to introduce your first witness and proceed with the hearing now.
Thank you. My first witness will be Mr. David Tu, last name spelled Tieu, and he is the Deputy Director of the Central Region Landfills of the county. And David, when you start to talk, if you would just affirm that you received the oath and took it.
With OC Waste and Recycling, and I did take.
David, could you say that one more time? There might have been a sound issue.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. This is David Tu with OC Waste and Recycling, Deputy Director and Site Manager for the Frank R. Mile Landfill, and I did take the oath.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tu, your responsibilities are overseeing the all the landfill type operations in the central region, which includes the Frank R. Bowerman landfill. Is that true?
That is correct.
And are you familiar and knowledgeable with the repairs that have been taking place in connection with the Silverado fire?
Yes, I was responsible for overseeing the repairs.
Okay. As a background, are you able to generally provide a description of the landfill gas systems that were destroyed and damaged during the fire? So just a quick recap of what the system looked like on November 3rd when we came to the hearing board last time. If you could do that, and then I will follow up with questions about the repairs that have taken place since. So just focus on where we were before.
Sure. So at the time of the hearing on the 3rd, we had completed our assessment of the damage to the landfill gas collection and control system. A few days prior to that, we had mobilized our contractors to start the repairs at that time. With respect to the damage to the landfill gas collection and control system, a lot of piping that was above ground on the peripheral of the landfill had burnt. I believe we had in our estimates, or I'm sorry, in our assessment, we had over 2 miles worth of piping that was damaged, and we had roughly about 65 landfill gas wellheads that were also damaged as well. As part of the damage, we also had our landfill gas condensate system, our sump and pump system also damaged as well. And as a result, we were not able to collect any type of landfill gas that would be heading into the flare station and the power plant. Those pipes, the main headers, were also damaged and burnt as well.
Okay. And so if you were to describe in very general terms, are the categories of systems that needed to be repaired, you know, like the LFG system, the leachate system, there was infrastructure. If you can categorize those real quickly so we can focus on the different categories that have been repaired to date.
Just to clarify, are you talking about with respect to just the landfill gas collection control system, or are you talking about other pertinent landfill infrastructure such as like the liner or stormwater? Just want to clarify that question.
I would say items that are the subject of this variance. Gotcha.
Okay. So the items that were damaged were the main headers, right? The 24-inch headers that collect the gas from the wellheads. The wellheads, about, like I said, about 65 of them were damaged. We have a total of about 350, but the ones on the periphery were damaged. The piping from the wellheads to the main header was damaged. Also, our condensate system at the toe of the landfill that collects the liquids, that was completely damaged as well. And then also the power lines that bring power to the facility, including the flare station and the power plant, they were damaged as well.
Okay. And the damage that was caused there also resulted in us not being able to use the flare facility. Is that true?
That is correct, because the main headers were burnt.
Okay. Then can you quickly talk to me? Do you know, and I'll try to move this along, would it be accurate to say that Southern California Edison repaired the power lines and restored energy to the site approximately November 6th, 2020?
That is correct, and they were ahead of schedule.
Okay. And regarding the landfill collection and control pipes and the ability to start flaring, whether that be at 100% or not, to start flaring landfill gas, do you have an estimated date that, well, first of all, are we able to burn landfill gas now? Have we repaired the pipes sufficient to burn
Yes,
landfill gas?
currently as we speak, we are collecting landfill gas. It is being burned into the flare and the power plants.
Okay. And do you know when we were able to accomplish flaring? Do you know the date?
Correct. The main headers, they were repaired and we turned on the flares on November the 16th. Originally, we were scheduled to complete those repairs and have the flares turned on November 22nd. So we were about 6 days ahead of schedule.
Okay. And so November 16th was the first time that we were able to start burning landfill gas after the destruction of the portions of the system. So from October 28th to that November 16th, we had not been burning landfill gas. Is that true?
That is true.
And was Orange County Waste and Recycling concerned and wanting to get the system repaired as fast as possible?
Absolutely. Yes.
And was the goal of Waste and Recycling to maximize the ability to burn landfill gas with any means available?
Yes, that is correct.
And on the 16th, did Waste and Recycling do anything to expand the ability of the flare facility to burn landfill gas?
Yes. What we also did was we were able to bring in a thermal oxidizer on the same day as well. So a few days prior to that, we were able to find a vendor located in Long Beach that had a portable oxidizer they can bring on site. And you know, this is something that has not been done before. I believe it's something that's primarily used in the petroleum industry. And so we had worked with the staff at the AQMD to be able to permit this device and to be able to supplement the collection of the landfill gas, just because we knew that there was going to be some gas that was not going to be collected, especially on the far end of the landfill. And so as the repairs were being made to the various piping, we connected it and we started flaring off additional landfill gas.
So is it accurate to say that this was kind of a cutting edge application of this technology, that this is not something that had been done in the past?
No, and we, correct.
And are we still using the thermal oxidizer?
Yes, it's been on site since the 16th. We've had it in possession for a month, and we're going to be renting it for another month. So we came up with another contract to continue operating the thermal oxidizer as we continue with the permanent repairs for the landfill gas collection control system.
So we've made available to, or we have access and we'll be using that for a period of 2 months. Is that accurate?
At least, yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the cost of rental of that piece of equipment?
Correct. So on a per monthly basis, it costs $267,000.
So over the course of 2 months, it's going to cost, the agency is going to be spending approximately $534,000 to ensure that it can maximize destruction of landfill gas. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And was that something that you were required to do under the variance?
No, it was not required. But again, we want to do everything that we can, look at all various technologies that would be available to us.
So Orange County Waste and Recycling took it upon themselves to expend large sums of money in its effort to destroy landfill gas. You weren't forced to do that. You did that because you are a responsible operator. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I would just make one brief objection that I understand we're trying to streamline this, but a lot of the questions are leading, and so
I
I'm looking
agree.
for the answers to come from the witness.
I agree. Mr. Alberian, I was going to say the same thing. Your questions are extremely leading. Please,
Oh,
please limit that.
okay. Mr. Chu, currently, is the landfill gas flare system operating at 100% capacity?
No, not right now. We are roughly at about 80% as to where we were collecting prior to the fire.
And what further, are there additional repairs that are needed in order to achieve pre-fire operational status?
Yes. So the main headers have been replaced. The laterals have been replaced. The one area that is a little bit longer lead time is the condensate system that's located at the toe of the landfill. So what we did was we put in a temporary system. We brought in various pumps and also holding tanks. You know, as far as being able to put in a permanent system, we put in the design and we also put in the order, so it's a little bit longer lead time. And so that's on order. And then our contractor will be coming back once we receive the parts in early January to get that installed. And so once that is installed, then it will be able to rectify some of the surging and blockages that we are getting right now. And it will also be a much bigger condensate something than what we had prior to the fire. But the main thing is that there's a long lead time to get that part into place because it has to be customized, designed, and fabricated.
Have those parts been ordered for the leachate system, the sump and the pump?
That is correct. It is on order.
And do we have an estimate of when they will arrive?
It should be early January, and then it will probably take about 2 weeks or so to get it installed. And then at that point in time, the proper drainage will take place, and then the well field will be tuned, and that will take about 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay, so you believe that the condensate system would be completed and installed by, would February 21 be approximate?
I would say by February 1st.
Oh, by the 1st, okay. And then after that system is installed, you mentioned something about tuning would be required?
That is correct. So right now the system is tuned, but there are limitations to it. And then we will put in the condensate sump, and then we'll again retune the entire well field. Okay.
And then how long do you think tuning would take? Is that a 2-month I know it's a kind of, is it a 2-month process? Do you have a time frame you think that it would be completed by?
It will probably take about a month and a half or so. And again, it's one of those things where it's an art, you know, and we're going to try to identify, you know, maximum vacuum, maximum flow. If there's other issues that will come up, we'll address it at that point in time. But that's the biggest issue for us at this point in time.
Okay. As it applies to the variance, are there other repairs that need to be done that we are receiving variance coverage for? So, well, let me restate that. Are you able to describe the, hold on, I need to think how to phrase this. Is it accurate to say we still need variance coverage?
Yes, we still need variance coverage because we're not able to collect all the gas. And so as we are looking at the monitoring data that we're required to do, there's definitely been improvements from as far as the instantaneous, integrated, and the probe monitoring. but we're not quite there yet. And until we can get the permanent repairs in and tune the well field, we'll still need coverage.
Okay, and in order to grant a variance, the hearing board has to make 6 findings. And so one of them is that the landfill is either currently or will be in violation of a rule or regulation. And so I just want to confirm with you whether or not we are in violation of some rules or regulations.
Yes, we are, particularly as it relates to the rule 1150.1.
Okay, and are we still, even though many things have been improved and repaired, do we still need protection under the rules 203 and 3002 that we already received coverage under?
For that question, I don't have the rules.
Okay.
So if you can ask maybe a different witness on that one.
Yes, I will do that. The second element of, but anyway, to be clear, at the very least, 1150.1, there are elements in 1150.1 that we continue to need variance coverage on. Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
And we will talk to other witnesses about others.
And can you go through each of those? Because in the interim variance, there were many sections of 1150.1 for which you were granted variance relief. And I think the board needs to know which ones you still need relief from and why.
Fair enough. I have a separate witness that can provide more detail, and it was more involved in the itemization of that. So if we could hold off on the specifics then. The second element is whether or not requiring the public agency that's providing an essential service would be an unreasonable burden to comply. So is there anything more? You've testified that we have we repaired equipment and we brought in a thermal oxidizer. Is there anything more we could do to become compliant faster?
I will also say that one of the things that, and I think you alluded to, as far as we did also rent a infrared camera as well. And so
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
excuse me for a moment. I'm going to go off camera for a few moments, but I am in attendance of the hearing.
Okay, thank you for letting us know on the record. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, did you cut out? Did you answer that question? Because I didn't hear any answer.
We may have lost him. I'm not sure. So
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me?
yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Let me kind of re-ask the question. So you've testified to some of the things we've done, like the thermal oxidizer, but from a compliance standpoint, is there anything we could do to comply faster?
I think that we are doing everything that we can to be in compliance as far as making sure the work is done as quickly as possible. As we are making the repairs, we've also looked at various technologies to monitor our progress. We did also rent a infrared camera that we would scan the surfaces, and that's to help supplement the surface emissions monitoring that we're doing. And as we identify any areas that may be emitting, we go out there and we also remediate it as well. So it's been a very helpful tool for us to do our remedial work.
But we're doing it as fast as can be done. Is there anything we can do to speed it up?
Mr. Chu, did you hear the question?
Paul, did you hear me?
No.
Okay, I'm not sure why I'm having internet problems.
I'll ask again, hopefully you can answer. Is there anything you can do to speed up the compliance?
No, we have done everything that we can to expedite the repairs and to get back into compliance.
Okay. And is it true that landfill gas is created automatically as a byproduct of the decomposing buried waste?
Yes, that is true.
And is there anything we can do to stop the production of LFG?
No, it will continue producing.
Okay. So the third element that is required is requiring a closing would be without a benefit of reducing air contamination. So if the landfill were somehow closed because we were non-compliant, would that result in a reduction in the production of landfill gas?
No, the gas, will continue to be produced because the waste has already been deposited and it will continue to generate landfill gas.
So what would happen if all the systems were just shut down?
When you mean systems, what do you mean as far as what systems?
Let's just say the landfill was closed and the systems weren't operating.
If the systems were not operating,
would that improve or make the air quality worse?
It would make it worse because that's what the systems are there to do. They're there to collect the landfill gas and to burn it off. Otherwise, it would just be generated uncontrollably.
Okay, and we are currently repairing damaged systems for what purpose?
For the purpose of collecting the landfill gas to be in compliance, to protect the environment, and to prevent any type of nuisances into the community.
Okay, so there would be no benefit to close down the landfill regarding air quality. Is that true?
That is true.
And the fourth element is that we have considered curtailing our operations. Is there any way you've just testified that the landfill gas will be produced regardless? Is that true?
That is true.
So would curtailing our operations have an impact on the production of landfill gas?
Just to clarify, are you talking about as far as our daily operations? You're talking about as far as like the receipt of the trash, is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's one option. Let's ask that question. If we were to stop receiving trash today, would that impact the production of landfill gas at the landfill?
Well, yes, it would, because of the fact that once you stop receiving the trash, then you hit the peak of the gas generation, and then assuming again you don't receive any more trash, then the amount of gas that's being generated will decrease over time. It's a very long time, but it will decrease.
The timeline, if you were to stop accepting waste, would there be any noticeable difference in the production of gas over the course of the next year?
No, probably not. You may hit a peak, but I mean, it's going to be further down the line as to when you'll see a decrease.
Thank you. And the fifth element is that the petitioner will reduce excess emissions to the maximum extent possible. So my question for you is Orange County Waste and Recycling taking efforts to reduce excess emissions to the maximum extent possible?
I believe that we are. I think that that's demonstrated through the collection of our data to be able to be in compliance with the specifics of the Landfill 8.1. If we find that we're above those limits, then we will go back and we will correct them per the rule. So yes, I believe so.
Okay. And during the course of this fire incident, is it correct that we, as part of the conditions of this variance, have been and are required to submit reports regarding the monitoring of landfill gas around the landfill?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And have we been able to see a change in the numbers regarding emissions from the time that the landfill system was not operating right after the fire until today? Has there been a change, a reduction, an increase? Is there a change in the numbers over time?
There is a change. So one of the conditions in the variance is that we are required to do monthly integrated, instantaneous, and also probe monitoring as well. And so just trying to give you a perspective on the numbers for, let's say, integrated, prior to the fire, we didn't have any issues with integrated. Once we had the fire, then when we went out there, we had about 80 grids that was over the 25 ppm. That was done in November. And then in December, which was just done, I believe, a few days ago, with the gas collection system in operation, the number of grids that were above the 25 ppm was 7. And so you go from 80 to 7. And then for the instantaneous, typically, again, prior to the fire, we have at any given time when we do the monitoring, 10 to 15 points that exceed the 500 ppm. In November, when we went out there, there was about 33 points that exceeded the 500 ppm. And then when we took the measurements again in December, that dropped to 16 points. So on the surface emissions, we are seeing a decrease. With respect to the probes, in November, we had 5 probes that were over the 5% limit. And then in December, the latest data that I saw showed that we were down to 2 probes that were above the 5% ppm or 5% of methane.
So the trend is a reduction in excess emissions. Is that true?
That is correct.
And the remaining element of the system that needs to be repaired is the condensate leachate system to deal with liquids. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And when that system is completed in approximately February, do you anticipate a continuing decline or an increase in the rate of decline?
I anticipate so, particularly as it relates to the integrated. We should, and also the instantaneous as well. We believe that that would be a key component to bring those levels down.
So, and in that regard, we would, okay. Give me 1 second, Mr. Tu. Mr. Tu, I want to take a slight detour, and I give the hearing board a heads up. I'm a little bit at a loss for the issue of the public witness, in the sense that that witness made a number of comments that I believe are unsubstantiated. And in that regard, without being given the opportunity to truly cross-examine that witness and point out the some of the inconsistencies or concerns, I have a hard time, and I'm concerned that the hearing board will in any way rely on those comments in making its decision. But in that regard, even though I didn't have an opportunity to really examine her in detail, I'm going to ask Mr. Tu to just comment on a few things that touch on her testimony, if the hearing board is okay with that.
We'll let it for a certain amount space to do that, as long as it's relevant to the findings we need to make today. But I just want to address really quickly, Mr. Alberian, your comments that you did not have an opportunity to cross-examine fully. The only questions I asked you not to ask Ms. Cho, in my mind, rather aggressively, was how often you are having meetings. She testified as to her own experience and the meeting she was at. How often you have meetings is question for your own witness. That's all I stopped the questioning on. So I just want to put that on the record. And yeah, if you want to ask those kinds of questions of a witness, please do so. But let's make that a little bit quicker, because I think it's a little, how many meetings you're having is a little less relevant to the findings we need to make today.
Okay, well, I do believe that it went to her credibility if she claimed that we were only doing meetings once a month and that we were not responsive. If I could get testimony from her about the fact that she was attending meetings twice a week, I think that goes to the credibility. And so that the questioning I wanted to do, even though you didn't think it was relevant, I think did go to her credibility. But I will just briefly ask Mr. Tu.
I have a brief objection, please. I object if this is going to be going down the line of impeaching the witness's testimony. She's not here any longer, and it would be improper to impeach her. If there is evidence that he would like to solicit from his witness, I don't have a problem with that. But I just think that we need to be very narrow in making sure that we understand that that was just supposed to be a comment from someone who had to leave early, and impeachment is improper at this time. If there's information that he wants to get on the record that is not cumulative, since we incorporated the other testimony, then there's no objection to that going in that direction.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I know that was a long objection.
No, I appreciate that. And I'm going to sustain that objection. And again, if you want to get on the record, just the facts as to how often you have the meetings, I think that's proper, but let's make it, let's limit it, please, because we have more pressing matters.
Okay, Mr. Tu. Has Orange County Waste and Recycling, in response to the fire, conducted community meetings that it invited the neighboring community to participate in?
Yes, we have. We've held, according to my record, 6 meetings starting on November the 4th.
Okay. And regarding community concerns, does Orange County Waste and Recycling respond to community concerns about odors?
Yes, we do. We have a complaint hotline where neighbors can contact, in which we will respond to those complaints. Also want to mention that one of the things that we did during this time is we also go out there and we would monitor the landfill and also the neighborhood 3 times a day. So we do it in the early morning, in the mid afternoon, and also in the evening as well. We do it with our staff. We also have our consultants go out there at night because we're not available. And during that time, we're checking for odors, and we also measure for various landfill gas compounds with various instruments. And so we use that information to kind of help monitor our progress as the repairs are being made.
Okay, and in response to those meetings, did the community, some of the people who participated, express concerns about air quality?
Yes, they expressed concerns with respect to the impacts to their health, and also just nuisance odors in general.
Okay, and did the agency do anything to test the air for air quality?
Yes, we also hired a consultant where we would place SUMA canisters throughout the landfill and also in the community as well, and be able to measure for various compounds. And then we would have it analyzed and determine if there was any type of toxics in the atmosphere that could impact the health of the residents. And so those levels were then compared to and set by OEHA. And so we looked at that to determine, how much contaminants was in the air. Also, if there was anything else with respect to whether it was background levels or not. So we've been doing that on a weekly basis, and we will continue to do that on a weekly basis until the repairs to the landfill gas collection control system is done.
That testing was done to respond to the concerns of the community?
Yes, to respond to the community and also for our own benefit as well.
Okay. And did the results of those tests show raise health concerns regarding air quality?
So we collected the data, we sent it to the toxicologist, they looked at it, and they looked at it from an acute standpoint, from a short-term standpoint, also from a long-term standpoint in terms of like cancer risk. And all the concentrations that were collected, and we did it for over a 24-hour period and also over a 12-hour period as well, all of those levels came below any of the risk levels. And in some cases, they were essentially background as established by the, I think, AQMD.
Okay. When the landfill system receives an odor complaint, does the landfill send out staff or contractors to confirm whether or not there is the presence of odors?
Yes, we do. We go out there, we investigate, because we want to identify what is the source of the odors. We recognize that a big part of it could be either the landfill gas, or is it going to be from our landfill operations? And so most of the complaints we get are in the evening when the landfill is closed, not during the daytime. And so we do believe that, it is probably more likely due to landfill gas, but we do send folks out there, they take measurements and they report back.
And how quickly or how long does it take? Do you respond within a day, 2 days? How long does it take to send someone out?
And Mr. Albarian, if we can start to, tie up this line of questioning, only because it's not as relevant, but you can answer that question.
Yes, so we respond as quickly as we can, as soon as they let us know. If it's during the daytime, we will send out our staff. If it's in the evening, then our consultants get a hold of it. They are already out there in the community from 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock. And so they're patrolling the neighborhood, taking various measurements. And as they get the complaints, they will check the resident's home. They may not necessarily talk to the resident, but they go out there just to verify, did they smell a complaint? Did they smell an odor, and how strong and the duration of it?
Chair, I would have a question. Earlier in the hearing, you had mentioned, and I made a note that that you were interested in the issue of whether or not the variance could be issues if caused by a nuisance, or at least you made the comment in response to the public comment. And I just need to make sure whether or not I need to provide additional testimony regarding, like, to rebut the concept of nuisance, or whether or not the testimony from the prior hearing is sufficient.
No, you will need to.
Okay, well then I would ask.
And just for the record, I just want to be clear, it's because this hearing board cannot grant a variance if it will result in a nuisance.
Understood.
If I may, just briefly, I just wanted to make sure that we're clear that for compliance and enforcement to have a nuisance complaint, there must be 3 complaints within an hour. And so if we address it from that perspective, I would say that we have not. I think that staff would say.
I think you're frozen, Ms. Pruitt, right?
Yeah.
Ms. Pruitt, I think Ms. Pruitt is frozen, and to allow her time to fix whatever internet connection, and also because we are well past the time we would normally take our morning break, I think that we will take our 15-minute morning break, please, and we'll come back and we'll continue this questioning with Mr. Alberian. We also want to take the time, board members, to review the documents that were sent to us. Mr. Balagopalan, before the break, you wish to say anything?
No, that wasn't. I was going to say about the documents. We need to review those.
Okay. Let's give us a little bit more. So let's say it's 10:40. Oh, Ms. Pruitt is back. So we're going to take our morning break because we lost you. Oh, we still can't hear you though. Are you able to speak?
Can you hear me at this point?
Yes. Okay. Do you want to finish what you were saying? And then we'll take a break.
Sorry, I just wanted to, it seems that there was going to be a lot of time taken relative to nuisance. And I believe that staff, if asked, would testify that they have not issued any nuisance complaints because it would take three complaints within an hour period after hours. And we have not had that thus far. So there have been no nuisance, anything that has risen to the level of a nuisance since our last hearing.
Okay. And we will take that on the record as testimony when we come back. But Mr. Alberian, if that cuts short your examination at this point, that will be helpful. And I think that's more relevant information. We can ask questions about that on the issue of whether there is a nuisance. So with that, are you going to have additional questions otherwise for Mr. Tu?
I do not believe so.
Okay, so then let's take our 15-minute break. We'll come back at 10:55, please. And we are, as always, pressed for time these days. So please be prompt, and we will come back with Ms. Pruitt asking questions of Mr. Tu. We're off the record until 10:55. Thank you. Oh, and please don't leave the meeting. Just mute your microphones and you can turn off your cameras. Okay, it is it's 10:50, well, it's 10:54. So we're going to start reassembling, please. Okay, great. Make sure the clerk is back. Madam Clerk, are you present? Faye, do you know if are you there, and do you know if El Teresa is back? Okay, I understand that the clerk is on her way back in, so we can resume the hearing. And when we left off, we had Mr. Two, and I believe Mr. Alberian, you were done, assuming that we're gonna, any questions that we might have about complaints, things like that, we're going to wait until we hear that evidence from the district.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pruitt, you have questions for Mr. Two.
Just a few. So I just wanted a few points of clarification, Mr. Chu. So the landfill needs to operate the flares to control emissions from the landfill, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that has to do with bringing the facility online. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you also said that you were going to be bringing in a new leachate condensate system. And I wanted to know, is it identical to the previous one, the one that you currently have?
No, it is not identical. It is going to be a larger sump, meaning that the previous sump that got burnt down was 4 feet in diameter and 7 feet deep. And so it has a holding capacity of roughly about 650 gallons of liquids. We took this opportunity to go ahead and upsize it just because the same amount of time to repair it would have been the same. So we also upsize it, and we did from 7 feet deep to 20 feet deep. And so it'll be about 3 times the holding capacity. And so I believe that this past week we submitted a permit modification to our Title V permit for this sump.
Thank you. You just answered my next question, which would have been, are you aware that it will require a new permit if it is not identical?
Yes, we are. Yes.
Okay, and let's see if there were any other questions that I, well, and let me ask you, so was your statement that all the wells and the piping is totally repaired and the only repair that needs to be made now is the condensate tank?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and does tuning require any kind of repair?
No, tuning is not so much as a repair. It's more of as we get increased vacuum to various locations to be able to harmonize each of the individuals collectively for the system.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if there are any other. Nothing further of this witness. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board members, anyone wish to begin with questions? Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes, morning, Mr. Chu. The you have 5 flares at the landfill, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, are all 5 operating currently?
So they have the ability to operate, but just a little bit of a background. So we have the power plant, and then we have the flares. So the gas goes to the power plant first, and that is roughly about 7,000 SCFM. The excess gas that can be collected from the landfill gas collection control system goes to the 5 flares. Right now, we have most of the gas is going to our flare 5 because it's our largest flare and it has a capacity of about 4,200 SCFM.
Okay. And then I think in the previous hearing, the flare 3 and 4 for conditioning the gas from the silex and removal.
That is correct, yes.
So they are in that standby, I mean, in that mode, basically operating.
Yes, that is correct.
And you have 7 gensets, so they're all operating at the power plant?
Yes, they are.
So I'm trying to figure out why you need the thermal oxidizer still if everything is, as far as the flare and the power plant is operating.
Right, so we need the thermal oxidizer because the piping that goes into the power plant and the flare, in between that main piping and with the rest of the wells in the field is connected by this condensate sump location that drains the liquids. That sump is, because it's a temporary system, there are issues with slope and grades, and it's above ground. And so we're not able to drain all the liquids without causing surging in the piping network. And therefore, it reduces the amount of vacuum that could be applied to the rest of the landfill, particularly at those areas that are furthest away from the blowers.
I think at the last hearing you testified that you were pumping it into trucks and then pulling it to the tank. Is that what you're still doing?
Yes, we are doing that. Yes, we continue to do that. But you know, again, it has to do with just the way the design is on the piping itself. And so we continuously pump the liquids out, but because of the fact that you have a high point, so to speak, versus a low point, and that's what the permanent repairs will do, is that they will increase the capacity of the sump and also bring it below grade, and then therefore all the liquids will drop out.
Is that currently a source of odor, that area, that operation that you're doing it as a temporary basis for the bleacher system?
No, not necessarily. No. I think when you talk about like the odors and the emissions, it's from the difference in the gas that we're not collecting that it may be emitting from the rest of the landfill. And that's what we're seeing that as far as when we do our instantaneous and our integrated and our pro monitoring.
Okay. Now, I think we saw, you mentioned you got the flare camera in your supplemental information that you sent, and did you found that useful, and you're thinking of maybe using that as a best practice? You're putting a purchase order for it, is that?
Yeah, as far as the, you said the FLIR camera, the infrared camera?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So we're using it right now, we're testing it. You know, it's very brand new technology. We're very impressed with it. And so we, for our next fiscal year in 2021, 2022, we've allocated $100,000 to purchase these cameras, and we want to get 2 of them. If not these cameras, we're looking at other type of technologies as well, whether it relates to like drones, things of that nature as well. But so far, we like this one because it's very hands-on.
So are there other improvements or best practices are you looking at and upgrading while you're doing the repairs? You mentioned the flare, you mentioned increasing the size of the pump, using the flare camera. What about the well heads and other areas? Are you going to like an automatic control of the well heads and making any changes while you're doing repairs?
Yeah, we've looked at that type of technology in the past. We know that it's out there. One of the bigger issues that we are trying to get a better grasp of, and that is at this site, we have very poor cellular communication. And we've talked to and reached out to, the cell phone providers, Verizon, AT&T, things of that nature, because we want to be able to have a system like that. But, unless we have those infrastructure in place from a telecommunications standpoint, it's going to be very difficult to best utilize that technology that is available. There's a cost associated with it, but again, it's the bigger picture as far as getting cell coverage at the site.
Okay. Are there any other technologies that improvements that you have identified previously or looking at as part of improvement as you do your repairs as moving forward?
Well, I think it kind of goes along the lines with the infrared cameras. Right now it's a handheld unit. We're trying to see, again, if we can have stationary units that can, survey the landfill, and not only for emissions, but also, let's say, subsurface fires or fires within the waste prism on our daily operations. But every time we go and talk to the vendors, the two main requirements is going to be power and cellular communications. And particularly with the cellular communications, there's a lot of limitations if we don't have that in place.
Okay, thank you for that. I have no further question.
Thank you. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask these questions, but I want to understand and follow up on what you, Madam Chair, said about the fact that if there is a nuisance, then there cannot be a variance. We cannot grant a variance. And along those lines, do we not have to establish that there has been or has not been a nuisance before considering the variance? That's my question as far as requesting clarification.
And I'm trying to pull up the section of the Health and Safety Code that says that, and offhand,
I just want to make sure that the questions I'm going to ask are relevant.
There's a prohibition on, I want to get the exact wording. I'm sorry that offhand. I don't have the section in front of me, but the hearing board is prohibited from
42353, Madam Chair. 42353.
353. Thank you. Let me pull it up and I can say it out. I can read it word for word. Thank you for that, Mr. Balagopalan. Okay. I'm going to read directly from Health and Safety Code 42353. The hearing board shall prescribe, okay, This is about the requirements that cannot be any more onerous than that is required. However, the last sentence of Health and Safety Code 42353, no variance shall be granted if the operation under the variance will result in a violation of section 41700, which is.
Yes, I see that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and ask my questions to Mr. Tu, who had mentioned the fact that they had addressed the health impacts and nuisance, or at the very least, listened to questions from the public. What I want to know is what specifically did they do to address that?
I'm sorry.
Other than having a meeting.
Sure. Okay. So during the meetings that we held, one, we provided an update as far as our progress on the recovery efforts as relates to the landfill gas collection control system, because we think that's a big component to control odors and nuisance. We also talk about, as far as from our operations, what we've done as well. We talk about as far as being able to use the neutralizers in conjunction with our water trucks for dust control. We also utilize the odor neutralizers within a portable missing system that we have erected for the time being. And we also inform them that we just started a kickoff with our contractor to put in a permanent missing system on the south side perimeter of the landfill. That's going to be 5,000 feet in length. And that will be automated and it will be able to operate during the day and also at night.
Okay, and in reference to, okay, when was this done in reference to the water trucks, the misting system? When was that begun after the fires? How long after?
We begun that right afterwards. That was part of our plan to go ahead and start doing that as far as addressing the surfaces of the landfill. Now, keep in mind, though, what we're referring to is when the landfill was in operation. So from the time that the fire occurred, the landfill was shut down. We didn't accept any waste until repairs were substantial to the landfill gas collection control system. And so we didn't reopen the landfill until November the 30th. And so during that time, as the remediation efforts were going on, we were basically correcting the slopes because we had the opportunity to do so, smoothing identifying any type of like surface cracks, things of that nature. And so we had water trucks, 2 of them throughout that time period. And then when we started operations on the 30th, then we continued that practice as well.
Okay, and so from that date of the 30th, coming forward to today, how many meetings have you had with the public?
So we had a meeting on December the 3rd, and then we had one last night. We had 2.
So you've had 2. So there was a comment earlier that they were occurring twice, was it twice a week? I'm assuming that that was prior to the fire. Is that correct?
No, so prior to the fire, we had monthly meetings with them starting in May. We had a meeting in May, June, July, and August. Typically, we meet with them the 3rd Wednesday of each month at 6 o'clock. We also had a meeting in October prior to the fire. Once the fire occurred on the 26th, then our intent was to meet with them twice a week to give them updates to address their concerns. And so there was some, days where we had some holidays, and also we didn't have, let's say, any new information. So from November 4th was the first meeting after the fire occurred. Again, our last one was on the December 3rd, and then we decided to resume to our monthly meetings, which was then started last night.
There was also mention earlier of the fact that there had been somewhere in the nature of 25 complaints called in. And I want to know if your organization has met with the AQMD, whether it's inspectors or their superiors in reference to these complaints.
I don't believe so. So generally speaking, what happens is that we encourage the residents to contact us directly. As part of that, I believe that the AQMD inspectors, they will also get complaints as well, and then they will let us know about those complaints. We get them sometimes a couple of days later. So, and we don't know exactly who contacted them. They just say, okay, so-and-so complained at this particular date and time. And so that's information that we get, and then we record that information into our system as well.
Okay, so other than exchange of information, there's no discussion as to how to resolve the issue and address their complaints?
I'm not aware of those discussions. I know that we also have coordination meetings with the AQMD and also with the local enforcement agency on a quarterly basis. Unfortunately, I'm not in those meetings, so I can't really, discuss what's been talked about. But I'm not aware of any, let's say, specific meetings or conference calls to talk about these complaints in general.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tu. That's all I have for now.
Senator, are you indicating you'd like to ask questions? Yes, Senator, go ahead.
My question is, when did you start having these meetings with the community?
We started having them on a regular basis May of 2020.
May of 2020. Why was the meetings called starting in May, June, July, and so on, monthly?
Why were they started?
Yeah, why did you initiate them, and did you respond to the community with their problem saying they got to have a meeting?
So we initiated.
Motivation for starting the meeting.
We initiated the complaints, I'm sorry, the meetings, because we were hearing that there was complaints prior to that, particularly in the wintertime of 2019. And this was something where they had contacted us through our NSP system. We then decided, like, okay, you know what, we need to really meet with the residents on a more regular basis to explain to them what actions we're taking to address their concerns.
How long have you been working with the company? I mean, the district.
I'm sorry?
How long have you been employed by this district, Orange County?
I've been employed by the County of Orange for 19 years.
19 years. Well, starting last June, up until July or May, so on, did they have meetings prior to that time with the community? When did those meetings start, by the way?
I'm sorry.
When did they start having those meetings?
We started having regular meetings in May, and then prior to May, there was a joint meeting with the city of Irvine, I believe in like January.
At those meetings, did the community complain about odor and that time, a nuisance?
Yes, they had also complained at that point in time, yeah.
Did you make a note of those complaints? Can you hear me?
I'm trying to do the best I can, sir.
Yes, he hears you. Let him answer.
Go ahead.
Yes, so we didn't necessarily, like, say, log them in, but during the meetings that we had with them, we listened to their concerns, yes.
Did you explain why they may be having odor was being emitted in that neighborhood? If at all.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
They complained about the odor, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Well, your system was operational at that point in time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Then why do you think they would have an odor being emitted into the atmosphere?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that question.
If the system is operational and they were still having an odor being emitted into that, where they could smell it, is that a malfunction within the system?
Okay, so at that point in time, they had indicated to us that there was odor issues. What we wanted to do was really try to identify what was the source of the odors. So there's many different sources at a landfill that could generate odors. And so we want to understand, is this coming from our landfill operations? Is this coming from, you know, how we go about using dust control? Because we were also using leachate and condensate for dust control. Is that the landfill gas collection and control system? So we really, you know, wanted to get as much information as we could, listen to them, and then understand, okay, if we can identify the source, we can then take steps to curtail those operations and then be able to mitigate those odors. And so during that time, for 2020, we came up with a list of things that we would work on that we have implemented to manage those odors.
Well, do you have any meetings subsequent to the modification?
Yes.
Did those complaints continue at that point in time?
Yeah, the complaints still continue. I will say this, and that is most of the complaints that we get are in the winter time and not in the summer. For whatever reason, I think it's because of the weather patterns. But during that time, we made significant upgrades to our infrastructure and changes to our operational practices to address the complaints. And you know, but from the perspective of the residents, they're saying that it has not improved.
So this trial and error didn't work apparently to their satisfaction.
I guess not.
So what do you plan to do about that? You looked at all these other possibilities which may or might have caused the problem. Excess emission. Did you test them all to see if they solved the problem? Tricate?
Well, I think part of it too is, you know, we just to kind of step back a little bit. when we receive the complaints, we try to verify the validity of those complaints. As you know, anyone can complain, but we need to verify the odors are there. And we do that as well. And I'll be honest with you, in most cases, when we go out there, we don't smell the odors. In some cases we did, but in most cases we did not. And so it's very hard for us to be able to correct something when we're not finding that the complaints are valid, so to speak. But I think that at least part of it is when we go out there, especially during the fire, we try to go with our OVA and our 4-gas meter and take measurements within the neighborhood as well and see how they compare to within the landfill. And so that's a tool that we use to kind of verify, are there excess emissions or not? And a lot of times when we go out there, it's basically background as far as like with the OVA readings.
Let's try to narrow, I just want to narrow the scope of what we're looking at right now. Just remember, we're not hearing this matter on a nuisance case. And just for what we're hearing in the record so far is that up to the fire, there was no allegation of nuisance. The only question where nuisance comes in is right now we're looking at the 6 findings for a variance. And if we can make those 6 findings, however, we receive evidence that a nuisance will be created because, or under operation of that variance, we cannot grant the variance. So it's a more limited looking at just the current situation and whether a nuisance might be caused by any variance that is, or under the operation under any variance. So just to short circuit this because of the time constraints. So let's focus our questions in those limitations. And with that, Senator, did you have any other questions?
Yes. If they cannot mitigate the problem prior to the fire, then if you granted a variance, providing additional opportunity to make the necessary repairs to make it operational again, you're still going to have a problem.
A problem, but again, we need evidence that there was nuisance conditions, and there is no evidence in the record that there were nuisance conditions before. For example, NOVs, anything like that. We haven't heard of that yet, and we can ask Ms. Pruitt when she puts district staff on.
Well, the constraint is against the community residents, because if the requirement is that you have to have 3 complaints within a certain period of time, and they're not received appropriately, but the odor is still there, even though some people don't complain, but the odor is there, and they have been complaining.
I understand. However, again, this is not, I just want to refocus the board, just to be clear about what we have to make our findings. We're focused on the 6 findings for a variance today. This is not an order for abatement for nuisance. And so there's not allegations that there is a nuisance. I have just brought to the board's attention from the first time I heard this as an ex parte to the fact that there is a constraint on the board if operation under a variance will, and it's a certainty, it says will create a nuisance. And so that's why we really just need to focus on what evidence we receive of a certainty of nuisance under the variance. That's all. I just want to make sure, because otherwise we could be here all day. But unfortunately, I don't think the parties are prepared to present a case of nuisance prior to the fire, nor is it really relevant directly.
Go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, I had some questions. Do you have questions on these to follow up?
I have a question based on the fact of what I'm hearing from the respondent. I don't know that the public would have complained about this, but what I'm hearing is the fact that they employ trucks, water trucks, which tells me there's a fugitive dust problem. And while the public may not know how to ask that question regarding fugitive dust, if it exists, that's also a particulate matter situation, which is detrimental to the community. So I don't think anybody has brought that up, but like I said, if they are employing water trucks to control the dust, then that is a large problem as well. So I just wanted to make that point.
I just want to clarify that, and that is at a municipal solid waste landfill, not just all operations, but normally, you would see water trucks being utilized. And so that's something that we incorporate. It's not necessarily because of anything that we're doing wrong per se. But one thing that we're doing a little bit different that others are not doing, and that is with respect to the water trucks, we are using the neutralizer. And then the other thing that we have stopped doing is what we used to, and we're allowed to do this under the regional board, also with the LEA, is use the liquids from the landfill collection system, the condensate and also the leachate and also our groundwater, to use that for dust control purposes. It's a way to conserve water, but because it is odorous, we decide to go ahead and ship that off-site. And instead, we use reclaimed water, and with the reclaimed water, we add the neutralizer.
That's not my issue. That's not what I don't. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be doing that. All I'm saying is the fact that you are doing that is telling me that there is a fugitive dust problem and that it is becomes a particulate matter issue, and that affects the community. That's what I'm saying. I'm not questioning the source of the water or the type of water you're utilizing.
Is that a control measure, Mr. Tu, to ensure that there isn't a fugitive dust issue?
Yes.
Is it a control measure to ensure that there is not a fugitive dust issue?
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
To control it.
That's correct.
How do you do it?
Okay. Again, I want to try to focus, not that it's not important, the impacts to a community. I just want to focus on the findings we need to make today. And I don't believe there's any allegation of nuisance from fugitive dust. So I want to try to, again, just try to refocus, because otherwise we're not going to get through both of our matters today. I have just a couple of questions. Earlier, Mr. Tu, you are familiar with the conditions of the interim variance?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Earlier today, Mr. Albarian asked you the question with regard to the thermal oxidizer of whether you were required to bring in a thermal oxidizer, and you answered no. Is that correct?
Specifically a thermal oxidizer. I know that there are conditions as far as, the petitioner should take all maximum consent possible. So to that extent, that's what we did.
And I just to shortcut that, condition 6 was petitioner shall minimize the release of landfill gas to the maximum extent possible. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And the bringing in the thermal oxidizer does that. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. The only other question I had is, I don't know if you're the person, oh, actually I have two other questions. I don't know if you're the person to answer this, but I don't know how long you're seeking relief. Is it that you expect to tune the well field by March and April? So are you seeking relief through April?
I'm going to defer to my county counsel on that, because I think, part of the issue is as it relates to when we can start the repairs on the permanent sump, so to speak, because I know that there is a permitting time frame, because it is a part of the Title V permit as well. And so, to the extent that we can move forward with it, we would like to, but if we need to wait because of the permit needs to be issued, then that has to be factored in as far as how long the variance should last.
Okay. All right, so we'll wait on that question, or unless Mr. Albarian has an answer of what I didn't know if you.
I don't have an answer. I mean, I think if there are permitting delays, we would ask that to be considered, or potentially ask for the application that is on file right now that has been submitted, maybe be prioritized so it could fit within the timeframes of this ordinance, because that's a key factor in whether or not we can start that work.
Well, Mr. Tu, was expedited processing requested? I don't recall if that was.
I would defer to my permitting group as to, but I believe so, but I would defer that question to them.
Okay, because the matter of whether it's prioritized is dependent upon whether expedited processing was requested and paid for. The other question I had, I don't know if you are the witness to go through this, but I do want to hear from a witness who will go through and just state whether or not you have complied with the conditions of the interim variance. Is this the correct witness, Mr. Albert?
I have a separate witness that is prepared to answer the questions on the conditions.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
before the next witness.
Yes.
Somebody testified that regarding tuning, it would take 2 months from the time they start tuning. So that's maybe it's appropriate for your question.
Yes, I think that they went through the time, Mr. Tu went through the time frame, 2 weeks, estimate is early January for the system, 2 weeks for installation, 3 to 4 weeks to tune the well field. And I thought he said through possibly March, April, but then there is the question of how long it will take for permitting. So we'll get that answer in a little bit. Are there any other questions for Mr. Tu so we can move on to the next witness? Yes, Mr. Balagopalan.
Well, Mr. Tu, is the landfill accepting trash now? Is it open to the?
Yes, we started operations on November 30th. We're at full capacity.
November 30th. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one question for clarification, please.
Dr. Bernstein.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. I just had a question with regards to the water trucks. There's a bit of confusion regarding what exactly in the process of the operations of the facility, where do water trucks fit in? And with regards to the question of Ms. Verdugo Peralta was questioning about
You cut out. For some reason you muted, Dr. Bernstein. You muted after you asked about the trucks and how that fits in.
It's unusual for me to be muted, but so let me just clarify, Mr. Tu, could you just clarify for me what operationally, what do water trucks provide to the facility?
Yeah, so what the water trucks provide specifically for our landfill operations is that, we obviously receive trash trucks. We also have earth moving activities as well. So there is the potential for particulate matter. And so we spray down the roads. We also spray down our access roads because it goes from asphalt to dirt. And so we also spray around the working face area as well. And then we also will spray the trash lift as well because it is odorous and because it has a neutralizer, we'll spray the trash lift as well. But it's basically a requirement from Cal Recycle and the LEA to manage dust, but also from the AQMD.
Okay, and also another performance of these trucks right now is to offload the leachate until that particular part of the system is reinstated. Is that correct?
No, we hire a contractor to do that. So there's no mixing.
Right.
So, right.
No, what I'm saying is our trucks are being utilized to take that off-site at this time.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for that clarification. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for Mr. Tu before we move on to the next witness? Okay, thank you, Mr. Tu, for your testimony. Mr. Alberian, can you please call your next witness?
Yes, my next witness is Mr. Robert Pease, and that's spelled P-E-A-S-E. And he is the Waste and Recycling Renewable Energy Program Manager. And Mr. Pease, before you testify, if you would just confirm that you heard and took the oath.
I did, yes.
Okay. I think this can go pretty quick, and I know that counsel for the district will have some questions for you. So, but the main question is, you're aware that as a part of the interim variance, there were a number of conditions that we that Waste and Recycling was required to comply with. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, if I were to ask you, did you comply 100% with every single condition? Would you say yes or no?
No.
Okay. With that in mind, do you believe that the spirit of the conditions were met, even though maybe the letter was not?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I think I can quickly go through some of the conditions. I'm just, if I were to go through condition 1 and just ask you, did we comply with that or not? Would you be able to answer that just in a quick fashion?
Sure.
Okay. So condition 1, did we comply with that?
Yes.
And condition 2, did we fully comply with that?
No.
Okay. And can you quickly describe how we failed to comply with that?
We did not report we didn't report the gen sets within 48 hours.
Okay. At some point, did you report and comply with this?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a reason that you didn't comply?
There was, well, I think a lot had to do with the fog of just the work that was going on and the communication between headquarters and site. The ball just got dropped on that one.
Okay, so the failure to report whether or not within 48 hours the use of a generator was a mistake in the fog of war.
Yes.
Okay. Did you comply? Did the agency comply with number 3?
Yeah, we interpret that we did on that one. There was a question from the AQMD inspector, but the way we read the condition, we fully complied with it.
Okay, and once again, counsel for the district will have an opportunity to get clarification. So condition 4, do you believe we complied with that?
Yes.
Condition 5?
Yes.
6?
Yes.
7?
Yes.
8?
No.
Okay, can you give me a quick description of what happened there?
Yes. Condition 8 requires daily visual inspections, and we were delayed reporting the visual inspections for the 21st, the 22nd of November, as well as the 26th through the 29th of November.
Okay, and was there a reason for not fully complying?
No, we just missed we just missed those days. It was, we submitted late for those days.
Okay, is it your understanding that the visual inspections were related to informing the district regarding the repairs and damage?
That was our interpretation.
And is the majority of those repairs and damage, we heard testimony, has been completed? Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Did we comply with number 9?
Yes.
Did we comply with 10?
Not fully. We were delayed on number 10. Number 10 requires the monitoring of perimeter probes at least monthly, with the first round starting no later than November 12th. We started prior to that. We started on the 29th of October, and our interpretation of the condition was that met what they were looking for. We did start prior to that, but it's an interpretation.
Okay, but to date now, we are submitting monthly perimeter probe reports?
Yes.
Okay, number 11?
Again, the condition requires instantaneous surface monitoring to begin no later than November 12th. We were delayed a day in starting that. We started on the 13th.
And was there a reason that we were delayed by a day?
Just coordinating and having the contractor mobilized.
But after that delay, we are doing the monthly monitoring and submitting those reports.
Yes.
Okay. That was,
That was
What number
11.
was-
That
11.
was
So
11.
12?
Yeah, again, there was a delay starting the monitoring. The same reason for number 11, it was getting the contractor mobilized and on site. We started the instantaneous on the 13th, and we weren't able to start the integrated until the following day on the 14th.
Good. So between those two, we were a day and two late because they were relying on each other.
Correct.
But to date, is it accurate to say that we are now complying with this condition?
Yes.
Okay. Did we comply with 13,
Yes.
14,
Yes.
15,
Yes.
16,
Yes.
17?
17 requires weekly reports to be submitted on Fridays. We submitted one on a Thursday on the 19th of November. We had the data available and it wasn't going to change, so we went ahead and submitted it. We did submit the following week on the 25th of November on Wednesday because of the Thanksgiving holiday. The county is closed on Thanksgiving and the following Friday, as is the AQMD, so we wanted to get the report in rather than bring someone in on overtime and interrupt their holiday. So we did report on Wednesday, the 25th.
Okay. Beyond that, any reporting required by 17 is being complied with now?
Yes.
Okay. And 18? 18 is not a condition that was triggered.
Correct.
19?
Excess emissions from the landfill gas flares. We have, we're requesting that excess emissions be waived on that, on 19.
Okay. To date, have we reported excess emissions?
No.
And is there a reason?
There weren't any.
Okay. And and then the last 120 is just reporting and informing the board when final compliance is achieved, which is a circumstance that has not yet occurred. So I appreciate your testimony, and I will now step back and open you up to questions from the district council.
Mr. Pruitt, questions for Mr. Pease?
Certainly. Thank you very much. Let me get myself situated here. Okay, thank you, Mr. Alberian. I know that you went through it quickly because you knew that I would be going through each one separately that we have an issue with. Mr. Pease, starting with turning my mute on, excuse me, on my phone. Well, first, starting with on the interim variance, condition number 2, which requires submittal of a list of all diesel-powered generators used following the loss of power at the landfill within 48 hours after the granting of the variance. This was provided on 11/13/20, which was not in the same day of the variance granted. Additionally, these conditions were discussed at the hearing openly. Can you give us some reason why you did not comply with that condition?
Well, we were really focused on remediating the damage to the landfill. And, there was, we did have the conditions and there was just we just dropped the ball on that one.
Well, and Mr. Pease, and I say that I do understand that you all have been tried to be proactive in many areas, and you have complied with the spirit of the conditions, but do you understand that you are to comply with the letter, the exact language of the condition?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Under condition number 3, which requires submittal of a report of all known damage as of the date of the variance is granted. This was provided on 11/6. The conditions say as of the date that the variance was granted. Was this an oversight, or can you explain the delay?
Yeah, no, we think we complied with this one. I guess our reading of this is that a list of all the damage as of the date the variance is granted. We didn't read it that we had to supply the list on the date that the variance was granted. So we did assess all the damage as of the date of the variance, and we did supply that information. So I think it's an interpretation issue.
Okay. Okay, and I'm just looking at the language itself. And it says the variance condition says to provide this information on the date the variance is granted.
Well, and I'm not trying to parse words, counsel. Report all known damage as of the date this variance is granted. So we interpreted that to be all of the damage that was there when the variance was granted. We didn't think that we had to report it on that day.
I need to interrupt for a moment. And the reason why I want to interrupt for a moment is because I asked that specific question at the last hearing, and there was an understanding amongst the parties. And that's why the language was not changed, because I thought it was unclear, but the parties agreed that it was clear. So I just wanted to put that out there, please. And if you can just respond to the question, because this is a little frustrating in my mind, given that I had that question at the last hearing.
And also with that was my understanding as well. We submitted in the early hours of this morning the conditions, and staff was kind enough to rewrite them so that it's clear, or it's made more clear with the new document that was submitted this morning, so that we won't be faced with any more misunderstandings on an exact date or day, and whether it be 7 days in the future. And by the way, just to be clear, when we say 7 days, unless we specifically say business days, it means 7 actual days. So are we clear on that, Mr. Peace?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So condition, let's see, I guess that's 8, requires daily visual inspections of the equipment. And our inspector reviewed the daily reports which state the activities were done on the day. Does that serve as your visual inspection? Because daily reports for 11/21, 11/22, and 11/26 and 11/29 were not received.
We sent information on those days to the AQMD on the 11th of December.
So you received them on you sent them on December 11th?
Yes.
For 11/21, 22, 26, and 29?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second, I'm noting staff on that one. If you give me just a moment.
Sure.
Okay, staff at this point has not received 11/21, 22, 26 through 29. December information was only the flare temperatures.
On the 11th of December at 3 p.m., I emailed AQMD staff with the information on those days about the information from those days.
Okay, 12/11, and approximately what time was that?
3.
3 p.m. Okay, thank you. That could just be some technical. I'll move on. Thank you very much, sir. Condition number 11 requires instantaneous surface monitoring at least monthly to begin no later than 11/12. And staff was provided the data that monitoring started on the 13th. And I know that's a small delay, but I guess my point is that if we have to go by the stated condition, because meeting the spirit of the condition puts us in the position to reflect upon whether or not the condition has been met. And if it's a yes or a no answer, the answer is no. And these are things that may possibly be cleared up with the rewording of the conditions so that it's clear that the 11th means the 11th and not the 12th. Otherwise, you're in violation of the condition.
Understood.
Okay, thank you so much. And if you could explain, the contractor was delayed, is that correct?
Correct. There was a delay bringing the contractor on site. There was a lot of construction activity going on at the landfill, and yeah, we were delayed. And that's why we delayed. I mean, that's why the both 11 and 12 were late.
Okay. And did you notify the district that they were going to be late?
We did not.
Okay. And that would probably just be wise in hindsight to notify the district so that, again, if the question is asked, did you comply or did you not? The answer would be no, but, or yes, if that makes sense to you.
It does. Thank you.
Just so we're all on the same page.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then condition number 17 requires weekly reports to be submitted on Fridays. One was submitted on 11/19 Thursday, another on 11/25, which was a Wednesday, and another 12/3, which was a Thursday. And, I do know that there were holidays, but as I understand, it was made clear that we would not make an exception for weekends and or holidays. So is your understanding now that there are no exceptions for weekends or holidays?
Yes.
Thank you. And if I may have just one moment to confer with my staff, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Based upon the responses from staff, I think that as long as we're on the same page now about the dates being firm and not fungible, we should be on a clearer path to understanding. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pease, I had a question. I don't know if, I think Ms. Pruitt might have skipped over condition number 10 that you had mentioned that was not strictly complied with. That was the monitoring perimeter probes at least monthly. You mentioned in your direct testimony that you did it on October 29th. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Did you do it monthly after that?
Yes.
Okay, so you did it again at the end of November?
We did, Chair. I don't have the exact date right in front of me, but I know we did it for November.
I just want to understand that it was just that you did it early, not that you're not otherwise in compliance.
Correct.
Okay. And the only other question that I had was with regard to excess emissions. I thought you said two conflicting answers. You mentioned that you were going to request a waiver of excess emissions, and then you said that there weren't any. Do you?
I did say that, and you're right, they are conflicting.
Okay, so which is it?
Both. No, we don't think we have any excess emissions on the, it's our opinion, Madam Chair, that we don't have any excess emissions on the flares.
Okay. And is
for
there
this variance.
Okay. And now that I'm looking at it, condition 19 is explicitly for the flares. Just so I understand moving forward, is there a manner in which excess emissions from the landfill can be calculated other than from the flares?
In the abstract?
Through some kind of calculation using measurements, the other types of monitoring you're doing. I'm just trying to understand if we would be able to get an overall, even if they're waived, there's still a benefit to understanding the excess emissions that occurred due to the fire.
I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer that. My opinion is that that's a complex calculation. We might need a flux chamber in order to detect what's actually coming off of the landfill surface to know what would be above the rule limits, so to speak.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Board members, other questions? Please, Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes, I do. Mr. Peace, I know 19 was on the flare, but there was a condition on 17H that talked about excess emission, and I think that refers to in general to from the landfill.
Correct.
And that is also a condition now on the new proposed condition 14G. Are you able to meet that? The new,
Yeah, Mr. Balagapan, as I stated, that's a hard condition. As you know, we're dealing with landfill is an area source. And so what we'd have, I mean, it would be difficult and technically challenging, in my opinion, to do that, because I think we would need a flux chamber. And that's
so are you saying that the condition should be removed?
Well, are you asking my?
But before you go on with, if I may add to Mr. Balagopalan's statement, that isn't it true you should be able to make some sort of assumption, some sort of an estimate within some relative window. In other words, so that it's not arbitrary. We're not exacting exact numbers, but just something for the district to review.
Sure, we could make a gross approximation. I just don't know how accurate it would be. And I certainly wouldn't want to put my license next to it.
But that's something you can discuss with the district engineers and come to an agreement on what to report or how to calculate.
Sure, we could have those conversations, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And I will just put in here that we have, granted, a lot of this, we got the new conditions today. And so we tried quickly to propose some changes. So one of the elements that we have requested be removed, because some of these we believe are no longer necessary based on the status of reconstruction. So one of them that we were asking to have removed was that the proposed excess emission calculation. So that hasn't been decided, but it is something that we are requesting.
Did you have any other questions, Mr. Balagopalan?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Peace, in several of these responses that you have given where it's kind of vague, as a former AQMD employee, you know very well that you have every opportunity to contact staff and get clarification, if nothing else, especially when you're claiming that you need this flex chamber. I think that's something specifically that you had every opportunity to call staff and ask that question and discuss it with them. And the fact that you just chose not to me, it doesn't look well when you know that you can do that.
Noted.
So to me, it doesn't sound like you're taking these very seriously. And you know full well from a regulatory agency, they are very important. And I don't see enough of an effort here to want to comply with those that you were not able to comply with, so you say.
One of the things that we've done is to work, we've hired consultants to do the surface monitoring. We're working with staff at the site as well as headquarters. We are doing everything we can to satisfy the conditions. With respect to excess emissions, we did ask that those be waived. And in that spirit, we were hoping for some sort of clarification from the staff and the hearing board with respect to the waiver of fees. Given the proclamations regarding the state of emergency and the past practice with respect to excess emissions in those situations, it was our understanding that excess emissions would be waived, and therefore the calculation for excess emissions would not be required. We did not in any way take this lightly, try to defer it, whatever. The effort was to always to make sure that we did our best to comply.
But by not getting an actual answer and a clarification, that was an assumption on your part versus getting an actual answer. When it's written in black and white, what the condition was.
We submitted weekly reports, and on each weekly report, we noted that we had requested that this be waived. We did not, and we asked for feedback from AQMD staff on these reports. We had no feedback from the AQMD staff in our response to that condition.
For every variance that is granted by this board, we need to know what the excess emissions are for two reasons. Number one, we alert the public by and the governing board and ARB by reporting what our excess emissions are from every variance granted. We also need to know excess emissions as part of the burden of the petitioner so that we can properly make a finding weighing detriment to a facility or the environment versus the detriment under a variance. So excess emissions are very important for that. That is wholly separate from whether or not a waiver of fees associated with excess emissions is imposed. And I hope that that is clear. And I want to make sure that that's on the record moving forward.
Thank you.
And I believe that, if you don't mind, that the new conditions should be clear from both compliance and engineering, that the staff's feedback is to follow the explicit conditions as written and to make no assumptions.
Thank you. Additional questions for Mr. Peace, board members? Okay, thank you. Mr. Alberian, I just want to get an idea of lunchtime. So who do you have left and how long do you think each will take?
I am very close. Let me just stand up and, well, I got to plug in my iPad here in a second, but I just wanted to use Mr. Peace to establish the details on the first hearing element regarding which rules, because Mr. 2 was only able to confirm 1150.1. I do believe that while we've satisfied some of them, I think there's still some need for coverage in 203 and 3002. So I was hoping to at least establish that record, and then I would be done. I believe that we've established the facts needed for those findings.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you're going to use Mr. Pease to go through all of the rules from which you are now currently seeking a variance.
Or just confirming that we still need the coverage under 203 and 3002.
Okay, but 203 and 3002 correspond to specific conditions of the permit. And so we will need to have a witness go through each one and let us know that as of today, you're still requiring relief from each of these conditions and which ones they are, as well as each subsection of 1150.1. So we need to know that.
Okay. So is that something that you'd like to do now?
It depends on how long it will take.
Mr. Pease, do you think we could do that in 5 minutes?
I can be brief.
Okay, I'm just gonna stand up for 1 second to plug in my iPad so I don't lose you guys. Give me 1 second.
Yes, and in fact, it will be helpful to do this before lunch so that during lunch we can look at each of these rules and permit conditions and verify for ourselves whether we have questions and whether we believe they still apply. And I assume the district as well. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Pease, you heard a little front end of what we're looking for. Do you have the documents in front of you to, as quickly as possible, go through what you believe we continue to need coverage on?
I can.
Okay, then I'm going to step back and ask you to do that. And thank you for your time.
Sure. So, just to piggyback on what Mr. Tu said, there are 4 areas that we need continued variance coverage from. One is surface monitoring, both integrated and instantaneous. As he mentioned, we're exceeding the 25 and 500 respectively. He did mention the perimeter probes. We do have some positive pressure at some of our wellheads and the condensate system. So with that, under Rule 203B and 3002C1, we need coverage from facility-wide condition 4C, which is the perimeter probe, 4E, which is the integrated surface, 4G, which is the instantaneous surface, 4L, which is under all probes under pressure, under vacuum, and that's because of the condensate system. 5B, again, that's the negative pressure. Facility-wide condition 5D, again, that's the instantaneous surface concentration above 500. 5G, again, that's the 500 ppm. 5H, again, the 500 ppm. So those would be the conditions that we need variance coverage from under 203B and 3002C1. We no longer need variance coverage for permit number G59187, which is the landfill gas collection system. We no longer need variance coverage from PC application number R610010, modifications to the landfill gas flaring system.
I'm sorry, wait, can you just repeat that last one again?
Sure. The PC application number R610010, modifications to landfill gas flaring system. We're in compliance with all of those. Okay to continue?
Yes, sorry, please continue.
I'm sorry. And then for 1150.1, we need variance coverage from 1150.1E1, which is the probes at 5%. E2, which is the integrated at 25. And that's it for that one. And then for the but we do need continued variance coverage for permit to operate number G54230 landfill condensate leachate groundwater collection and storage system. And that's because that system is damaged. So we need relief from condition 1, condition 2, condition 6, condition 8, and condition 9. Because those, I'm sorry?
Not condition 5?
No, condition 5, we are all condensate, leachate, groundwater collected shall be disposed of or treated properly. We are doing that.
Okay. Go on.
So those are the conditions that we need continued coverage from. So it's those 4 areas, Madam Chair. The surface monitoring, integrated instantaneous, the probes, the pressure at the well, positive pressure in some of our wellheads, and the condensate system.
Okay, so you no longer, just so I can go through the list of what you, aside from the permit conditions, I think that's clear. So you no longer need 1150.1D, either 14 or 15? I mean, 14 or 16?
We need 16, we don't need 14.
Okay. What about F1, any of the subsections of F1? You had A, B, C, E, G, and L.
We are in compliance with those.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Pruitt, did you have any questions on that? You are muted, Ms. Pruitt.
I apologize. I was waiting to see if staff had any comment to the statements that he made, and I don't see any comments.
We could wait. We could take our break, and then you can collect any comments from staff and then ask questions.
Actually, I just got it, and I was told that once he clarified, she's clear. So, but you still need D16.
Let me check on, I need to pull it back up. Hang on.
Okay.
I appreciate your patience. D16.
D16. And
yes, we need D16. Yes. And that has to do with the condensate system, Counselor.
Thank you. And other than that, we are in agreement.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you wish to ask any questions about those sections in which they are requesting relief under the variance?
I wasn't clear if you still need E3, E4, and E7, because that deals with instantaneous surface monitoring. E3, E4 is wellhead monitoring.
I'm sorry, Mr. Balakapan, could you repeat which ones?
E3, E4, and E7. Did you say you still needed variance from that?
We need variances coverage from E1 and E2.
What about E3, which is for instantaneous?
E3. Hang on a sec. My system's not cooperating. We do need coverage for E4.
Oh.
Not E3?
In E3.
And yeah, E3, E4, and I believe, what about E7?
No, I think we're in compliance with E7. Because that has to do with the combustors.
Right.
Yeah, no, we're in compliance with that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this before we take our lunch break? And then we can always revisit it if need be. Okay. Okay, let's take 45 minutes enough to come back at 1 o'clock so we can try and Senator, yes.
The next case is a big case as well. The one dealing with Rouse.
That's correct.
You can't give a fair hearing to both today.
We're gonna do our best. We'll see how quickly we can get through each one, and if we can't, we'll have to continue the second hearing to another date to finish it.
Okay.
Okay, let's try our best. Is 1 o'clock acceptable to all on the board?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we're off. Don't leave the hearing, please. We are off the record until 1 o'clock. Just make sure you mute your microphones. We're off the record.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So can you give me a quick lesson in the correct pronunciation of your name? I hear it pronounced so many different ways. I don't know which one is correct.
Bala Gopalan.
That's what I was saying, but the person after me said Bala Golan or something. They skipped a syllable. And I was thinking, but I learned to read by the syllables. So, so Bala Gopalan.
Gopalan.
Gopalan. Okay.
Yes.
I'll try to do a better job.
Hi, Stacy. This is Catherine.
Hi,
I had a quick question. If you know, do you have about an estimate of how long do you think still remains for your hearing?
You know, I think that we are probably going to wrap it up within the hour, depending on how many questions are asked. At this point, I have my my position, so I don't think that there is another witness. I think that everyone got everything out with the last witness. So I would say to kind of hang around for it, maybe you can give yourself a half hour off or so, but I think that they will probably be starting your hearing unless they decide to have a break shortly.
Sweet. Thanks. I just wanted to give my witnesses a heads up of when they need to check back in. Thanks, Stacy.
All right. You're welcome.
And Stacy, my plan is just to wrap it up and move on. I think we've done everything that we intended to do. So, it'll just depend if the hearing board has questions or yourself.
Yeah, that was my colleague who is handling the Ralph's matter after ours. And so I just told her to, maybe give herself half an hour, but to stand by because I assumed as much.
And then one question I have is there was the
not about the case though, right?
Oh, well, about the conditions just in general. I just didn't know if you had received the track change version and if you guys had a chance to talk about it or look at those.
When was that sent?
I sent it this morning. Just our comments to those conditions. And so I just didn't know if you had a chance to look at those.
Okay, I'm going through now trying to see if I believe that those are the ones that I forwarded over to our team. Okay, I'm going to send them again right now, just in.
It looks like most everybody's back. I just want to make sure we're all back before we go back on the record. I think we're just waiting for Senator Holden.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Paul?
I had to, skip out for the working group meeting. Have we been using the timer at all?
We have not used it again. We used it once when you put it up earlier.
Okay.
We still have members of the public, it looks like, who are still with us, but nobody had indicated they wanted to speak early in order to leave.
Okay. I'll be with you for about another half hour, then I'll have to swap with Dominic again, but then back later again. So we're just playing checkers.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
Okay.
Okay.
We're ready.
Great. So looks like we're all back. And when we left off, Ms. Pruitt, you had asked questions or said you had no questions to ask with regard to Mr. Peace's testimony, but did you?
No, that's correct. Nothing further.
Okay. And board members had all asked questions of Mr. Peace. Is there anything else before we move on? Okay, thank you. Mr. Alberian, do you have another witness you wish to present?
I have no further witnesses.
Oh, okay. Okay, so then I'll turn it to Ms. Pruitt.
You know, unless there is something in particular that the board or Mr. Alberian would like to ask staff, I think that we have put forth any testimony that we would need in the prior hearings. If there's anything in particular that you would like to ask, we can do that. Excuse me one second, I'm just reading notes from. Okay, one second. Let me see if there is
Take your time to assess.
Additional questions from staff, and it looks like there is not.
Okay.
Any further questions from staff?
I think we would like to have some testimony, if you have the appropriate witness, with regard to your statement of the number of complaints that have been received and the fact that no NOVs were issued. I think that was your statement, but just someone who could testify as to the conditions and what's been going on.
Yes, and I would like to clarify as well. When I said that there needed to be 3 within an hour, those are for after hour. Just in case I didn't say that.
Okay.
Complaints, there need to be 3 within an hour. If you would like someone, let me see who I've got on the line that I can pull up, excuse me. Okay, Lionel Brunton is available, and I think that he is standing in for Christina Gonzalez, who ordinarily handles this case, but she is in training today.
Oh, I see. Okay, and I see Mr. Brunton is on the panel.
Yes.
And I don't know if Mr. Brunton. Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Brunton, are you available? Are you on the panel?
Yes, I'm available.
Oh, there you are. I see you. Okay, and were you here this morning? Were you sworn in?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the case with Orange County Waste and Recycling that has been the subject of this hearing board discussion?
I'm standing in for Christina Gonzalez, but yes, I'm fairly familiar with not all the permits, but the history of what's happened there since the variance hearing.
Okay, and since the interim variance, November 3rd? Yeah. And since the November 3rd interim variance, have there been any NOVs? Oh, shucks. Any NOVs that have been issued?
No NOVs that have been issued, no.
Thank you. And let's see if there's anything else. And did you in particular speak to Christina Gonzalez about this case, since this is her assigned facility?
Yes, I did.
Did she indicate to you that there were any NOVs issued?
No, she did not.
And are you aware of any site visits that have occurred since the interim period of 11/3 through now, this period today? Well, I should say, Are you aware of any calls that ultimately resulted in someone going out to the facility to speak to someone or to speak to a complainant at a nearby resident?
Yes, since the interim variance hearing November 3rd, we've had cumulative of 28 complaints received by South Coast AQMD in regards to 402 nuisance violation odor complaints. I've
And
responded to all of
I'm
those.
sorry, go ahead. Do you know if any of those 28 were by the same person?
Yes, I believe so. There were repeat complainants, but
Okay, so not just the caller this morning, some of the other people were repeat complainants to your knowledge?
I don't believe, well, I don't think I've ever met or spoken with the caller this morning.
Okay, but you have called or, excuse me, spoken to others?
Yes.
And have any of those been repeat complainants?
Yes, occasionally.
Thank you. So that means that of the 28 complaints, we know that we have at less than 24 different people at minimally. Would that be a correct statement? Since we know that she made at least 3 and, well, if you've made at least, that would be 23 separate people or less.
Say there's less than 28 complainants.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Mr. Alberian, do you have any questions on that testimony from Mr. Brunton?
Just one question for clarification purposes. You mentioned a period of time that those complaints came in. Is that from November 3rd through December 16th? Just curious what the range of time that was.
Yes, sir. I've been tracking them since I've been, me and my supervisor have been keeping track of them.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Brunton, have any of those complaints, to your knowledge, of the 28 complaints, been verified by the district? Verified meaning with the landfill as the source?
Yes.
How many?
I don't know how many. I don't know for sure total, just because there were various inspectors and I'm.
Do you know of a percentage, like roughly half, roughly more than half?
Probably about half.
Do you know if more of them were towards the beginning of the interim or were they evenly spaced? Do you have any indication of that or knowledge of that?
It seemed like there were more in the early half of November than there were in the latter half.
Okay. So with that, you would say that they seem or appear, based on the limited sample, to be tapering off at this point?
Yeah, we had 3 last night, but beyond that, the majority of them occurred in the first, I would say probably the first half to the first 2/3 of November. And
can you remind the board how many verified complaints generally does it take to issue, excuse me, to issue an NOV?
It takes 6 confirmed odor complaints.
Do you know the most number of confirmed odor complaints you've had in the span between November 3rd and December 16th?
Yes.
How many?
On a 24-hour period or one night.
Whatever you consider to be a day for NOV purposes, that period of time.
6.
You did have 6 verified.
Yes.
Do you know why an NOV was not issued?
It's been still being evaluated by management. I don't know why.
And what date was that on?
That was on November 13th, Friday.
do you know who, was that you who did that, or was that a different inspector?
It was me.
Okay. And so you personally verified all 6 of those complaints?
Yes.
And you personally tracked them back to the landfill as the source?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your, well, I think that's already been answered. Can you just tell us generally, if you recall, or based on the notes you have, what intensity range you experienced odors on the 13th of November?
I would say range based on the period of time, light to moderate odors. Yeah.
That would be somewhere between like 1 and 3 on the 0 to 5 scale?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said 3 last night. Were those 3 confirmed? Or sorry, verified?
Yes, it was another inspector. I haven't spoke with them, but they did experience odors.
Did you have any, do you have any paperwork or anything there that you could tell us what the intensity was that they experienced in verifying those odors?
From last night?
Yes.
No, I don't have the details on that.
Okay. Thank you. Board members, other questions? Yes, Mr. Balagopalan.
Mr. Brunton, do you know?
Oh, wait a minute. Are we missing Cynthia?
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, we lost a board member. We tend to lose her often because she has sporadic or spotty Wi-Fi, very unfortunately, internet. So I'm gonna have we're gonna stop for a moment and we're going to try to find out when we lost Ms. Verdugo Peralta, and
I'll keep a lookout for her, Madam Chair, and attendees.
thank you.
Pardon me for interrupting.
No, thank you. And I saw that the clerk left, I think it was, to go see if she can find her.
Board Member Verdugo Peralta, is that you on the phone? That just came in under 714?
Is that an attendee who has been on before? Or
No,
no?
somebody just popped in just 10 seconds ago with a 714 area code.
Oh, that should be her.
Oh,
I think so.
she is muted. Okay.
I unmuted her.
No, she's
I'll let you.
Cynthia?
I'll let you navigate, Madam Chair.
I can't. Oh, I think she just unmuted herself, and then I might have muted her back.
I mean, vocally, you can talk to her.
Oh, there she goes. Is that you?
I just unmuted her again.
She's unmuting herself at the same time, so.
I know.
We're not going to do anything, Cynthia. You unmute yourself.
Yeah, agreed.
Cynthia? Okay, all right. Okay, you're on mute now, so can you hear us? Oh, now you're mute again.
Huh. Do you want to try, Cynthia? If that is you, please just try again to unmute yourself. Oh, she's gone. Oh, wait. Or was she?
Here I am.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Back with
It
video.
worked.
Okay.
Did you miss the question and answer between myself and Mr. Brunton?
Yes, I missed that.
Okay. If I could paraphrase, and if I get it wrong, Mr. Brunton, please let me know. I asked of the 28 complaints, how many were verified? Mr. Brunton said probably approximately a half, but he didn't have specific numbers of the 28 complaints. I asked Mr. Brunton if most of the complaints were, if they were evenly spaced or more of them were on the earlier part of the time between November 3rd and December 16th. He said more were in the earlier portion, closer to the time when the interim was granted. I asked Mr. Brunton what was the largest number of complaints that he received on one day. The answer was, I asked him how many complaints does it take for there to be an NOV issued. He said, he confirmed it had to be 6 verified complaints. I asked what was the most number of verified complaints he had in that period of time required for an NOV, and he confirmed 6. So I asked, was an NOV issued? He said it is still being considered, but yes.
I heard right up to that point.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Right up to that point.
And then I asked him what the scale was on average that he verified that night. He said between 1 and 3, so light to moderate on the scale of 0 to 5. And then he said last night there were 3 verified complaints, and he did not have any information on how strong those odors were verified to be. Did I say 3 verified complaints last night?
Okay.
And that was everything. And now I was just turning to other board members to see if, and Mr. Brunton, just so for the record, did I paraphrase that and state that correctly?
You were very accurate, yes.
Thank you. Okay, board members, any other questions? Oh, yes, Mr. Balagopalan was asking questions.
Mr. Brunton, those 28 complaints that were received, were they all from the same neighborhood?
No.
Okay. Were they generally from the Portola Springs area, or?
Yes, Irvine, Portola Springs. Some of them were from specific communities, repeat ones, but overall they weren't from one singular community right there.
So it's all in the Portola Springs area?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had. Yeah.
Board members, other questions? Senator, did you have questions? I think you are muted if you're trying to speak, Senator.
Were you aware, familiar with the report that he sent out requests for supplemental petition for the regular variance? Are you familiar with that?
Was I aware of the variance?
Yeah, the supplement petition for the regular variance.
Yeah, I wasn't dealing with the variance directly, but after the fires, I was aware that the landfill was shut down and there were variances.
This request came out today with all those pages. It says request to supplement petition for regular variance. Have you reviewed that at all?
I haven't read it all.
Well, you know, these are problems. On page, I just glanced at it because some of the members didn't get a chance to see it either. On page 5, they talk about the number of complaints that came in. They also talk about having a patrol almost like 24/7. Are you aware of that? Odor patrol.
Border Patrol?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware that they're monitoring their odors.
You don't know about the control and the time frame for it, that they're out there. Madam Chair, there's a lot of things that in this supplement report, making requests is voluminous.
Yes, I think given the time we received it and the lack of ability to go through it, I think rather than supplementing the petition, we will simply rest or rely on the testimony that we receive in evidence today.
There's a lot of information.
Which I think is going over that information.
Anyway, you list the number of reports and complaints, the time period that the complaints were made, etc. But you're gonna view it from a different angle. Then go ahead.
I'm sorry, was that a question, or you're done with questions? Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Brunton? Okay. Oh, Mr. Balagopalan.
Just for the record, Mr. Brunton, what's your title and how long have you worked for the South Coast AQMD?
Lionel Brunton, Air Quality Inspector 2. I've been working for AQMD for 2 years now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions for Mr. Brunton, I will thank you for your testimony today. And Ms. Pruitt, there are no other witnesses you wish to present unless, as you said, board members, are there any other questions you wish to have answered by a member of district staff or otherwise? Okay.
Wait a minute.
Oh, go ahead, Senator.
Ms. Pruitt said she was going to have her staff review this supplement request and share with her and us what their findings are. And if they should review this. There's a lot of information that's lost and not being discussed as evidence.
Chair, at this point, my purpose of submitting that supplemental was to inform the board, as was stated at the beginning of this hearing. You requested that I basically go through it and establish facts based on testimony. So if it assists to move this along, I will withdraw that and just rest on the testimony that was provided today. I was only trying to assist the board, and it sounds like there was a delay in getting it to you. So I am in agreement with withdrawing it.
I understand that, but my question to ask Ms. Pruitt, if any member of her staff reviewed it, if it did, what was their opinion? Period.
Well, given the time, I did send it out to staff, but the staff that would have been most familiar with it is in training. So while I did forward it to them, most of them probably got it this morning by the time that I got it and received it and had it distributed. Everyone had not had the opportunity to read it. And some of the parts that they asked me if they could skip was, a lot of it had to do with, these are the things that we did do proactively. They weren't necessarily going through, in my opinion, going through the conditions themselves. Instead, some of them were highlighting the additional steps, which is, proactive of the facility. But I don't have any staff member available right now that has gone through all of the supplement and what was sent over this morning. And speaking with Angela Shibata, it looks as if it was all worked out through the testimony thus far this morning. That's from the engineering department. I just got the message from her.
Well, I would rather than them to testify, but I can understand your point. I will say, however, customarily, attorneys will bury you in paper. You won't get to the evidence or the facts. Closing statement.
I do think what we heard from, thank you for that. I do think what we heard from Mr. Alberian was that he did, at my request, cover through testimony that which was in those papers. So he's going to withdraw those papers and rest on the testimony and evidence that we received today. And I did have one question for the parties. maybe I misheard, but as I was coming back after lunch, I heard some conversation and I wasn't sure, do we have agreement on the proposed variance conditions?
Mr., if I may have just a moment. Mr. Alberian, have you had the opportunity to review what staff drew up for this morning?
Yes.
And are you and your client, are you in agreement with the terms?
We did request some changes, but if there is not agreement in changing those, we can live with what was submitted by you. So there may not have been time to sort through some of those requested changes. So if that is the case, we will live with what you submitted this morning.
Thank you.
And is there any significant change, just so we know? Mostly these are the same monitoring conditions and reporting conditions. The nuisance condition. And as you said, Ms. Pruitt, they were redrafted to be very clear what is required.
Yes, yes, because there were some may have appeared arbitrary or not clear. She specifically tried to narrow the scope so that they were easily understood. And I understand now that Orange County Waste and Recycling does understand that it's not just the spirit of the law or the condition, it's the actual letter or the words themselves.
And I'm going to ask, I don't know if there's a witness who wants to state this, or Mr. Alberian, if you do, is there any confusion? We should get that out now. Any confusion on any of the proposed conditions before we would end the hearing?
No, I can represent that we will look at the letter of the conditions as updated and we will comply with them. If for any reason there's a circumstance that arises that results in a need to delay or something unexpected, we will contact AQMD, talk to them about that to make sure that it is a no, but as council had mentioned, that it's not just silence. We will coordinate and keep the communication lines open, but our intent would be to follow the letter.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now. There have been a number of members of the public who have been following the hearing. And I want to invite any member of the public at this time who wishes to give public comment. And again, the ways to do that is if you are on if you're on the Zoom call, as many of you are, to please virtually raise your hand. You should be able to see that if you're on a tablet or a phone, that there is a raise hand symbol that you can press. On a PC, you'll see it if you move your mouse at the bottom of your screen. I want to give you the opportunity to let us know that you wish to be heard. And if you are on the teleconference, Madam Clerk, do you know if there's anyone on the teleconference? You're muted.
Looking. I was looking, and there is not anyone on the teleconference.
Okay, so it's those who are attendees still, and I'll just give you a minute or two if you wish to be heard on anything on the hearing today, or just generally with regard to your experience. Okay. I am not seeing any member of the public who wishes to be heard. Okay.
Actually, there's one.
Oh, there is? Did I miss that?
Yes.
Oh,
Allison.
I do see now. Okay. Okay. We only see her as Allison. And Paul, I see you have the timer. We are going to allow Allison to talk, and I'm going to try to I think you have to oh, there we go. Can you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, can you state your full name for the record?
My name is Allison Young, ALLYS as in Sam, ON as in Nancy, Young, YOUNG. I am a resident in Portola Springs of Lambert Ranch.
And thank you. And Miss Young, were you here this morning when I administered the oath to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay, so you have taken that oath.
Okay, so can I start?
Yes,
So,
start you now. Go ahead.
okay, so basically, as Xiaohan had mentioned, that we had been having some odor issues approximately, I would say 4 to 5 years ago. And initially we had, talked to the landfill and tried to communicate with them. And I think that's where she's feeling like there wasn't getting any response, because honestly, initially, all we were being told was, oh, it's the B Canyon wash. It's not us, it's them, it's them, it's them. And so it felt like it was kind of like, not us. So we talked to the city, and finally last year the city got involved, and we're like, okay, they're saying it's the B Canyon, you need to clean it up. And we looked at the history of the Google Maps of what the B Canyon looked like, years ago, and now with the sediment and the rain and things like that. So they did their job and they cleaned it up, and there was still odors. And that's when the city stepped in and then hired a third party to come and collect odors and things like that, and put different canisters throughout the neighborhoods in Portola Springs. And that's how they ended up finding that a lot of the odors all came from the landfill. I feel like what happened was, initially when they were contacted, we were kind of given the runaround. And last year what happened was, Farid, one of the residents, his daughter got very sick. She was, throwing up. I've myself started getting, headaches, especially after the fire. And that's when, and honestly, we didn't even know that we could contact you guys. We had tried the whole online submit a complaint thing to the landfill, but we were really not getting any answers. And it wasn't until last year when the city stepped in and said that, something, residents are complaining, because I don't want to sit there and call, AQMD every day, every time. And that's why, if you look at my calls to AQMD, I might have called 3-4 times, but the odors were there way more than 3-4 times. And I believe they started doing meetings with us in May, is because all the findings from the third party came out and said, look, there are odors coming from the landfill. They could no longer deny that the odors were coming from there. So then now I feel like, oh, that's why they, let's have a meeting every month. And then every time residents ask about certain questions, we weren't really given an answer. We're working on it. We're working on it. And I think that's where a lot of residents are kind of just a little tired of hearing, well, we're working on it, but what are you doing to work on it? And we're hearing various things like, oh, they use a tarp to cover, and then, in the morning they lift it. And that's why people in the morning, because I myself don't, I don't go out in the morning, I'm more afternoon, evening. So I smell the stuff in the evening. But I know some of the residents go out in the morning and that's when they smell it. So, so then that's when we're like, okay, you got to put, soil on top. And that helped, quite a bit. But then what happened was, they started spraying this Febreze-like thing. And I know some of the residents were like, what's that smell? And you could literally smell them spray the Febreze to try to cover the odor. So myself, I'm just like, we understand that they need to, be there, but do it in a way like away from the residents. 4,500 feet closest to the closest home. Why can't they be further? Why can't they, be a mile away? A lot of people live here because, we want to be able to walk outside. Lots of times I don't even walk outside because I'm afraid that I'm going to get a headache just from walking outside.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Thank you for your comments today and for coming to, again, represent your community today and letting the board know your experiences. I'm going to ask both attorneys, first Mr. Albarian and then Ms. Pruitt, if they have any questions for you. Mr. Albarian, any questions?
I think I only have two questions. One, Ms. Allison or Ms. Young, am I correct to understand that the issues with odors and some of the headaches and things like that, I think you said it got worse, especially after the fire. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think that since the fire, and just assume for a second that, that was a pretty big event, do you think that it has gotten better since then? It's only been about a month and a half, but have you noticed some improvement from the worst of the time?
I can't completely say so because I'm afraid to step out. I won't even take my toddler outside because of that one experience. I stepped out to get mail and I was like, what in the world is this? And literally within 10 seconds, I started having a really bad headache. And that was when I made a call, and I know a lot of other members made a call. And that's when I met with Lionel that evening. It was like around midnight, 11 p.m. But we wanted to, it was very, very bad. I think it was around 9:30 or 10 when I stepped outside. And usually because of the fire, a lot of residents I know have air purifiers running in their home, trying to, get the odor out, because the odor was still seeping into the home and we could smell that. So that day it was so intense. It was at a 1 to 5, it was a 5. And that's why we had so many complaints that evening. I know by the time Lionel came up, it had dissipated a little in our area because in Lambert Ranch, we're kind of on the hill. But Farid, who met with us that evening, said, oh, what you have here is nothing to what he had where he lived.
Just one other question. You talked about the landfill telling you kind of some of what they do using tarps and things like that. You did say that as a result of some of these complaints, the landfill chose to start covering with soil. And you said, I believe the quote was, and using soil helped a lot. I just wanted to confirm that some of the things, maybe we're not perfect, but some of the things that are being tried are helping. I'm not saying we're doing everything perfect, but just wanted to at least confirm that you do see that happening.
We tried to find out because apparently the soil thing was a test. It's not something they do every day. I believe part of the motivation on not using soil is probably the cost, because if you think about it, if there's trash there and you put soil on top and then you put the tarp on top, the next morning when you remove the tarp, the soil's there to kind of mitigate the odor and suppress it a little. But when you don't have soil and the first thing you do is you open the tarp and all you have is like this trash, of course the odor is going to dissipate. And that's probably what people are smelling. And then, with the wind direction or, whatnot, maybe it just got worse. But they tried the neutralizer. That didn't go too well when it smelled like Febreze in the area. And what I understand is when they do the soil, it helps mitigate the odor a bit more. I don't know how perfect it is because, again, I live a little further away, but Farid, who lives up close, his 2 kids can't step outside. They get really, really sick. We have one neighbor, she's not even living at home. She's staying at a hotel and at family members because the odors were so bad right after the fire. She's afraid to just live at home, and she has an infant too. So.
Okay, well, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Ms. Pruitt, do you have any questions for Ms. Young?
Just briefly, Ms. Young, thank you for calling in today. How are you?
Okay.
Okay, good. And I just wanted to confirm, we have had from our system where we keep our database. You said that you've called in this year, and your calls began at or about 11:13 through 12:16. Would that be correct, through yesterday?
Yeah, and I called yesterday too. I was one
Right.
of the callers for yesterday. Yeah.
So of the
you know,
25,
probably 3 calls are me. Maybe 3.
okay, so well, it doesn't really matter. It's just our class system has logged 5 from you.
Okay.
Of the 28 complaints, and 3 from the other woman, so that accounts for 8. So other than you all, there are perhaps 20 complaints, and that's not to minimize at all. I'm just trying to get some understanding of when your complaints came in. So for us, your first complaint was 11:13, just about a month ago.
Yeah, and
Is that correct?
yes. And the reason why is because we honestly, a lot of us did not understand that we could call you guys. We kept believing, every time we had a meeting with the landfill, they said, oh, just go online and fill out that little form and then we'll get back to you.
But you all are
and
now, I'm sorry. I
go
apologize.
ahead.
But you all
Yeah.
are now aware that
Yes.
calling the district is separate than calling Orange County Waste and Recycling, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Nothing further.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Ms. Young? Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Young, for coming before us today. My question does have to do with the meetings. In any of the meetings, did Orange County Waste and Recycling ever mention to you that you had the ability to call AQMD? Did they provide that number to you at all?
No. We didn't know until we complained to the city, and the city was the one who told us.
And how long ago was that?
It was around a month ago. It was when the fire happened, and we're like, this is ridiculous because the odor was so bad. And a lot of us didn't understand, to go online or, and fill out the little form. We just did a direct call when we figured out that, oh, this is the way to do it. We didn't know. The whole time when we had these meetings with the landfill, I don't know if they posted it for the general public. We knew about these monthly meetings because I happened to be in that email thread because I'm on the board of Lambert Ranch HOA. And me and Tom Allen, who's another resident in Lambert Ranch, we had discussed this issue, 3-4 years ago, because we've been on the board since then, and we wanted to help resolve it, for our residents here. We live here and all the residents live here, and of course we want to look out for our own residents. We never understood that we could call AQMD, but by the time we figured it out, that's when we told people, oh, you can do this. But even that, like these meetings that we've been having, I don't know if they're posted for all the residents of Portola Springs. We happen to know about it because we were in an email chain.
So are you now posting it on your HOA website?
We posted about recently. I'm not very good with that whole Facebook thing, and we used to have a HOA board member that's on Facebook, but now we're trying to organize ourselves, I guess, as you could say, to try to notify. This whole AQMD meeting that you guys have today, we didn't even know about it until I happened to be on Instagram, watching at the Irvine website, and Irvine posting that, oh, there's going to be a meeting. There was no email sent out to anybody. There was no letter sent out to residents in Portola Springs that there was going to be this meeting this morning. We literally found out about this meeting yesterday.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Young.
Thank you. And Ms. Young, it's not to minimize that you should be getting notice, and that in an ideal world, we would want you to have that individualized notice. But under our rules for variance relief, which is what's being requested today, that notice was published in a newspaper. And I know that I've had issues with that myself, but that is that is the legal notice, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we don't understand that, but I think in this day and age, especially with, you know, social media and things like that, I can't imagine, you know, you walk around my neighborhood, I don't see more than 50% of the residents getting the newspaper.
Understood.
Everybody reads it online, you know, that's people want to save the trees. You know, they don't want any more paper. So we read everything online. You know, we get our bills, statements online. Nothing's on paper. So we try to e-blast things for our residents, you know, information. And a lot of the residents, you know, they admit they smell it, but they're afraid to call. They're afraid to call, be a, you know, language barrier, you know, they just don't want to, you know, be known as the, you know, the annoying, you know, neighbor or something. But for me, I feel like there's a point where it's like, okay, if I can't take my own toddler out for a walk because I'm afraid he smells something and then I get a headache from smelling it, then, you know, there's an issue. That's why I didn't really, you know, call AQMD and been so aggressive with AQMD until after the fire when it got really bad. I know they tried to work on things, you know, prior to that, because like I said, you know, it took a lot when the city stepped in and things like that. But we should be able to go for a walk or not be afraid to take, you know, we're living here because we're supposed to be able to, you know, be in a wonderful city and, you know, enjoy nature. That's why we have all these nature trails. But if you can't even, you know, go on your nature trails, what's the whole point?
Understood. And I think the Senator Holden has a question for you as well.
Okay.
Ms. Young, you remember the HOA still?
Yes.
And the other gentleman, a person on the HOA with you 3 or 4 years ago raised this problem, the question about the odor. Did you testify to that?
I'm sorry, say that again.
3 or 4 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
you and the other member of the HOA discussed the odor problem?
Yes, I can testify to that.
And you brought it to the attention of the city?
Not really at that time. We were trying to actually talk to the Portola Springs people, and we were trying to talk to the Portola Springs HOA manager there. And we were like, do you have any complaints? You know, and they said, no, we have no complaints. Nobody's complaining about no odor. So, you know, we're like, okay, can it just be us? That's just, you know, weird and bizarre. You know?
How long have you lived in that environment?
I've lived in this neighborhood since about 2012 of November.
8 years, okay. When you first moved in, were you able to detect the odor at that time?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
One other question.
Oh, you do.
Mm-hmm.
Do you consider this company to be good neighbors?
I'm sorry? Do I consider the landfill to be good neighbors?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be baking cookies for them. You know, because we do that around here for reals, you know, like our neighbors bake things for each other and we pass it on. I think they're trying, but I feel like they need to try harder because obviously there's something going on. And even though the quote unquote test results say, oh, it's not past, you know, the health limit, but I believe one of the tests in one of the third party from the city, it was borderline. I mean, borderline. And when we asked, oh, does that give this kind of, you know, symptoms and things like that? And the toxicologist said, it may. Well, you know, when you've got so many people getting headaches, obviously it is.
Are you aware that they're at this time trying to fix the problem?
I am aware they are trying to fix it.
Well, they're asking for additional time to fix the problem. Are you in agreement with it? You agree with that?
I think I don't have a choice. They need more time, but I feel like I think one of the things that a lot of us are kind of misunderstanding is this whole variance. Is this, variance going to be 6 months or years? Because in the meeting yesterday, when we were asked about, how long is it going to take to really resolve all this, we were told, quote unquote, years. We're thinking, what? Why would this take years? When we moved here, we were told that, Bowerman landfill is supposed to be one of the more high-tech landfills, that gases would be, collected and, things would be safe, but it doesn't feel that way at this moment.
And
Madam Chair,
yes,
I just wanted to state that, we do have a 3-minute time limit, and I
Oh,
don't,
sorry.
because
no, we were asking the questions, but yeah, we should move on. I just wanted to state for Ms. Young, since she did have a question, which I think probably the public has, and I'm going to ask Mr. Alberian in his closing to tell us how long they are requesting variance relief. But what we heard so far, Ms. Young and members of the public, was that they anticipate that they would be back into compliance for the variance's sake by April, but it's all going to be dependent upon when they receive the required permits from the district. So we are not talking about years-long variance. I don't know other issues, but the variance will likely only be months if granted today. And thank you very much, Ms. Young. Oh, Mr. Balagopalan, do you have a quick question? Because
Yes,
Mr.
it's a quick question.
We have another matter we really do need to.
Okay, yes, I do realize that. Ms. Young, I believe you called yesterday too.
Yeah.
Compared to when you called first on the 13th of last month, would you say the odor intensity is higher? I mean, it's the same or lower? How do you characterize the odor that you smelled yesterday?
I think it was 3 to 4. Usually I don't call until it's at least a 3.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good question. Okay, any other questions before we allow Ms. Young to leave us? And thank you again, Ms. Young, for your time.
Thank you.
And I'm going to just, again, just because I don't see that anyone, oh, I do. I see that there's another hand. Oh, that's Ms. Pruitt. Did you wish to be heard, Ms. Pruitt? You're on mute.
I'm just going to figure out how to put my hand down.
I did. I put it down.
Oh, thank you.
Any other member of the public? I'm just going to call very quickly before closing statements on this matter. If there's any other member who wishes to be heard before we close testimony in the hearing, and I don't see anyone else. And thank you all. For those of you who did not wish to give testimony, just thank you for being in attendance. Okay. So with that, Mr. Alberian, I'm going to start with you, and if you can summarize your closing statement, and also please let us know what is the request specifically in terms of time.
I will do so. Thank you. Hearing board, I appreciate your time. On November 3rd, we were before you, and the hearing board unanimously found good cause and unanimously approved the variance. Since that time, significant improvements have happened at the landfill regarding repairs, and we have one category of repair in the leachate system that needs to be finished, and that is why we continue to need variance protection. As was stated by Mr. Peace, there are a number of rules that were previously covered that we no longer need protection, and that is an example of the hard work that has been done. And with regard to timing, I was able to confirm that Waste and Recycling did submit its permit request for expedited review. So our goal is, as stated, to receive the equipment that we have ordered by early January and get that work done by, I believe, February or sooner, and then give a little time for the tuning of the system. So I think what we are requesting is a variance coverage that would take us to March or April 2021. And of course, per the conditions, if we reach that, if we reach compliance sooner than that, we would inform the hearing board and would no longer need the protection. So Orange County Waste and Recycling has gone over and above to comply and get this taken care of. And I believe their actions should be commended. And we ask for this hearing board to approve the request to continue the variance for another approximate 6 months. But I believe I'm asking for, through that May.
Wait, you said March, April? Wait,
Oh,
now it's saying May?
Sorry, March, April, sorry, April.
Can you tell us the date by which you are requesting?
I would say April. And this is all contingent upon us getting the permit, because the permit delays the calendar. So if the permit comes after January, we have to delay based on that. So, but I would say we're requesting, April 29th.
Okay. And I just want to be very clear before I go to Ms. Pruitt that if a variance is granted and if it goes through April 29th, and if you cannot make that, it is not, I just want to be clear, it's compliance with the letter. So if you're going to need a modification to extend it because for some reason you did not receive the permit and that was beyond your control, you need to petition the board to do that, or else you'll be without variance coverage. Ms. Pruitt, your closing, please.
Thank you. Based upon the testimony, the district is not opposed to the variance, subject to the conditions, and I don't want to overstate this, but subject to the conditions being abided by the letter and not the spirit of the conditions. I do understand that this landfill is relatively proactive compared to others. And I do appreciate that, but it's very important that we have a good handle and on their commitments, and that they abide by the commitments and are accurate on the dates and the times. And I say all of that just because I don't want that to be taken lightly. Based upon the testimony I've heard today and based upon the new request, I don't believe that there's anything else. If I can have just 1 second, staff, just okay, and so it was just the staff was just saying that as of now, they don't have applications entered into the system. But I'm going to imagine that we will have that taken care of quickly. And with that, the district has nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Can we get clarification then on that from Mr. Alberian from your side? What date those permit applications were filed with expedited processing?
I am trying to find that out right now.
Okay, let's take that time.
And staff is also working on that to see if they can get it any quicker.
If I also may add, this is a Title V facility, so it has to go to EPA for their review also. So there's even with expedited request on EPA, there's at least a public notice 30-45 day time frame.
Yes, that's correct. And Mr. Alberian, when you requested April 29th, did you take into account that 45-day review time?
No, I basically took into account that we would be starting the construction in January. So I would modify my request to at least add 60 days. So instead of April, I would say the end of June to at least give us time for the permit, because it appears that there's approximately 2 months that the permit will take.
Okay, and let's just make sure that the permit application was submitted.
I am seeing that it was mailed out on Tuesday, December 15th.
Oh,
Okay,
that explains it.
that explains it.
So my request would be modified to push it to at least the end of June if the permitting process is going to take 2 months.
Do you have a date in June?
I will take a look.
If that's the case, I'd like you to have a date in June, but if that's the case, then I'd like to see before we start deliberations, that if we can have a condition that within so many days of receiving that permit, that the installation and construction will begin, and et cetera, because now you're asking, and understandably, because you didn't account for EPA review, but now we're asking for June. So
We have no objection to a trigger that requires us to initiate construction, because once again, the parts and equipment have already been ordered and are anticipated to arrive in January. So to some degree, we will be waiting and ready to go as soon as we get that. So I do not have an objection to a trigger. So if we want to say I don't know if we want to, how you want to structure it. It could be, 4 months from receipt of the permit, or however you would like to do it.
oh, you mean for completion?
Yes. And if we're not completed by 4 months, and we know that's going to happen, then per what you said before, we would need to repetition the hearing board for more time if for some reason that was the case.
Okay, Ms. Verdugo also had something to add in.
Actually, I would like to see a Gantt chart so that progress is followed and can be charted to keep them on track, as well as to keep us notified of where they are on this project. And I think it would help them as well to be able to have a plan.
Is that what is anticipated in proposed condition number 2?
I didn't see the Gantt chart
No,
mentioned.
it doesn't say Gantt chart. I'm just wondering what is the intention of number 2, condition number 2.
I see detailed plan, preliminary plan is acceptable with current project schedule. I have to be honest here, I'm not seeing a lot of, I don't see that there's a fire lit under that, the fact that they are going to keep it, take it seriously, and really stay on schedule to do this. And while it's a Title V facility and does require that 45-day review, to me, it's even a tighter schedule and more need for them to be aware of where they are at, as well as to be able to contact us and say, yes, we're at this point. We think we can complete it by this date. We're on target, so on and so forth.
And I would say that I believe that condition 2 does require that we keep you guys updated on the construction and things like that. As to lighting a fire under us, I think the deadline of the variance is fire enough. I mean, that's not a lot of time for this type of project, and we are under the gun to to get it done in time as it is. So
No, I'm in agreement with Ms. Verdugo Peralta. At the very least, we need a condition in there to make sure that within a certain amount of time that construction begins and construction has to end, but and the well field tuned by the end of the variance. But and two, the question is, what is the party's understanding of what is required in two? Is it to the level of a Gantt chart or is it lesser? I mean, it does say preliminary is okay, but what is the level of detail?
I would think that the level of detail is just trying to provide the hearing board information, not necessarily a Gantt chart, but an update that keeps you guys apprised of the status and timelines associated with what's going on.
Is there a Gantt chart for this project?
I do not know.
Look, if I might, I've got staff virtually jumping up and down, only because they want to make sure that it's clear that even an expedited permit can take 6 months. So they're cautioning, Mr. Alberian, I guess, to not be too aggressive in asking for a date, only because, an expedited permit can take 6 months or more. So, as long as you are aware of that.
Including EPA review time? Including EPA review?
Including, yes.
Well, this is a matter of my ignorance, and obviously the goal is that we want to get this done as soon as possible. But I definitely do not want to. I'm not trying to be too aggressive, and I'm trying to respond to the hearing board's desire to get this done. But there are certain realities regarding the permitting that, I'll be honest, I just don't know those timelines. So it sounds like we would ask for, I believe that there is the ability to grant a regular variance for a period of, 12 months, and then we could come back to you.
Okay, we're only gonna do, I'm gonna cut that short because we gotta move this along, but we're only gonna do a longer variance if we have specific conditions that are gonna make sure that you are on track. And the most important condition I can imagine is within such and such a time of receiving the permit, installation begins, construction begins, and then so and such amount of time after that, construction will end, and the project will be done. If we don't want to get in the weeds of a Gantt chart, that's fine. However, we do need at least that, so we can make sure that it's just not out there for a year and we don't know what's going on. So I would
propose that we agree to initiate construction within 30 days or within 30 days of receipt of the permit, and that we have construction complete after receipt of the permit within 4 months.
Okay, and what I'm looking at from staff simply says within 7, which might be a little tight, days of permit approval. Construction for the landfill gas condensate collection system shall commence. Within 4 months of permit approval, construction of the landfill gas condensate collection system shall be completed.
Okay.
So
why not 7 days if you're going to have everything by January?
I'm okay with that. I would just ask for, instead of 7 days, maybe 14 days. You just never know regarding getting things moving.
Rather than come back for this, let's make it an even either 14 or 20 days, or whichever the board seems more fit. It's just it's better to be as close to accurate as possible so that we don't have to come in extra times.
How are we going to know that they're on target? How are we going to know that their progress is going to get them to that deadline, unless we have some type of tool to utilize to have them report back to us and let us know where they're at? I mean, this is also for their benefit as well it is for ours. because it kind of lets them know, okay, we have, 30 days, let's say, or 15 days until we're supposed to meet this deadline for that part of the project. To me, this is just too vague.
Well,
Perhaps it's a return sooner rather than later. I'm having concerns about the complaints, having concerns about the conditions. And Mr. Verdugo Peralta is expressing the concerns I think board members have about moving along the schedule. So if we don't want to tweak too much about Gantt charts, et cetera, perhaps it's just a return in January, maybe the end of January.
Am I understanding you would like us to return in a month and a half?
I'm saying that might be a way to adding those 2 additional conditions so that we have some framework for the timing of this construction and then a return within a month and a half so we can assess. And then if things are moving along and the board feels a lot more comfortable, then we can set out a later return, or maybe we don't need another return.
And again, I think the progress will be dependent upon the permit processing. So that's what the uncontrolled event is.
And if you come back at the end of January and there's no progress on the permit, then you tell us that, and it's a very quick hearing, unless there's a lot of complaints, and we hear about that too. Would the parties be amenable to that?
Might I then, if this is the 17th, would it be acceptable to, let me just, excuse me, to pull up my calendar, 1 second. Would it be acceptable then to come back only because I'm counting the time that, if they're going to do something within the first 14 days of construction, or the permit has been submitted already, I think that mid-February might be more realistic, but delaying it 2 weeks could move things along more quickly for us. Is that I would be amenable to that if the board and Mr. Alberian is amenable to it, so that we can actually have some information when we meet again.
Given the issues we heard of in the community, I would only be willing to go as far as the week of the 9th, 10th, and 11th in February, if the parties agree to that, and my fellow board members agree that that's not too long either.
Oh, Teresa's got a problem, I guess, with the schedule.
Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair, we currently have a case already scheduled.
Oh, yikes. Okay. All right. Then it'll have to be the next week. You're right. We have an appeal that week. Okay. So it'll either have to be the first week of February or the 3rd week of February.
Would February 17th be available?
Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes, Senator.
can you just cut the red tape by saying that once the permit has been granted, they're to notify the board and us the time frame. And then from that point going forward, they will explain what it would take to construct and fine tune.
During deliberations, I'm gonna state why I would not be comfortable with that. I want to return if I'm on the fence of this variance, and we'll discuss that during deliberation. But a return at the very latest in February might make me feel more comfortable.
Being comfortable is one thing, but noticing the reality check is another.
Reality check of what?
What?
Reality check of?
When it can actually take place.
Yes, we can do it. We can do it that 3rd week of February.
Well, it's just wasting time to come back and you don't have any information.
It's not wasting time, because the information I want is the conditions in the community. That's what I want.
you can set forth a condition by saying, notify the board.
We're going to talk in deliberation. We already have one of those, and I'm not satisfied, but we're going to talk about that. I want to, before we close the hearing, I want to know if there is a date and if the parties agree to it, and then we'll discuss in deliberation whether we're going to adopt it.
Madam Chair, the week February 16th through the 18th is available.
Okay, and Ms. Pruitt has requested the 17th. Mr. Albarian, would that work? Should we grant a variance today, and should it include that return? Would that be acceptable?
We would attend, that would be acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board members, a little later than I would have hoped, but we're at deliberation, and I think I just wanted to start with what my concerns are. I've had a concern, as I mentioned earlier, I've heard this matter since it was an ex parte emergency. That ex parte was denied on the basis that the petition at the time had said there was no collection of landfill gas. And in my mind, there was no question that if there's no collection of landfill gas, that there is a nuisance condition in the community. And so based on Health and Safety Code 42353, which I read earlier, no variance shall be granted if the operation under the variance will result in a violation of section 41700, which is nuisance, that I could not grant it at that time. When the parties came back before us for the interim, we were clearly able to make the 6 findings based on the fact that it was because of a wildfire, not under the control. Again, I don't want to put blame on the landfill. Anything I'm saying is simply along the lines of what we are prohibited from granting a variance. We heard testimony that pipes had been capped, that there weren't many complaints at the time, and we placed into the interim variance conditions, condition number 15, which stated that in the event that a Rule 402 nuisance NOV is issued against the petitioner, petitioner shall within 24 hours of receipt of the NOV notify the AQMD and that a hearing would commence. Now I understand it wasn't issued, but under the last witness that we asked for, we learned that back over a month ago on November 13th, 6 verified complaints came in. And when I say verified, that means we asked Mr. Brunton, I think is his name, did he personally verify everyone? He said yes. Back to the landfill, he said yes. I asked him the odor intensity. He said up to moderate. And that was when he finally got there to verify each of those odor complaints. That sounds, I know it hasn't gone through the red tape, but that sounds very much like a nuisance condition to me. Yet, even though that was in here to protect the community from that nuisance condition, again, nothing can be done. I understand that. But a variance is not a right to any party to have. And when the legislature speaks very clearly and says there is a prohibition on granting variances under this circumstance, we have to take that seriously. So I have a lot of concern because there was that safety mechanism that was built in, and yet it did not trigger. And here we are a month later, and we heard from 2 members of the public, and they were quite explicit that since the fire, members of the community have had headaches, extreme nausea on at certain times, and that as late as yesterday, the last Ms. Young, who testified last, stated that she smelled an odor intensity. I think she said 4 to 5, or some very high odor intensity, and that's what it takes for her to call in. We also heard that members of this community might not have known till very recently to contact the district. So it doesn't sound like the conditions are great. I'm on the fence as to whether I feel that there is conditions that might require us not to grant this variance. However, I want to hear from my fellow board members because, well, I need to hear from my fellow board members, but also because that is why if this board decides to grant the variance, I would strongly suggest that we add a return no later than the February 17th date. So we can continue to assess without relying on the parties to come back to us with a trigger as to whether conditions are of a nuisance level in this community. And again, it keeps an eye on it. It's very important in my mind. But again, I'm not taking back from the fact that I can make the 6 findings, and it is not the landfill's fault that they are in this situation. Senator.
The pollution level will continue until the problem is solved. You cannot begin to solve the problem until the permit is granted. That's beyond their control. That's our control. To have a meeting in February without having the permit having been granted is not simply logical. You wait until the permit is granted, and then you bring them in and say, going forward, how much time you need to complete the project. I mean, they can't give you a timeline on that until the permit has been granted. So logically, I don't understand this meeting in February, and I will vote no on that.
Okay, so are you feeling very confident based on what we heard today, and in particular, what I just articulated, in terms of there were 6 verified complaints, which are what is necessary for an NOV, and just because it wasn't technically issued back in November 13th, over a month ago, do you feel confident that we can grant a variance without a return to continue to check on nuisance conditions, where under Health and Safety Code, section 42353, it says, however, no variance shall be granted if the operation under the variance will result in a violation of section 41700. I mean, I don't understand how you don't feel that it is relevant that we take the temperature of complaints and nuisance conditions in February when the parties were supposed to be monitoring that, and they didn't. They did not come back to us.
Your hands are tired, so are theirs, and so is yours. You can't go forward until you get the permit has been granted. So it seems logical to me that if the board, if AQMD work expeditiously to grant a permit, then of course if it comes sooner, that's fine. There's a timeline for that.
Okay, in the meantime, they have a variance.
They can't begin to construct or solve the odor problem until they complete the job. And they can't start the job till the permit is granted.
Okay. It's just a question of whether we can legally have a variance for that, and that's why. It has nothing to do with the permit. Although I know Ms. Verdugo-Peralta wants to have more knowledge and control over how quickly they need to be moving, and that's another reason. Okay.
And also, it is in the investigation stage, excuse me, at our office, just so that you are aware as to the one event that
I appreciate that, but we did close but I do appreciate that.
Well, I like to hear what you have to say.
That's fine, but then we all have to vote, please, Senator. We did close the thing. If you want to hear what she has to say, then do we have 3 votes to reopen to hear what Ms. Pruitt said? We understand it's still in the investigation.
The attorney also is relevant. Let us speak.
Okay, do 3 members agree?
Is it better if we ask our own engineer what he estimates when that would be completed, Senator?
Are you talking about the permit? Now we're talking about 2 different things.
Well, I understand that, but
Ms. Pruitt was stating that the NOV is still in the investigation.
right,
Okay.
yeah,
The NOV, not the permit.
I understand that, but I just wanted to help the senator understand in regards to the permit and ask Mr. Balakopalan if he had any idea, just an estimate of how long from this point, since they mailed it on Tuesday, they probably won't get it until Monday or Tuesday of next week. And that's a holiday week, which means they may not even look at it until the following Monday or Tuesday.
First of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't give you a time frame, you know, and especially with the situation of the COVID and staff working from home and so forth.
Right.
But I think it depends on management giving it a higher priority. I think to Ms. Pruzak's point in having a return date puts a burden on both parties, actually, also on the district, on the permitting staff to talk to management and give it a higher priority project and get the permit out, and maybe even request EPA to expedite PR review so that the permit can be issued sooner than later.
I agree with that.
Waiting for the statutory time of 6 months.
Yeah.
So that puts the onus on everybody. Permitting also, because the situation in the community is bad, and I think management knows knows that, and will be reflected in the urgency they give this project, because they are aware, or should be aware, that they cannot do the final stage until the permit is issued. So,
And for all those reasons, I think we need to think about that. But however, my biggest concern, of course, is how this is affecting the public. And it sounds like it's a very bad situation and needs to be addressed as soon as possible. And I'm sorry to say, but I don't have a lot of faith in them following through. The testimony I heard today was very lackadaisical in the sense of taking our conditions seriously enough to, oh yeah, well, we missed it by a day. Oh yeah, noted. Okay. This is not what I need to hear. I need to hear that they're going to do this. They understand that timeline. We all discussed it. The conditions are in black and white. And this person knows the district well enough to know how it operates, and should have, at the very least, contacted staff and gotten some more information for themselves, and or to let us know, well, yeah, we'll be there, or it's delayed for this reason, whatever it was. But
I couldn't agree with you more on that, Ms. Peralta. However, I would like to add that they did take other actions, which I think we have to also give them credit for. They brought the thermal oxidizer in. They did actually, doing the study that we talked about in the last hearing in the community. They've hired a consultant, and the consultant's actually using instruments, not just using their nose. They're actually using instruments to take readings and get the readings. They also did the health study, and it looks like in the community that have been affected greatly with the Portillo Springs area. So they've taken, I think, steps, beyond what is in the order to address the issues.
However, when they're not taking seriously certain conditions that we expected them to do, that we had faith that they would, on our last hearing and all of the discussions that we had then, we gave them every bit of faith that we felt that they were going to follow through. And on the ones that you mentioned, yes, they did. But there were others that it would have taken a phone call, or it would have taken a discussion to let us know, to keep us apprised. And that's why I feel that we need to have certain periods where they're letting us know we're at this point and we think we're going to make it to that deadline, or we're not going to for this reason or that reason. That's part of it. But the other part, and the most important part to me, is how is that community being affected, and what can be done, if anything, to help that community and help the remediation of the odors that are affecting them so adversely.
Dr. Bernstein, you wanted to add something?
And I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I agree. I think that's why staff from South Coast reworded those conditions to make it very explicit. There's no ambiguity on the deadlines and when certain things are supposed to be done. And I agree that what they did was that lackadaisical approach in some of those conditions is not, it's really, it's somewhat not appropriate,
Disappointing.
Let's move on, Dr. Bernstein. Wait, Ms. Verdugo, okay, I thought your thing went off.
I hit the wrong button.
Dr. Bernstein, let's hear from you. I know you wanted to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the last several weeks have really brought into focus the trials and tribulations of running a landfill here in the state of California, and particularly within our jurisdictional area. That is, it is very difficult to get to perfection where everybody is satisfied with how that entity is running. Having said that, we're tasked with determining whether or not a variance is in order here, a regular variance. I believe that we can make the 6 findings. I also believe that the recommendations take into consideration with what Ms. Peralta has said, and the chair is to tighten up the time frame and have them actually come back for a status update in an appropriate frame, given the holidays and everything else that's been going on right when pick that date to be something that is reasonable, so that we can sit back and make sure that they're following the letter of the conditions that we are implementing. And that, again, as Mr. Bhagavapalan has suggested and noted, that the administration at the landfill did take multiple steps to improve the efficiency and reduce emissions with regards to the operation of their facility. And so I believe that there is a cocktail here that can satisfy, again, the 6 findings, be more responsive to the community that has complaints, invested notice of violation. We'll have those answers and we meet and see exactly how they are to the conditions that we've delineated as to what further action needs to be taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
If you have a meeting in February requesting a status report and the permit instruction is not granted, your status report is of today. Nothing's going to change. What you hear then is what you hear now. The only thing that'll change, if necessary, that you have to be granted a permit, and then you want to find out going forward what would be your time frame for completing the project. It's beyond their control when they request a permit and then the time the permit is granted. So it doesn't make sense. It's not logical. If you have a hearing in February and the permit isn't granted, then they can't do anything anyway. So all you're going to hear is what you hear today. Once the permit is granted, then it takes so much time to complete the project. Then that is in that control.
As of today, the parties have said they have no idea how long it's going to take for permitting. As of today, they have no idea when that permit will be granted. So the request is to give this extended variance. However, there's been no commitment for a Gantt chart. And the commitment in proposed condition number 2 is pretty loose. Again, we heard issues today with regard to compliance with exact compliance with some of the conditions. And we heard today, most troubling for me, I guess maybe not for my fellow board members, but for me, that we had that trigger in condition 15, and yet a month ago, there were 6 verified complaints and no NOV up till today. And so as a result, we didn't come back. So I do not feel comfortable for so many reasons, and the permit and that one piece of construction is everything, because it's the last remaining portion that needs to be in place before this community can have respite and everything can be working in the collection of landfill gas and destruction of landfill gas. So as a result, I would like to, I want to shortcut it. I'm going to make a motion if you don't
I'm going to make a statement, please.
Fine. I'm going to make a motion.
Let me make my statement. You made yours.
Yes, please.
I think the real problem here, we know the community has a problem with odors, but you can, and they want to know when the job is going to be done. The worst thing you could do is give a false hope that something in February would happen to get it done quicker when it will not.
No one's saying that.
They can't start to do the project until the permit is granted, approved, period.
That's very clear.
The community got to understand that.
Okay, so now they understand that.
Other than that is false hope.
Okay, I don't think it's false hope for us to check in. We do that on all our longer cases. Okay, so what I'm going to say is I agree. Let's just shortcut the 6 findings. We were able to make them. We've incorporated all of that testimony, all of those findings in this hearing. And most importantly, again, I want to emphasize it was beyond the reasonable control of this landfill of the County of Orange to have had a wildfire that had this much destruction and devastation to the landfill and to the collection and destruction of the landfill gas. That is a tragedy all around, and especially to the community, but it is clearly beyond their reasonable control. I don't think any member of this board is expressing any difficulty in making those 6 findings. The issue that I have had longstanding is the issue of, is a nuisance being created just from these circumstances? I think it tends to go towards, yes, it is. It's not crystal clear. However, I agree with everyone. I agree with the senator. I agree with everybody that the best course of action is to have this variance. Even if we were to deny this variance and say, well, you have to go through an order for abatement, it would take a long time for us to notice that order for abatement. And it's very important that we have the landfill on track to come into compliance. And this is the best opportunity we have, and that's the best thing for the community. And so because of that, I'm going to make a motion that in the matter of Orange County Waste and Recycling, Frank R. Bowerman landfill case number 5710-5, I move that we grant a regular variance, and it will be my motion to grant it beginning today and going through June 30th, 2021. And I'm going to include a return. And at that time, hopefully we'll have more information, which will allow us to either extend or otherwise that time frame. And it will be for the same, all the equipment at the landfill, but most particularly, it is for everything in the landfill gas collection, but most particularly still on the condensate leachate system. And the rules are going to be and it is for 11002 B Canyon Access Road in Irvine. It is for rules 203B and 3002C1. The facility-wide permit 069646 for conditions 4C, E as in egg, G as in George, and L, and 5, B as in boy, D as in David, G as in George, and H. And I'll go over this, Madam Clerk, with you. Also, conditions 1, 2, 6, 8, and 9 of permit to operate G54230. Conditions numbers 1, 2, 17, 18, and 21 of permit to operate. Oh, sorry.
It's gone.
Not
They don't need that.
They don't need that. Okay, sorry. Scratch that last thing I said. And they don't need it.
The other one too, 6-1.
Don't need the other one either. Okay.
Yeah.
And also, so that's it for 203B and 3002C1. Also from 1150.1D16, 1150.1, these are all 1150.1. E1, E2, E3, and E4, and E4. I think that's it.
Yes.
All of those rules, I further move that we incorporate the proposed variance conditions, which are in Exhibit C as in Charlie, with 2 additions. We'll put them, we'll make them new 14 and 15. 14 will be within 14 days of receipt of permit approval, comma, petitioner shall commence construction of the condensate leachate system. Is that the proper word, system?
Yeah.
Okay. Period. The next new condition will be within 4 months of receipt of permit approval, petitioner shall complete construction of the condensate leachate system. And finally, I'm going to add a new condition after what was condition 15, which will say the parties shall return to the hearing board for a status/modification hearing on February 17th, 2021. And that completes my motion. Is there, oh, excess emissions are to be determined of landfill gas.
I'll second it.
And Mr. Balagopalan has seconded it. Discussion, Senator.
You stated in your motion that they have 4 months to complete the job after they receive the permit is granted.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. If you separate the question from having to come back in February, I can vote for that. But if you look, you combine it, I won't. Simple logic is this, and we have to be logical. Number one is that you need a trigger. The trigger will determine going forward the time frame which you already explained. The trigger will be based on the beginning and at the end of the trigger, when the trigger starts, that is, the permit is granted. Then the time frame you explain in your motion is applicable. I mean, it just doesn't make sense otherwise. And then you have a motion to have a hearing in February, which is tantamount to what you have today. Now, if you separate the question about having a meeting in February, we get a separate motion, I will vote for it. If you leave that in, I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Thank you.
False hope.
Thank you for your, and there's no false hope. I'm being very clear in my motion and to the public. No one expects that this problem will be fixed by February. This variance is going through June 30th, 2021, as the motion has been stated, and the parties have been very clear that it may take longer than that.
Be flexible and separate the motion.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta, you had discussion on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to know, well, I do know on this part, if in fact they do get more complaints and it is the 3 in an hour and they do get an NOV, we're going to be back here anyway, correct?
I don't know the answer to that because we weren't back here November 13th. That was the intention of.
But is that the way it's supposed to operate?
That is the way it, and I understand, and Ms. Pruitt was, and I appreciate Ms. Pruitt was trying to make sure the record was very clear that it was that NOV is still under investigation. But I think, you know, the urgency of what is proposed condition 15, and that was in the interim variance. I don't think that was conveyed. So I would really like to have this come back for that reason as well.
Okay, I'm all right with that. And my second, and it's more of a question, is it possible for us to request strongly to both staff and EPA that this be expedited as much as possible, that this is a high priority?
I think we should say it out loud. We have no ability to expedite it anymore. But I think, as you're saying, Ms. Verdugo Peralta, based on what we heard today, that permit is holding up the linchpin, the essential thing that is remaining to make sure that this community has respite from what happened from this wildfire. And so I hope that they plan to expedite it with, and I'm sure they do, with everything that they have. But I think it's worth noting. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And just before I call for a vote, Senator, I just want you to know I'm not trying to be inflexible. It's just this was the motion I wanted to make because I can't vote in favor of the variance without it. So I can't uncouple it.
I understand that and I accept your comment. All I'm saying is you separate the question and I can vote for it also, make it a two motion, because I can't vote for the 27th return. February 17th.
I do appreciate that. And I think you're very clear on the record. So I think it's clear to the community where you're standing. So so I'm not going to uncouple it, but I think you've been very clear.
Good.
Oh, did you have something to add before I call for a vote?
Yeah, I do. And I just want to get on the record that I don't know what the stats are. Just because I know is written by inspector doesn't mean that it'll be issued. So, it has to go through investigations, it has to go through management and so forth. So there could be so many reasons why management and they have the authority to, to nullify the NOV. So I don't think we should, while we know it's been written, but we shouldn't say, okay, that's NOV is eminent because of that. So there could be various reasons why NOV can be thrown out.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I'm not trying to cast any kind of aspersions on anyone. I always think that the district does an excellent job, does its job well, and members of staff do their job well. I'm just concerned that we have the right triggers and that they're working properly. Any other discussion before I call for a vote? Okay, Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta, how do you vote?
Aye.
Senator, how do you vote with the understanding that you did request to uncouple it?
Well, I vote no because really as a chair and in this situation, there's no problem with separating the question. You took a hard position unnecessarily. There's no rationale for that.
I appreciate your position. However, I would not vote for this motion if that wasn't in it. That's why I didn't uncouple it.
You're going to accomplish nothing in February.
Okay, I disagree, but I appreciate that. Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes 4-1. And thank you everyone for a very hearty discussion. And thank you to the members of the public. Ms. Pruitt.
Is there a point of clarification? You mentioned a January date and there was a February date. Which date is the correct date?
When did I say a January date?
That's February 17th.
Did I say January 17th with the return?
No, it's kind of a or before you actually hit the hard date of February 17th.
February 17th.
Okay, thank you.
It was a date that I asked the parties and you both agreed.
Yes.
Okay. Is that clear? Okay.
I should have agreed to that. That's my mother's birthday.
Oh, sorry. Okay, board members, we do need to get to that second hearing, and I apologize to the parties for the second hearing that it took this late. But let's take just a very quick, maybe board members, should we take 5 minutes just to shuffle our papers and do whatever we need to do? 5 minutes. Let's be back at.
I gotta run to the bathroom, and I'm a little slower than most.
Okay.
I'll do my best to get right back.
10 minutes, good. Let's do it.
Yeah, more than.
More than good. 3 o'clock, and we'll try to get through it as quickly as we can. We're off the.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Ms. Roberts.
Good afternoon, Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Looks like it's about 2:53, so let's start reassembling.
Madam Chair, or I'm not sure if Paul is on, but I believe Mr. Matthew Eaton and Mike Corbett, who are currently attendees, are going to end up being witnesses for the respondent.
Okay, Matthew Eaton and Mike Corbett, I can move them to panelists. Okay. Anyone else who has not been promoted or should be?
The district's witnesses are all here.
Okay. All right, looks like we're all here and we are just missing the senator. And once we have that. Senator, are you, oh, there you are, thank you. Okay, we are back on the record and at long last, we are going to call our second matter for today, which is South Coast Air Quality Management District versus Ralph's Grocery Company, case number 6166-1. And it is for a modified order for abatement, which is stipulated. And who is representing the executive officer today?
Catherine Roberts on behalf of the executive officer. If I can clarify, this is not stipulated, Madam Chair. As to the modification.
Okay. Oh, the modification is not stipulated too. Okay. Okay. Modification not stipulated. Thank you. And who is representing Ralph's today?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. It's Mike McDonough from Pillsbury, Winthrop Shaw Pittman on behalf of Ralph's. Let me know if you can't hear me, okay?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you. Okay, first let me swear in any witnesses who may be testifying today. Anyone who wishes to be heard or who may testify, if you can please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. We have several documents that we've received. I think they've all been filed, but we can, well, let me start with the status hearing statement. I printed that and I think it had everything included in it that we otherwise received. Is that correct, Mr. McDonough, including the feasibility study as well?
I think so, Madam Chair, but you may want, as a housekeeping matter, I think we have all those exhibit letters correct. Maybe the clerk can confirm it. There's probably two more exhibits you will want to mark. One will be the status hearing statement itself, which you may want to mark as Exhibit R. And then the proposed findings and decision, which, as counsel said, is not stipulated at this point. It is a draft proposed findings and decision from Ralph's, and you might want to mark that as Exhibit S as in Sam.
Okay. And that's because you have marked as part of your status hearing statement, you've marked exhibits K through, what's the last?
K, L, M, N, O, P, and Q. And I can walk you through what each of those are, but they should be labeled in the status hearing statement.
Okay, we're going to mark them as they are in the status. So we're ending with Q. So Madam Clerk, is that clear? We're going to mark all those exhibits to the status hearing statement as K through Q as they appear. Here, the status hearing statement itself, which is not marked but was filed, but we will, for clarity, mark that as Exhibit R, as is suggested. And the proposed modified order, which was submitted by Ralph's, that will be Exhibit S. Sorry, I take things apart. Okay. And hopefully that's clear. And I don't think we have any additional exhibits yet or at this time from the district. Is that correct, Ms. Roberts?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. Then with that, I'd like to begin. Let me begin, Mr. McDonough, since you're requesting a modification today. Why don't we begin with you, with your opening statement?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll dispense with most of my opening statements since I know we're up against the clock here and I know you guys want to get to the update. Just a few things. We do have two witnesses today, Mr. Matt Eaton, who you've heard from in prior hearings. And we also have Mr. Michael Corbett of Divert. He is Ralph's consultant in charge of the flare and generator project. Mr. Corbett has more direct contact with the oversight agencies like the City of Compton, the contractors, subcontractors, vendors, fabricators. So a lot of the information on the Gantt chart work items comes to us in real time, and Mr. Corbett has a more direct line to those up-to-date changes. So we think he'll be able to provide more detail on the delays with the City of Compton and also with the design and fabrication of the switchgear. And I want to thank Mr. Corbett, who's on the East Coast and staying up late for us tonight. The only thing I would just say here, as you all know, but I think bears repeating, this is an important project to reduce waste to the landfills. We don't have to tell you, particularly after last hearing, the problem we have with managing waste volume to landfills and what that can do to air and to people living nearby those landfills. This project is clearly the harder road for Ralph's. They could have just as easily fulfilled the order for abatement by simply turning off the digester and the flare. And that certainly would have been cheaper for them, but they took the harder road and the more expensive road. But we would argue the environmentally superior road of keeping the digester in place. And, we think that hearings just like the one you heard just a moment ago are evidence of why reducing waste to landfills is critically important. So we believe very much in this project and want to make sure that it continues. So with that, I would call to the stand Mr. Matt Eaton.
Oh, wait, before you
Yeah,
call him
sorry.
back, I want to get an opening from.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, my mistake.
Okay. And just so you can tell us what the modifications just generally are that you're requesting today so that we have that out on the record.
Okay, do you want me to do that right now? So the main modifications to the order we are asking for are to change the target dates for flare installation and commissioning. So for flare and for the generator, sorry. The flare installation commissioning is presently set for January 8th, 2021. We would like to reset that to February 3rd of 2021, and we'll provide testimony and evidence as to why that is. And then the estimated target date for generator installation commissioning, we would like to ask to move that from May 11th, 2021 to June 9th of 2021. And again, we'll have the witnesses talk through where those changes are found in the Gantt charts.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, your opening.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I do want to echo some of what Mr. McDonough has discussed. I do want to emphasize at the outset that the initial project as conceived as a waste to energy project, the district agrees this is an environmentally beneficial project, and that is why the district has supported it. And that's why this was initially a stipulated order as a way to resolve multiple notices of violation from the facility's biogas digester and related equipment. However, this initially fairly ordinary, frankly, stipulated order has become, unfortunately, rather extraordinary. This is a project that has seen its commissioning dates pushed back twice in the last 4 months. And more troubling for the district, frankly, is that these delays and these extensions were sought while displaying what the district considers to be less than full candor and transparency. As a result of those concerns, we are now under weekly reporting of this project's status to the district, and this board is now hearing status hearings on a monthly basis for this project. Notwithstanding that additional oversight, the respondent is again seeking an extension of both deadline for the flare installation and the generator. And as a reminder, as we have heard multiple times over past testimony, the current status until this new flare is in place and until this new generator is up and running is anything but environmentally beneficial. In fact, it is environmentally harmful. It is still a violation of the facility's permit to operate the flare with the temperature excursions that we know this flare experiences. And as the respondent noted, the proposed modifications at this time are not stipulated to. That said, the district still does believe in the overall benefit of this waste to energy project. And the district would like, if possible, for this to remain stipulated. And for that reason, the district is not taking a position of opposition at the outset. However, the district does believe that based on the totality of circumstances of prior evidence received in these matters, that no extensions of these deadlines should be granted unless the evidence shows that the delays that are causing these modification requests are not caused by, nor could they be prevented by the respondent or their agents. The district does acknowledge that the respondent has improved their communications as a result of the now weekly reports, and that is helping. However, the district at this point, the documentation and explanation that has been provided to the district in advance of this hearing does not believe that is satisfactory to show that the delays are in fact caused by factors outside of the respondent's control. The district has communicated with Respondents' Council to express those concerns, and the district is hopeful that testimony today can resolve those concerns, that we can receive sufficient evidence to show that these delays are not being caused by the respondent. However, until the district actually hears that evidence, the district is going to respectfully withhold taking a position on modification. This afternoon, the district does not intend to have any affirmative witnesses. However, if the board does have questions or if it becomes necessary resulting from the respondent's testimony, the district does have today here both Mr. Christopher Baliat of our Compliance and Enforcement Division and Mr. Don Nguyen of our Permitting and Engineering Division who are available and familiar, of course, with both this facility and the stipulated order. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Mr. McDonough, now you may present your first witness, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be Matt Eaton from Ralph's. Mr. Eaton, can you just, for the record, state your name and spell your last name?
Name is Matthew Eaton. Eaton spelled E-A-T-O-N.
And can you remind us your position and role at Ralph's?
For the Ralph's Food for Less Grocery Company, I am the Southwest Regional Environmental Manager.
Okay, and can you confirm that you've read the status hearing statement that's filed with the hearing board marked as Exhibit R and verify that everything in the statement is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay, just a brief recap. This project concerns the digester that Ralph's operates at his Compton facility. Give us the sort of 10 to 15 second version. What is the environmental benefit of operating a digester to dispose of waste food items?
The biggest benefit is redirecting that organic waste from landfills, from roadways, and further trucking to a centralized facility where this organic waste can be generated into a biogas and burned for energy or other fuel related nature.
If the digester and the associated flare were forced to shut down as a result of an abatement order, what would happen to all of that food?
That food would be directly trucked to transfer stations and then from transfer stations to landfills across the area.
Where that food could contribute to contamination of water, air, et cetera?
Contamination of water, air, it's an odor nuisance, being that it's an organic waste. That's what you smell at landfills and around when that gas is not combusted properly.
Okay, so again, the 30-second version of what was the problem with the flare that led to the stipulated order for abatement?
The flare and the microturbines that were in place during initial install were not sized properly for how the gas volumes ended up occurring on the plant. It was greatly oversized.
Okay, so this was too large a flare to combust this small volume of gas efficiently?
Correct.
And this resulted in the temperature concerns not running at high enough temperature that were cited by the district?
The cycling, yes.
And that also caused Ralph's to operate the flare much more often than they had envisioned?
That is correct.
Okay, so to address the problem, first of all, could Ralph's had simply shut down the digester and the flare and sent the waste to the landfill?
That has always been an option, yes.
Would that have been a cheaper option for Ralph's to opt for than what we're doing now with this project with the flare and the generator?
To my understanding, yes.
Okay, but instead of that, Ralph's decided it was worth the investment to right-size the system, as you said in your prior testimony?
That is correct.
Okay, so again, just as a recap, the stipulated order confirmed for us again the addition of a new smaller flare that will maintain this consistent 1400 degree flare temperature at a lower gas flow, right? That's what your new smaller flare will do?
That is correct.
Okay, and it eliminates those intermittent low temperature situations of the present flare?
That is correct. We will also be maintaining the larger flare for any future expansion into higher gas volumes or any larger emergency scenarios.
Right, and then the second major part of your work is you'll be installing a new reciprocating engine that will replace the microturbines and the boilers that will be right-sized to the available gas supply?
That's correct. It'll be able to be turned down, so to say, different loads of gas coming into it and have a blending skid that you can substitute natural gas into it as well to maintain that operation.
And just to be clear, we have talked about these two parts of the project, but in fact, when the new smaller flare is put into place, does that part of the project alone solve your problems of low temperature situations in the flare?
It would, yes.
So do you anticipate that the facility will be back in compliance with its temperature obligations once the flare is installed?
As far as temperature obligations, yes.
Okay. Will there be any continuing non-compliance after the flare is installed and while you're waiting for the reciprocating engine to be installed?
Not as the permit currently reads.
Okay. So let's talk now about the status of what's happened since our last hearing in November. So give the board maybe the 2-minute version of what has occurred over the last 4 weeks, and particularly with respect to our communication with the district.
Well, with the communication to district, we've started the process of doing weekly updates via Gantt chart, via email. We have continued our monthly update as far as the run times for the flare. And we've really done our best to be as transparent as possible in relation to this. A lot of communication goes on in the background to try and piece these together. We've also done updates to the AQMD if we're within the 72-hour window of any changes to those end date goals of install for the flare and genset.
Okay, so over this period of roughly a month since the last time we met, Ralph's has submitted updated Gantt charts to the district every week as required in the order.
That's correct.
And those are the same Gantt charts and emails that are labeled as exhibits K, L, M, and P?
That is correct.
Okay. Talk about some of the continuing delays you have seen, starting with the flare. First, you testified in the last hearing that that Ralph's and its consultants had gone through some frustrating delays with the city of Compton in terms of processing the building permit for the flare. How is that situation today?
Continues to be quite frustrating. We'd like to make it very clear and on the record that we are as frustrated with this situation as the AQMD and board is and rightfully should be. We were told originally that it was going to be a 30-day turnaround. We were going to be seeing a provisional permit approval by end of November, early December.
And by the way, they told you that at the end of October is to expect a 30-day review period?
Yes, end of October. So end of November, we would have saw something come out. Unfortunately, as of December 4th, they notified us that they would not be granting a provisional permit approval, which has delayed us a number of weeks. And even more recently, they've come out with findings and asked for further information on that building permit, and it has bumped us out to that 4-week stretch is what we're looking at today.
Okay, did the city give you or your consultants any reason for why they decided not to issue a provisional?
No, quite frankly, it appeared to us and the consultants that the city was just greatly unorganized with this process and just throwing dates out there and whatever stuck to the wall is what we got.
Mm-hmm. And we may be able to get some more detail from Mr. Corbett a little later. So initially, your testimony was they gave you an estimate based on the provisional permit not being issued, but going straight to a final, that they told you to expect a December 14th permit issuance, correct? Was that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's referenced in line 105 of the December 3rd Gantt chart at Exhibit L. Is that
Was that
correct?
the question? Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry. I just wanted to give the board some time if they were following along. I know these Gantt charts are like eye charts. They're hard to read, at least for me. I have to zoom them on my computer to see the individual lines. And did Ralph's advise the district of that change in its weekly update on December 3rd?
We did.
Okay. And did you advise the district at that time that the delay would push final flare operation out day for day from January 8th to January 22nd?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's, again, mentioned in the cover email to Exhibit L for that weekly update to the district. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And can you confirm that notification was within the 72-hour requirement to notify the district of any development that affects Ralph's ability to meet the flare and generator installation and commissioning deadline?
Yes, that was correct.
Okay. Okay. So we understand if you look at Exhibit O, this is the plan check memorandum from the city of Compton. This memorandum is dated December 4th. Did you or anybody at Ralph's receive this on December 4th, or did you receive it at some point later?
We received it at some point later, not even directly to myself. There is a number of levels of communication going on below my level and other senior members of the Ralph's organization related to the management of this project.
Okay, so this is, to your understanding, this is a memo that was shared with your consultants and sub-consultants to address providing the information requested. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so working from the Exhibit O, and I might ask you to open up your exhibits if you have them handy and take a look at Exhibit O, which is the plan check memorandum by the city of Compton. Let me just page to it myself, plan review comments memo. I assume you have that in front of you. So walking through these comments, we noticed that some of the comments are yellow highlighted, other comments are not yellow highlighted. Do you have an understanding from our consultant Divert yet as to the significance of the highlight, non-highlight?
My understanding is that the highlighted items were not originally asked for.
Okay, so in essence, and we'll allow Mr. Corbett to give us further information on that, but this memo represented to you some information that had, at least some of this information had not been originally requested by the city?
That's correct.
Okay, and what did to your knowledge, what did the consultant BW do after receiving this memorandum asking for this information?
They proceeded to work diligently to gather this information and communicate it back to our Divert consulting partners for wet stamping and other items on this list to get it turned around as fast as humanly possible.
And just for clarification, can you explain to the board what a wet stamp is?
Wet stamp is it's a physical stamp and wet signature, more or less, on planned documents. Physical humans have to put their hands on it, and I could say that was surprising for us to hear as well during this current COVID pandemic.
Why was it surprising that they would want a wet stamp?
From our understanding, a lot of other cities out in this world are not doing that at the moment and haven't been for many months due to the risks associated with human-to-human contact.
So the wet stamp, which provides the engineer's certification, would simply get printed out with the final plan rather than physically stamped with a wet stamp?
That's correct. I mean, it's easy as it sounds. It is still the stamp. It is still legally binding, but certain city officials view it differently, and that's their right to do so. But we were caught by surprise on that.
Okay, so despite the number of notes and comments requesting information, was it the case that your consultants were able to turn all of that information around within a business week?
Yes, it only took a number of days.
Okay, so by December 11th, this stuff was prepared and ready for the city?
That's correct.
Why was it not submitted to the city on December 11th?
The city is not open on Fridays, so you could not physically deliver a wet stamped packet of documents. You had to wait until Monday.
Okay, and so did Ralph's consultants then deliver those plans on Monday the 14th?
That is correct.
Okay. So at this point now, we're on December 14th. I understand that your consultant asked the city at that point what its best estimate for final permit approval was. Is that right?
That is correct. And
what did the city say?
2 weeks.
They said 1 to 2 weeks on final approval?
Yes.
Okay. And so with that new piece of information on December 14th, and keep in mind that December 14th had been the original date that they had cited to you after saying they wouldn't give the provisional. What did that do to your overall timeline in terms of when to expect first data flare operation?
As with the first delay, it is a day-to-day push. And for the purposes of our submittal here today, we took it as a 2-week instead of assuming the best case scenario of 1 week, as they said, as a 1 to 2.
So that would push final approval for the city roughly from December 14th to December 29th?
That is correct.
Okay. And if it's a day-for-day delay, this would push the anticipated first data flare operation from January 22nd, which you previously testified to, now February 3rd, 2021?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, that's assuming you get permit approval from the city by December 29th as they represented to you.
That's right.
These 2 delays that we've talked about, is any of that delay caused by Ralph's actions or inactions?
Not the way Ralph's views it at the moment.
Okay, so did Ralph's cause the city to make a decision not to submit a provisional permit and introduce that 2-week time period?
No.
Okay, and for the requested information in the in Exhibit O in the December 4th memo, is at least some of that information new information that hadn't been requested before from Ralph's?
At least some of that information is, yes.
Okay, I'll ask you a question that you often get in these hearings, which is do you think, what is your degree of certainty and a percentage that you will get a final building permit by December 29th as the city promised?
It's hard to put a 100% certainty on anything with the city at the moment. They, as well as our contractors building the units, CAT, have showed repeatedly to miss deadlines. So if I have to throw a number, it would be around the 75% range.
And why 75%?
I take it as we're about 75% of the way through the project to getting the flare installed as is. So we are into the fourth quarter, so to say. And we're very, very near and just waiting for the go from the city. As soon as we have that, we roll out final construction.
If the city were to email you tomorrow and tell you that now they're not going to get you the permit on December 29th, now it'll take another month, is there anything that Ralph's can do to stop them from saying that?
Not at all. We are at their mercy.
And how frustrating is that for Ralph's?
Incredibly. We wanted this project done months ago.
Mm-hmm. Is there any benefit or incentive for Ralph's to further delay this project?
Not at all. Being out of compliance in my role with this company keeps me up at night. I do not enjoy that feeling, nor should I. And on top of that, any delays that we see, especially in relation to the genset being installed, it's roughly $100,000 per month loss in revenue as far as electrical generation is concerned.
So these delays are not in Ralph's financial interest either?
Not at all.
You heard the district prosecutor say in her opening statement that this is, she believes, an extraordinary construction project in terms of its delays. In your experience with prior construction projects, is it extraordinary, unusual for construction projects to have delays of this nature?
Not at all. Unfortunately, this project, I would not deem as a extraordinary install in any sort of the word. It's complicated, yes. But the delays that we're seeing are delays you see in 90% of construction projects when dealing with outside agencies. That is unfortunately what happens.
Do any of the delays make you doubt that the flare project will get completed?
No, not at all. It will be completed.
Okay. And again, just to recap what I'd said before, the flare, just to confirm for the board that it is the flare installation that remedies the non-compliance with the low temperature, not necessarily the generators. Do I have that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's turn to the generators. So Ralph's noted in the December 3rd and 10th weekly updates to the district that your generator vendor, CAT, was reporting a roughly 3-week delay in getting engineering information it needed from the switchgear fabricator. Do I have that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and for the board's reference, this is lines 49 through 51 of the December 3rd Gantt chart, which is Exhibit L. Mr. Eden, is that generally correct?
That is, yes.
Okay, and again, just to remind the board, what is a switchgear? What is an electrical switchgear?
Switchgear is what allows the unit to be connected to the electrical grid that runs throughout the area in the United States.
Okay, the unit being the generator, to connect the generator to the SoCal Edison electrical grid?
That's correct.
Why does CAT need engineering information about the switchgear in the first place? I mean, CAT is the vendor that is responsible for getting you the generator, but they work with another vendor who's working on the switchgear. Why does CAT need information about the switchgear to get you the generator?
So all of these items are interconnected in the ability of how much power need and how much complexity this system will be in the end. And an interconnect agreement, an application has to be filed for any type of project like this with Edison and the city for review. Unfortunately, you need a lot of detail from CAT, the manufacturer, from the switchgear manufacturer, and collaboration between the two in order to submit that and understand if you even need to replace a switchgear in our scenario, which we testified to originally. We did not anticipate needing to replace that switchgear, but as the details started rolling in, and I will say very slowly and very poorly from the CAT group, it has continued to give delays on this project.
I was going to ask you, what is your assessment of the compliance or performance you've gotten from CAT here with respect to coordinating with you on information you need?
I feel it's been rather poor. I've worked with CAT for a number of years and they are a good company. I just feel their previous comments that COVID is affecting their way of doing business is truthful. And I can see that in relation to the quality of documents and the quality of communication we have been receiving from them.
Okay, and can you confirm also that CAT advised you that the fabricator would now need 11 weeks instead of 10 weeks for the actual fabrication of the switchgear? And I'll direct you for reference on that. Exhibit K, line 50, shows a 10-week estimate for fabrication of the switchgear. If you switch to Exhibit L, line 51 now shows 11 weeks for fabrication of the switchgear. Again, this fabrication occurs on CAT side, is that correct?
And their third-party vendors, yes.
Okay. Short of threatening legal action for violation of the permit or for violation of your contract, is there anything else Ralph can do to force CAT or the vendor to perform more expeditiously?
No, we've paid and requested every expedited effort with these vendors possible.
Okay. So where are we now roughly on our progress to date with respect to getting information from the switchgear fabricator and from CAT?
We are, forgive me for a moment. Let me see. We are very near the goalpost of being able to submit the order for that switchgear and be able to start that manufacturing process.
Okay, and to be clear, in order to submit the order, you need this information from CAT and the fabricator, is that right?
That's correct.
Is there also a utility approval from SoCal Edison that will eventually need to be obtained for the switchgear as well?
Yes, they have to approve before we start any type of manufacturing of this unit. If they want to change it, that's another delay.
Okay, and that's related to the interconnection agreement that you all have with SoCal Edison with respect to this equipment?
That's correct.
Okay. Again, do you have any direct control over how quickly Edison will approve or if they will approve the interconnection agreement?
No control.
Okay. Let's talk about what that does in the schedule. So we have now multiple Gantt charts that show that the expected date of delivery of the switchgear itself has pushed out. I'll reference the latest Gantt chart, which I believe is Exhibit P, that shows that the expected date of delivery of the switchgear has now pushed out from March 12th to April 7th. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and again, that's assuming the switchgear fabricator delivers by April 7th as they're currently representing to you and to CAT, is that right?
Right.
Okay. I'll ask you the same question here that I asked you on the flare, which is what is your percentage of certainty that this revised schedule will hold and the fabricator will perform as it's represented?
It would have to be lesser than the flare just based on where we're at with this project. There is still a lot of moving parts and things need to be manufactured. On the flare, there's nothing else that needs to be manufactured. It's ready to go. Percentage, it would be lesser in the 50 to 60 range.
Okay, and is Ralph's in touch with CAT daily about this issue?
It might not be Ralph specifically, but I think our vendors are at this point.
Okay, yeah, we can ask Mr. Corbett to provide more clarification on that. Is Ralph's doing what it can do, everything in its power it can do to get CAT and the vendor to perform as they're obligated to do?
Yes.
But again, talk about your frustration with these delays with respect to the generator.
I mean, this, like I stated, every month this goes by is $100,000 approximately, and it's wasteful. We really want to start recouping these millions of dollars of enhancements to the system that we're investing, and it hurts. It hurts us every day that goes by. So we're incredibly frustrated.
Okay, and I'll ask you the same question as I did with the flare. Do any of these delays make you doubt that the generator will get installed and that project will be completed?
No, everything continues to move forward day to day regardless. So we will get that done.
Okay. And finally, I just want to talk a little bit about something new that's happened since our last hearing, and that is the flare feasibility study.
Yes.
I'll direct the board to Exhibit N, as in Nancy. recall that this was a feasibility study that was required in the last order of the board. Coming out of the last hearing, the board ordered Ralph's to take a look at whether running a temporary portable rental flare might help mitigate emissions in the interim versus running the existing flare. Do you recall that part of the order?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And tell us what happened as a result. Did you commission a vendor or consultant to do that for you?
Yes, we commissioned our consultant, NV5 Alta is the name of the company. And we had them start on that right away. And they worked on communications directly with AQMD representatives on this board meeting, actually, to find a current list of units, flares, and thermal oxidizers that could potentially be available and configured to run the gas coming from this system.
Okay, and did NV5 produce a report out of that study?
They did, and with conclusions, we submitted that on December 4th.
Okay, and that's the Exhibit N that's in our exhibit pack?
Correct.
Okay, roughly speaking, just in general, what were NV5's conclusions?
The conclusions were that it was feasible to find a unit that would combust the gas being produced instead of running to the flare. But their conclusion was that the emissions that would be generated from that unit were greatly higher than what the flare currently operates on, even during its worst month.
Right. So let me back up a second. So in terms of the report, did NV5 conclude that there were potential flares to look at, and then what you call thermal oxidizers, which are actually smaller units? These are the two types of units that could potentially be candidates for this kind of work?
That's correct. They were not able to locate any available or accurate for our size and system flares for rental.
And is that because the flares in the market had the same problem as the one you have? They're too large for the small gas flow?
That is correct. They are very large, yes.
Okay. So then you talked about a smaller unit like a thermal oxidizer. NV5 searched the market for these oxidizers as well. And did they find any with various location permits that could be used in the district?
They did. They did find a thermal oxidizer that could be used. It was still a relatively large unit, and part of their report was to power that unit would need a power skid that would have to run on propane or diesel. I can't quite recall exactly which, but that right there actually produces emissions that are quite high.
Right. So to be clear, the report talked about the need to supply sufficient power and also sufficient natural gas capacity to allow a thermal oxidizer to work. And is it your testimony that this equipment altogether would emit more emissions than the existing flare emits just for its daily operation?
That's correct.
Okay, so in essence, bringing in a rental oxidizer would actually increase volatile organic compound emissions and oxides of nitrogen emissions on an hour-to-hour basis?
Yes, by a pretty large margin. Yes.
Okay, so based on that conclusion, did Rouse believe that an oxidizer was an environmentally viable option for the facility?
No, we did not.
Okay, and last question is just, I know you testified to this in prior hearings, but can you remind the board to the other operational steps, the mitigation measures that Ralph's is undertaking as we speak to mitigate emissions from the existing flare? I mean, we know that the existing flare is having problems, but maybe you can briefly remind the board of the mitigation measures that Ralph's is already undertaking to minimize the low flare problems that you currently have.
What we had done in the past and are continuing to operate under is a heavy reworking of the logic and programming related to the blowers on the system, temperature monitoring, and feed practices. We are increasing feed to the maximum allowable at any given time if we have the feed that can go in. We're allowing that flare to stay on and run at the appropriate temperature as much as it can, and if flare temperatures drop, the flare shuts down. We wait until the gas volumes come back up. So that unit is operating absolutely the best it could possibly operate at the moment and has been for a number of months. Speaking of which, last month was relatively good, and we can have Mr. Corbett or Chrysler, Mr. Balua testified to that as well. He has seen.
So, yeah, so I was going to ask you, these measures have had success in improving the flare's performance and reducing emissions?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's talk about next steps. Roughly speaking, over the last 4 weeks of experience, you've seen a number of continuing delays that have been, either on the city's part or on your upstream vendor's part. Talk about your transparency with the district over this time period. Do you feel like you've been upfront and honest about changes as they've happened in real time?
I do, yes.
Okay, and have you been advising the district weekly of any delays that arise as they arise?
Yes, weekly, but also keep in mind that if we have something within 72 hours and it doesn't fall onto that Friday, that affects the end date. We've been communicating or ready to communicate that.
Okay, and your communications have been through email as well with the district inspectors and their staff?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I have for Mr. Eaton right now. I will just say that we do have one more witness in Mr. Corbett, who can provide some more of the detail on communications back and forth with the city of Compton and with the various contractors. So we're happy to take cross-examination for Mr. Eaton, but there may be questions that would be also better for Mr. Corbett.
Okay, and Mr. Eaton, if that's the case, then please just indicate that and we'll wait for Mr. Corbett to give testimony and answer that.
Okay.
Ms. Roberts, you have questions for Mr. Eaton.
Yes, thank you. So Mr. Eaton, I just want to make sure we're clear. The delays affecting the generator are at this point independent from any delays affecting the flare, right?
Yes, the switchgear problem is independent, yes.
Okay, so I would like to take those kind of in turn, and I'll start with the flare. Is at the current modification request to move the date, is that solely based on delays to the city from the city permitting, or are there other aspects of the project that might be delayed?
It is only based on the city's non-issuance of the building permit.
Okay, and setting the permit aside for a minute, assuming the permit is issued while we're in this hearing, what are the other constraints that could potentially delay the project if the permit is issued as soon as you're done testifying?
I mean, from our viewpoint, our contractors are ready to go. Remobilization is in the Gantt chart. We've lined everything out as far as what time needs to happen to get this unit installed. And I don't see much delay resulting from this aside from any, God created horrible weather pattern rolling in or something along those lines.
Okay, so that's fair. Let me make my question a little bit more clear. So right now the city obviously is not your employee or your agent. Is the rest of the project following the permit? Is the rest of the project being done by people that are either Rouse directly employees or they're contractors, subcontractors, agents, principals of that nature?
Yes, they will all be directly working for us at that point.
Okay. So then I do want to talk a little bit about the city permitting, and please stop me anytime you're not the correct person. So you originally submitted this permit to the city, the application, on October the 12th. Is that correct?
I'd have to double check those dates. I
want to say that is in Exhibit K, which is your on line 104.
It is previously in the record as well.
No. Okay. I mean, if that's a date we testified to, then that's a date I was provided that it was submitted. Yes, I did not physically do it, but that's the date.
And so you did talk a little bit about what is now Exhibit O, this memorandum from the city that's labeled plan review comments. Is that the first communication you had from the city regarding this particular permit?
I'm not exactly sure on that. A lot of the communications with the city do run through our vendors and Mr. Mike Corbett.
Okay, but you testified saying that some of the elements on that plan review comment which are highlighted might have been either new things. So I just want to make sure that there's a clarification. The highlighted elements, those were not highlighted by you. That was highlighted by the city, right?
I don't know exactly, to be honest. That was not my highlighting, but we did discuss this internally that these items were not originally either prepared or were not requested. So I
The
can't,
highlighted items were not originally requested?
not requested or not prepared. They were the missing / new item. So I'm not 100% certain on that detail on that document.
I mean, that leads me to my question of, there's a lot of things that are not highlighted. Were those previously requested?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Corbett on that.
Okay. And so you testified that once that you didn't, the memo is dated December 4th, but it was not received, you said, until December 9th. Was that received directly to you or someone below you?
That would have been received to the divert group that Mr. Corbett works for.
Okay. And do you know how that was received? Was it received electronically, via mail?
I believe it was email, electronic.
And do you know any explanation of why this would have been dated on a Friday, December 4th, but not emailed out until the following Wednesday of December 9th?
To my understanding, it went to one of these sub vendors to our main vendor in divert. They were working on that document to combine and gather all that information, and then they went to divert on the 9th asking for assistance with the wet stamping portion of it. That's my understanding. Mr. Corbett can go into more detail on that if that's different.
Okay, so your understanding is that the city sent it out, but it wasn't received by your direct agent until the 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And you said the divert is your agent, and Mr. Corbett will speak to that relationship?
Yes.
Okay. So you did testify that your status hearing statement, to the best of your knowledge, is true and correct. So, but you want to excise any portions that may relate to whether or not the city permitting was fully correct, because your statement does objectively say that was new and additional information, but you're now telling me that you maybe don't fully know that. I just want to clarify.
Right. I have not personally had any official communication with the city. This is all our vendors and sub vendors that have been doing so. This document wasn't even brought to my attention until a few days ago. So it's something that this is part of large scale management. We don't get every piece of documentation that comes through. It only becomes an issue when it's an issue. And that's why we're coming to you today also with revisions to our end date.
Okay. Sorry, let me see if I can find it. You mentioned that when they did come to you, there was a question of this kind of wet stamping issue, and you discussed that a little bit with Mr. McDonough, and you said that you were under the assumption that they would not be requiring that at this time because of COVID restrictions. Is that right?
My understanding from having other conversations with our vendors, when we dig into these issues on delays internally as well, that was their comments back, was that with other city agencies, with other situations in this ongoing pandemic, is that wet signatures were not being requested, especially on a draft version, which really a first submittal to the city is, because they will have comments. But usually the comment period happens within the time frame given, not here's 30 days, here's your comments a week later of those 30 days. Well, you're already beyond your 30-day window at that point in time. So, I mean, we're just frustrated as well. And that's trying to make that very clear.
Okay, I just want to be clear and stop me if this is a question for Mr. Corbett, but were you acting under assumption, or did you have some sort of documentation or conversation about how the city's permitting requirements may have changed in light of COVID restrictions?
I don't have that information. That would have to be through Mr. Corbett.
Okay. Do you know generally if the city of Compton publishes any kind of guidelines of what it requires in submitting an application?
I'm sure there's guidelines out there, yes.
And do you know if either whether it was you or Mr. Corbett or your contractors actually reviewed those guidelines?
I would say with certainty they reviewed the guidelines as part of the application package and submittal. But I go with them as far as their experts and their understanding that adding a wet stamp to every document you have to submit, especially when you're running through different renditions, adds time to projects. And
Well, I'm not referring just solely to the wet stamp, because other notes that seem to be comments relating to your application include, labeling the designs correctly, includes providing evidence of how you're going to meet municipal code requirements. If I look on page 2 of that document, it says per building application, provide evidence that you comply with the building code, which is municipal code 11B. So is that to me seems like maybe if the city possibly has guidance, that would be where you would look to fill those. Is it your understanding that your contractors did seek some sort of guidance from the city of Compton before submitting this application?
To that level of detail, I'd still have to defer to Mr. Corbett. He's had the conversations with those vendors and I have not.
Okay. And I just have to note that on page 1, and again, maybe this is a question for Mr. Corbett, I note that the city of Compton is highlighting for you information that they did not have, including approvals from the following agency, including South Coast AQMD. Is it my understanding correct that you submitted this application without submitting any documentation of a permit from South Coast AQMD?
I can't say specifically to that. I'm not controlling those submittals, so I can't answer.
Okay. So I do want to talk a little bit about, you discussed with Mr. McDonough your level of certainty in the city's submission of the permit by December 29th. Is it a fair extension to say your level of confidence in how soon that happens is kind of an extension of your level of confidence of how soon you would meet the flare deadline, or is there a different level of confidence?
I think it goes hand in hand. If we get delayed from the city any day by day, it directly impacts that end install.
Okay. And so you said you were at maybe 75% that you would get the permit by December 29th?
Yes, if we want to take percentages as a fact, yes. It's an.
Okay. Can I ask you what are the factors that you went into that? Because you're also saying that you don't have, kind of direct hands-on contact with the people directly submitting these applications or the city. So what did you base your 70 to get to 75%?
Like I tried to make clear in my statement, was that you really can't go beyond whatever percent you are through the actual install as your percent of certainty. Many things can come up all the way until the last day. You never know. Maybe one of our contractors gets COVID and they're locked down for a week. That's a very real possibility, but we have no control over that. And that's why I still have to remain in that 75% range.
Okay. And I just have to ask another question. I do appreciate that you have said that, that you're a large company and there are multiple layers of management. But given that you think the city's permit is at this point the last thing not within your direct control, do you think it's fair that maybe you as the project manager, the person who comes and testifies to these hearings, maybe should have a little bit more oversight?
No, I don't. This is how you run a business.
Okay. I have no more questions for Ms. Eaton. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Eaton, with that, are we to take from that that this is, being as you are under an order for abatement, that you don't think do you think it's a priority for your attention to make sure that these milestones are met and that everything is taken care of appropriately? I'm trying to gauge also that answer. I understand you need to run a business, but it's risen to the level of an order for abatement. So I just wanted to understand your prioritization.
The priority is to return the flare back into compliance. And by doing so, installing that small flare as fast as possible is, of course, our #1 goal. And we've been working towards that goal for a number of months.
I want to ask a question about that. You have said a number of statements, and I feel that both last time you were before us and this time, you've been fully putting the blame for a delay on the city of Compton. And I do want to understand, because you said, for example, today that you wanted this project done months ago. However, and you know that I had this issue at least at the last hearing, and I had asked about it at the hearing before that. But for some reason, Ralph's waited until October 12th to file with the city of Compton. If you wanted to have this done months ago, why did you wait until October 12th to first file with the city of Compton, knowing, as you say now, 90% of all construction is delayed? And you said a number of other things about, again, wanting this project done months ago. Why wait until October 12th to even start this ball rolling?
I mean, the only thing I can point to is the level of complexity in Gantt charts. There's a number of design packages and different steps that need to happen to even get to the point of submitting for the building permit. And there was delays in that as well. And we testified to that. There's been a number of delays related to the execution of this project, whether it be strictly vendor related, manufacturer related, or even in review timeframes internally. We have dozens of people internally on Ralph's that are in the mix on this project as far as our engineering group and those kind of efforts. And it's very complex in that nature. But
okay. But I don't have a specific reason why October 12th. When you first came to ask for the first pushback on the flare, it was because the AQMD was 1 month late in granting the permit. And that put you in June. And at that time, you had anticipated December 9th as the flare date. And you had said that you anticipated getting the permit from the city of Compton by the end of October. Did you think that that would take only a couple of weeks if you waited until October 12th?
no, we wanted it. We went with the 30-day assumption. Now, as far as the details that you're trying to get at for delays in the middle of that, we have testified to that. I can't recall all those exact details as I'm sitting with you right now.
Okay, well, I don't have a record of anything major other than for each time you're requesting. The last time you came, the major issue was that there was this bifurcated fire department and planning department, and that was pushing it out. But you didn't anticipate that. But that still did not explain why October 12th was the date in which you waited to do the application. We have never heard an explanation of why you waited for that. And again, I'm going to point to the record. First time you asked for it, the major issue for the flare was the permit for the AQMD. Last time was the bifurcated process for the city of Compton. But I never got an explanation for why October 12th.
Madam Chair, I'm getting an email from our other witness, and he's suggesting that he may have an answer for your question. So it may be a better question to ask of Mr. Corbett.
Thank you. I'm going to wait then, because that is my major question. Thank you. Board members, questions for Mr. Eaton? Yes, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at that Gantt chart and you referenced line 104, where building permit review and approval. The date I'm looking at there is October the 28th, not the 12th, which takes it even further back.
Would that possibly be the non-architectural review board portion?
Well, it's the exhibit that you mentioned, and you did mention line 104, and it is for the building permit. It's labeled as building permit review and approval, 22 days, start Wednesday, October 28th. Finish November 30th. And it's also highlighted expected completion date.
Yeah, I believe that was the actual building permit review, not the architectural review board, which was submitted on the 12th.
Okay, the only reason I'm bringing it up is because you referenced it, and I'm wondering whether we were looking and talking about, between you and Ms. Roberts, the wrong date. Were we talking about the 12th, or are we really talking about the 28th? That's my question.
The 12th and the 28th, it's the building city permits were ready to go in on the 12th and were submitted on the 12th. It's just that they would not run those two separate reviews concurrently, even though they're both considered building permits. So
if I may, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, if I could clarify, the date I was referring to is in Exhibit P, which is the current most recent chart, and it's line 107. That was the date I was referencing.
All right. Well, the attorney had mentioned this one and the date of the 12th, and that was confusing to me. And I'm thinking, was it even longer than that? But and that being said, having worked with building and safety departments of the city, yes, they do take a lot of time, and you never know why. They don't give you a reason. I have to be honest about that. They don't give you a reason necessarily. And I think this COVID is just even putting more waiting time on a lot of projects, not just this one. And I'm not trying to give them an excuse, but that has been my experience as well on working on projects. And you can wait 2 or 3 weeks for them to look at one piece of paper. It just depends on what their priority is. And if the project for the city is a priority based on whether they want that tax revenue to come through or not. So I just wanted to add that in there. And that's not even counting after that, then it goes to, as I've mentioned before, the utility, and the utility planning department has to wait for the city to give their approval before they can do anything either. And then they have their queue, all the projects in their queue. So I understand what you're saying, but and it's unfortunate because this is possibly a very good project. But I'm a kind of caught between this as far as knowing how long a project does take and knowing how much we, the AQMD, need this to be completed.
Board members, I just wanted to draw our attention to the time, that it is after 4 o'clock, and we have a very full calendar for next week. And so I ask whether board members are willing to stay a little bit later to try to get as much of this hearing. I don't know that we'll finish it today, done today as possible. And if so, I'm wondering if we should take Mr. Corbett's testimony and then perhaps come back to Mr. Eaton, because Mr. Corbett is on the East Coast, perhaps in the middle of a nor'easter, and he's been patiently waiting all day on the East Coast time. So if we could at least get his testimony today, I think that might make sense if everyone agrees. Okay. Then with that, and we'll come back to Mr. Eaton, especially if other board members do have questions. But Mr. McDonough, would you like to begin asking questions that have been left over, and any other questions you have for Mr. Corbett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will, and to try to further expedite things, I'll try to keep my direct to a minimum because I know that really his value is going to be in answering questions from the board and from district council. So, Mr. Corbett, can you confirm for us on the record that you took the oath before?
Yes.
Okay, and can you please state your name and spell your last name for us?
Michael Corbett, Corbett.
And what is your position and role at your company?
Director of Applied Science.
And remind us again the full name of the company?
Divert Incorporated.
Give us the sort of 10-second version of your education and certification background.
Sure. Chemical engineer in 15 years with project execution, project management experience in a multitude of different industries.
So in working with Divert, what is your position with respect to your responsibility over the flare and generator projects?
I'm project manager for the overall project.
Okay, and what is that? What is in your job description as the project manager?
So negotiating contracts with our subcontractors, writing out scopes of work for our subcontractors, basically soup to nuts responsibility for turnkey installation of both the generator and the new smaller flare.
Okay, and I would assume also supervising the various contractors and subcontractors involved in the project. I won't hold you to a number, but how many different vendors, contractors, subcontractors, and fabricators would you estimate on a project like this that you have responsibility for?
Let's see, I'd say 3, 4 equipment vendors, 5 if we include CAT that was directly contracted by Kroger, but we're integrating into the project. And then we have our design firm and our build firm. So
okay, and those, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's it.
Okay, and those entities may also be contracting down through subcontracting?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Do you always have direct supervision over the subcontractors of those so the subcontractors of the contractors you oversee?
Not fully. When we start to see things trend into bad territory, such as the building permit, then we take a more active role, and also with CAT as well, when we've had challenges getting design information from CAT and schedule information.
Okay. Just to sort of cut to the chase here, I'll have you give us a brief overview of what has been happening in the interactions with the city of Compton on the flare. I will reserve the diving into lines on the Gantt chart for the questions you're going to get from the board. But let me ask you just in general, I assume you heard the testimony of Mr. Eaton with respect to the various interactions with the city of Compton. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And tell us first about this delay that they informed you about with respect to not providing a provisional building permit.
Yeah, so is our subcontractors' understanding early in this process, and I think we've seen this in the evolution of the Gantt charts, but that, we learned that it needs to go through architectural board review first, then on to building, but fire department approval before the building department. But what we tried to do, recognizing that this was the critical path of the flare installation, is we tried to work with the building department in that interim period while the fire department was reviewing the package to handle some of their concerns. And so some of those items that we spoke about in Exhibit O had already been, I believe it's Exhibit O, had already been provided to the building department prior to us even getting that memo, in an attempt to get all the information while we were in the fire department review. And it was our subcontractors' understanding from a verbal conversation with the building department that provided the fire department had no comments of anything that needed to be resolved in the design package, and our delivery of some of the follow-up items, and I can get into the details if people want to, that a provisional permit would be granted so that we could move on to pour the concrete foundation, which is that's like the main critical path. We can't get the flare delivered until the concrete is poured and cured. And it was to our surprise on December 1st, when all of that happened, that we were informed that they would not provide a provisional permit. They would need to do a full review. And that's what resulted in us getting that memo on December 4th. Or I'll say our subcontractor getting the memo on December 4th. I got it on December 9th. I was emailed on December 8th requesting a wet stamp of the flare itself. We purchase that equipment directly. And so this is like right when building permit is now on my radar as general project manager of this project to dive into the details and figure out what is going on. We had internal discussions before we even communicated anything to Ralph's on it to figure out, guys, why did you get this memo on December 4th? And I just found out about this Tuesday night that I needed to provide wet stamp drawings.
Okay, so yeah, and taking that first delay where they first tell you they're not going to give you a provisional permit, that was communicated to you on December 1st, you say?
Correct.
Okay, and based on that communication, the Gantt chart Exhibit L, line 105, shows that your final flare operation date was pushed out at that time from January 8th to January 22nd. What was the reasoning behind that 14-day delay?
Not getting the building permit.
Okay, and at that point, what was the rationale for picking 14 days as the likely delay associated with not getting provisional?
That was just the best informed estimate from our subcontractor.
Okay, so it can be longer, it can be shorter, but that's sort of your best guess as to what's going to happen. Okay, so now let's turn to the memo that you got from the city, Exhibit O. You say the first time that you saw this memo was on December 9th?
That is correct.
Okay, and walk us back. The memo is dated December 4th. Do we know whether any subcontractor actually received that memo December 4th, that same day?
They did. And when we dove into why didn't I hear about this until December 9th, they immediately started working on resolving some of the other issues. The big one being number 3, please clearly note scope of work on plans. This is a particularly interesting one. The building department needed the scope defined in a different way. And so what they did is they basically, our subcontractor came up with 4 pages of notes detailing out the scope. Now, I will say that is a very specific thing that the city of Compton requested. In my eyes, the scope is clearly defined. We actually got firm fixed pricing from a building company to execute the scope. But so it was a fair amount of work that our design partner needed to do in order to resolve comment number 3. And they were working through everything that Monday and Tuesday. And as they were printing out their own drawings for wet stamp, they realized that they needed a wet stamp for the flare unit.
Okay.
That is when they contacted me.
Yeah, and this kind of gets at the comment from Ms. Verdugo Peralta before, but in your opinion, those comments where they're asking for additional information, was this information that the contractors or Ralph were just holding back for no good reason, or did you believe that some of this information had already been fairly provided?
Some of it had been provided. To the best of my knowledge, each time that we've gone to the building department, we are going with everything in hand that they had asked for previously.
Okay, but the consultants and the vendors are making their best efforts to accommodate the city as quickly as possible, even if you did think that that was adequately addressed in prior plans. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, so I assume the subcontractor who received this on 12/4, is that BW Design Group?
That's correct.
Okay, and explain quickly, what is their position? What does BW Design Group do?
They are the engineer of record for the project. So they have done all the engineering to interconnect the flare and interconnect the generator.
Okay. Also the ones responsible for wet stamping?
Yes, correct. That's correct. And also for building permit application.
Okay. So even given that delay of getting the comments December 4th, you only get them on December 9th. When do the consultant team ultimately put together the set of information for the city and provide it? I mean, is that all prepared in the next week after you get that memo, or how long does it take?
Correct. They had a package ready on Friday, December 11th, and provided it on Monday, December 14th.
And again, why wasn't it provided on December 11th?
The city building department is closed on Fridays.
Okay, so you provide the information on December 14th. At that time, do you or somebody from another consultant ask the city, how long can we expect now that we've gotten you this information?
Yes.
Okay, and what's their response?
2 weeks or 1 to 2 weeks.
Okay. And so based on that representation, your Gantt chart in Exhibit P reflects a 2-week further delay on final approval from the city from December 14th to the 29th.
That's
Is that
correct.
right?
Yep.
Okay. And that was based on your assumption that this would be 2 weeks, closer to 2 weeks than one in terms of the city's estimate here?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. I'll ask you the same question I did Mr. Eaton. Any of this delay caused by Ralph's or their refusal to do something that the city had asked for, or some other failing on their part?
No.
Okay. And yet, even though you got this request, you turned around information within a business week and provided it the next business day that they were open?
That's correct.
And then I'll ask you the same question I asked Mr. Eaton. What is your degree of certainty, percentage-wise, on that the fact that you're going to get a final building permit from the city of Compton December 29th or sooner, as they promised?
I'm not a numbers guy when it comes to stuff like that. It's, you know, we're providing the best information that we've gotten from the parties responsible for providing us with the permit.
Okay, so if the city were to call you tomorrow and say, we're not going to give you the permit now until January 17th, is there anything that Ralph's or the contractors could do to prevent that from happening?
No.
Okay. Is there anything about that helps Ralph's in terms of a delay? Is it beneficial or helpful at all to have a project like this delay another month?
Nope.
Okay, and they have additional change orders and other expenses that hit their bottom line for that?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'll ask you the same question. You heard the district council calls this an extraordinary construction project in terms of its delays. In your experience with construction projects, is it extraordinary or unusual to get delays of this nature in your experience?
No.
Okay. On the generator, we'll turn to that quickly and then I'll leave you open for questions. We note that in the generator, we heard in Mr. Eaton's testimony that there had been some resistance from CAT and from the fabricator of the switchgear to provide information that was critical for us here in the US to get ready for the generator. Is that generally right?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. And maybe you can provide a little more background. What was it that we were waiting on from CAT and the fabricator, and why was it so critical for us to move the rest of the timelines forward?
Sure. So whenever one buys a complicated piece of equipment, step number one is you get a submittal package from your vendor of that piece of equipment. That's going to have all the detailed information about mechanical, electrical, pages and pages and pages of information. And that is what our engineer needs to integrate that piece of equipment into an existing facility. This is particularly important when you're talking about a retrofit project like this, where you have existing pipes, existing wiring that you need to somehow shoehorn this new piece of equipment into. Right out of the gate with CAT, and I believe I believe this was on the first submission of the compliance plan. Right out of the gate, they were late on submittals on engineering. And to the point that we, Divert, needed to start having weekly meetings to hold their feet to the fire to really say, when are you going to provide deliverables and what are the dates that you're going to provide them on? And we continued and still continue to have multiple problems with them providing information in a timely fashion. That information is needed by our engineer to design multiple systems, not just the switchgear, but the balance of plant. And in this particular instance, it was the switchgear that ended up being the critical path. And so once our design partner got that information from CAT, they could then design the switchgear, get it quoted to get firm lead times. And so that was one change on the switchgear delivery time frame in one Gantt chart was 10 weeks and then switched to 11 weeks. That could be perceived as a delay. It was really better information. That was an initial estimate from our engineer of average switchgear delivery timeframes, changed to a firm quotation from a vendor of what their current lead times are for equipment.
And how often does that kind of change happen in any construction project?
Particularly frequently, and in particular during COVID, I've seen it a lot.
Okay. So bring us up to date now. Where do we stand on the information that Ralph's and Divert still need from CAT and from the fabricator? Where do we stand on that?
We have gotten all the information that we need from CAT. We have gotten one piece of information that Mr. Eaton did mention is that we also need approval from Southern California Edison. We have finally gotten all the information that we need from them. We're waiting on one updated quotation that we should be getting in the next few business days, at which point we're going to place the order.
Okay.
And we've also received a change order from Kroger to authorize that change because that was originally outside of Divert's scope, executing and purchasing the switchgear.
Okay, so I guess given that, do we expect further delays at this point from CAT and the fabricator, or are we now safely past that and we're now in the part of the schedule where we have a little bit more control?
It's hard to say, and I say that because this switchgear is going to go through a very similar submittal review process. So our switchgear manufacturer is going to provide a set of drawings for review by our engineer. If they are, if they provide a sufficiently detailed and correctly designed unit, then that could be a quick turnaround time. They provide the drawings, our subcontractor reviews them in a few days and signs the set and gives them the authorization to start building. But it could be like the experience that we've had with CAT, where it's, piecemeal information. It's not provided in a single submittal, and it may take multiple drawing revisions. It's hard to forecast.
And what is it that you at Divert are doing to try to keep these third-party contractors and vendors on schedule? I mean, what measures are you taking to try to keep their feet to the fire?
We hold weekly update meetings, simple project management stuff, but documenting what they say and making sure that they follow through on it. And if they don't, calling them out on it. And then the main thing that we've done is expeditious commenting. So as soon as we get something, I make it a priority to review it, get the comments out, put it back in the vendor's court.
Okay, so that set of delays that you've described, according to our exhibits, has pushed the expected date of the switchgear delivery now from March 12th to April 7th, if I have that correct.
That's correct.
Is that right? Okay. So therefore, with that roughly a month, a little less than a month delay in switchgear, is that the primary factor in pushing the first operation, or really is it the only factor in pushing the first operation of the generator from May 11th to June 9th?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and again, June 9th assumes that the fabricator delivers as they have represented on April 7th, and that there are not other unanticipated delays from Edison or vendors not doing what they're supposed to do, et cetera.
That's correct.
Okay, two more questions. One we heard in cross-examination before, and I just want you to clarify it. Ms. Roberts talked about Ralph's having quote unquote control over its vendors and contractors. So the fact that they have contractual relationships with you and with the other vendors, does that enable Ralph's to force actions to happen on time, or are there inevitably going to be some delays in any project?
There's inevitably going to be some delays.
Okay, even though there are contractual relationships here that could result in liability or money damage if somebody doesn't perform as promised, but it doesn't magically make the time shorten or make the things happen sooner. And then, well, I will let the chair ask her question about the particulars with regards to when we filed the building permit application, since I know that was her main question. So I think that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, but I'm going to first pass over to Ms. Roberts for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Corbett, you said that you're the project manager for this overall project for Ralph's. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
And you have, but you say that you have either people under you or subcontractors. I'm not certain who are the ones who directly interact with the city of Compton.
Directly interacting with the city of Compton is a firm called Design Group. They're our engineer of record for this facility and this project.
And are they a subcontractor to you or to Ralph's, or who?
They are a subcontractor to our construction partner, which is MMR Constructors.
Okay. And do you generally, I just want to get a sense of the rough, kind of hierarchy. Do you
Sure.
roughly report to Mr. Eaton with respect to this project?
I guess, well, Mr. Eaton, I would say Jeff Sula is the main person from Kroger Corporate, because he's the corporate sponsor for the project.
Okay. So are you, what's the line of supervision between the person who directly interacts with the city of Compton and is responsible for actually submitting those permits and you?
So the person submitting the permits reports to the engineering project manager, who is for design group, who reports to the MMR constructors project manager, who reports to me.
Okay. To your knowledge, how many of those people along that chain you just described were informed on December 4th of the city's memo?
I don't know. I would 1, 2. To be honest, I don't know.
Okay.
It's hard to know. I didn't know about it until December 9th. So
I just want to be clear, because I believe you stated that you saw this permit as the critical path. You couldn't get the flare delivered until the concrete was poured, and you couldn't get the concrete poured until you had a permit. Is that right? Or at least
That's
a provisional permit?
That's correct.
So you're the project manager.
That's
this
correct.
permit is critical path, and you didn't know about this memo that you're not getting a permit until Wednesday after it was issued on a Friday, and you don't know how many people even along the chain did know?
That's correct.
And is that the normal chain of command that you would normally follow?
Yes. This is a multidisciplinary complex project. In addition to this, I'm responsible for making sure the switchgear gets ordered, making sure CAT is on schedule.
With respect to multidisciplinary, that's all well and good, but there's no kind of internal elevation that you oversee, that when something's a critical path, make sure it gets elevated if there's any delays, hiccups, problems?
We have weekly meetings.
So is this just not raised until the next scheduled weekly meeting?
No, our design partners started working on it immediately. They worked on it that Monday and that Tuesday, as I already testified, to start doing some of the other items. And then when they realized that they needed something from Divert, they requested it.
Okay. And whether it's you or the folks who are directly working with the city of Compton, do you or them have direct experience ever submitting a permit for the city of Compton's building department?
Yes, we purposely picked a design partner with a local presence.
So the design partner does. Have you ever submitted a building permit with the city of Compton?
No, that's why I subcontracted it.
Okay. Did you, in your role as project manager, ever look to see if there were any specific guidelines or requirements to be submitted with a permit application?
Nope. I brought in the proper folks to do that. It's outside of my area of expertise.
Do you know whether those persons who were brought in to do that actually completed that before they submitted the application?
I thought they had, but after I had reviewed what you had sent to Mr. McDonough, I reached back out to them and asked about the wet stamp issue, and was informed that it was a miss on their part, that they missed that wet stamps were required. They had made an assumption that during COVID-19, City of Compton would waive the requirement for wet stamp drawings, as they had seen in other municipalities that they've been working with.
So you stated when I sent to Mr. McDonough, and I just want to fill the board in, is it your understanding that the city of Compton, their building and safety department actually hosts a web portal for their permit applications that contains a web page that has submittal requirement guidelines?
I don't know.
You don't know. So was the form that I sent, was that the first time you had ever seen that form?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know if your subcontractor who's in charge had ever seen that form?
They indicated that they had, but that they also indicated that they had missed the wet stamp requirement.
Okay.
They made a mistake and they owned up to it.
Okay, so turning to what is Exhibit O, that plan review comments, is it your testimony that this memo, Exhibit O, which is dated December 4th, is that the first time you received a plan review comments memo from the city of Compton for this project?
In written form, yes. So our partner did communicate over the phone with the building department while the plans were in fire department review. And some of the items on this list were brought up over the phone and addressed prior to the issuance of this permit. Or not permit, sorry.
When approximately was that phone conversation?
I don't know the exact date. It would be while the fire department review was happening, which was I'm not fully certain. I'm looking at the Gantt chart and we don't have it on there.
Okay. So it's your testimony that there was not a plan review comments memo that was submitted on or around November 1st relating to this building project issued to either you or any of your subcontractors?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay. So looking at the December 4th one, I just want to clarify the elements that are highlighted on that 2-page memo. Are those highlights that were added by the city of Compton staff or someone from your chain added those?
I don't know. I've asked for clarification today and still haven't received it.
Okay, so you don't actually know if Mr. Eaton was correct in saying those are either pre-existing requests or if the highlighted ones were new requests?
That's correct. I don't know the meaning of the highlights.
Okay. So again, I just want to come back really, really quickly to this being the critical path. And I have to be honest, if you're the project manager, it doesn't seem like that you're fully informed on this step that you described as the critical path between you and the flare. And is it who would be the person that would have those answers under your supervision?
Would be the engineer of record and their project manager. And I will add that there's a reason why I can't speak to the design and the plans as well as the engineer of record. And that is why they are handling all the building permit application process. And they also have experience with the city of Compton and are licensed to do that in the city of Compton, whereas I'm not. And they're physically located there. I'm in Massachusetts.
Okay. And given that you've seen that there have been delays, and you would know there was at least a telephone call sometime in early November. When you say you were given no reason for not getting a provisional permit, is that the city declined to give you one, or just you don't personally know that information?
I personally don't know that information. I know that they did not provide a provisional permit. I don't know the reason why.
But it's quite possible that the city actually did, and we just don't have that person here to testify.
It's possible, but I don't know.
Okay. So were you aware in your role as a project manager that this was part of an order for abatement from the South Coast AQMD?
Yes.
And did anyone explain generally what an order for abatement is? Were you ever familiar with what those are?
Yep.
Okay. So you understand that there are legal consequences for not complying with a deadline issued in an order for abatement. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Does your contract provide for some remedy that if for whatever reason legal liability is put on on Ralph's for not meeting their deadline, does that just get passed back down onto the chain?
There is a liquidated damages clause in our contract.
Okay, so if the deadline's not met on Ralph's ends, it would just go to whoever it is that kind of caused the delay?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
The deadline right now is request to be modified. If it's not modified and for whatever reason it's not met, and that exposes Ralph's to liability, I'm asking between, you have at least three different companies that we're discussing. Who does that liability ultimately end at?
I'd have to review the contracts to answer that specifically.
Yeah, and I'll just object that you are asking for a legal conclusion. You know, I don't even know if he knows or has seen the contract you're talking about.
Okay. Well, so again, I'm just want to make sure that we're clear on the record. You don't have personal knowledge of either the City of Compton's permit application requirements or whether or the meaning of the highlights of the plan review comments memo from the City of Compton.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Corbett. I will advise the chair that at this point, I realize that this may have to be continued. At this point, the district does believe that a rebuttal witness is going to be necessary from the district.
Okay. Let's try to have our final questions from the board from Mr. Corbett, and then we will have to continue this hearing. We will hear it. We have very full calendar next week, but on Tuesday we have two matters and they're of a similar nature. And I don't believe either of them have an interpreter. Do you know, Madam Clerk? No, right?
No, they, at this time, it does not look like they have an interpreter. You do have a pre-hearing scheduled.
I do know that. Yes. Yes, thank you for that. But I think we can try to hit the ground running with this matter and try to finish it up. Although I do see that Ms. Roberts anticipates she'll have several witnesses because you had already indicated two. Okay. Board members, is there pressing questions for Mr. Corbett? I do have the one that still has not been answered. And Mr. Corbett, perhaps from you can explain to the board why, even though in prior hearings, we had been hearing about anticipation of receiving the city permit at the end of October, it was not applied for until October 12th. Why the delay, which I think triggered all of this?
Sure. So we submitted the building permit when we had all the information to submit the building permit. And so there's a lot of activities before that that are required to design the balance of the system. So the general kind of like Gantt chart flow, and some of this is on here and some of it is not, and we can provide that. But the engineering section of the flare, line 78, you can see that line 78 through 86 aren't shown on the Gantt chart. Those are engineering activities of the flare installation system. All that work needed to get done and documented and on paper before we could submit the building permit. That's the plan set provided as a part of the building permit.
And at what point in the timeline did it become that those engineering activities were going to be done, so that originally, right, you're aware of the original date for the flare was in September.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know when all that engineering activity changed on the diagram and on the timeline, so that it pushed it out, so that there was not even an application to the City of Compton until October 12th?
Can you rephrase the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I'm trying to understand because we've heard this matter many times. We've heard reasons for delays. None of the engineering activities that you're discussing now on line 78 through 86, which we don't see, those were never put forth as a reason why the ultimate date of the flare had to be moved back. So I'm trying to understand when it was that you or Ralph's or whoever on the chain knew that this application was not going to be filed until October 12th or sometime in October? Do you know?
I would have to look back on our previous project Gantt charts to answer that question.
Okay, I think it's an important one to answer because I do recall that as far back as our September 10th hearing, I think, which is the first time we pushed back the date of the flare. At that time, it was my recollection that it was still anticipated that that permit would be received by the end of October, and I could be remembering it incorrectly, but that was my review back of notes of the hearings. And so I'm trying to understand when that happened.
Sure.
Because that it seems such an important part, and we all are aware of how you can never know with a city what's going to, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta was just making that point before. You never know.
Yep.
Even Mr. Eaton said that.
Yep.
We need to really understand that.
Sure.
Because I've never really understood why. And moving forward, I would want to know that because the city of Compton approval and permit is going to be necessary for the generator too.
Mhm. Yep.
Okay, knowing all that we know now.
Oh, we've learned a lot.
Okay, so I'm
Yeah.
assuming that there is there is in the timeline an anticipation that the application will be put in with plenty of time to anticipate all of
That's
these.
correct. That's correct. We submitted it for architectural review on Monday.
And what about the utility approval? Maybe I might have gotten lost in all of that.
Sure.
Has that already begun?
Yeah, that started back in May. That is line.
For the switchgear?
Correct. That's well, not the switchgear design, but the utility interconnect agreement.
Okay. And what about for the switchgear? Because Mr. Eaton said a utility approval is going to be needed for that as well, which could end up pushing this back. So
Yeah, so we've gotten confirmation that the design of our switchgear meets the utilities requirement, and we're getting a final quote to get that on order. And Kroger has already issued us a change order to do that.
I thought that's what you said. And then when you
Yep.
said quote, I didn't understand how that fit into a utility approval, but it
Yep.
does. Okay.
Yep, we got them to check that box, so we're good with the utility.
Okay, those are my questions.
And the interconnect application is line 68 in the Gantt chart. And we submitted that on May 19th, fully knowing that that is a critical path item, or sorry, not currently critical path, but can be. Interconnect agreements can take ages with utilities. Fortunately, we're lucky that this generator is a few layers deep in Kroger's electrical system, so it's not mainly interfacing with the main utility line coming in, but we still jumped on it as soon as we could.
Thank you. Okay, board members, knowing that we probably should end soon, pressing questions, Mr. Balagopalan from Mr. Corbett.
I just wanted to be clear, Mr. Corbett, what exactly is the city of Compton approving? Is it the foundation, just to lay the foundation for the flare?
No, it's the foundation, the mechanical piping plans, the mechanical support plans, the flare itself. The flare stack is about 30 feet high, and they requested a state of California PE stamp, professional engineer stamped flare drawing. So it's really the full set of construction plans that they are reviewing.
Okay. And then why couldn't the engineer on record have done the wet stamp? Because they were the engineers, the design engineers. Why did DeWood have to sign it?
So the engineer of record wet stamped and signed all the things that they were responsible for. So the pad for the foundation pad for the flare. The flare itself was designed by the flare manufacturer, and Divert purchased that equipment directly. And so they had a California stamp professional engineer review the structural design against California building code to certify that it met California building code. So that's why it had to go through us to get the wet stamp.
Oh, so somebody else, you had the design folks for the flare sign that.
Yep, exactly. We did look into our engineer of record certifying the flare drawings, but there is an issue with the confidentiality of our proprietary design of the flare. The flare vendor wouldn't provide the structural information that our engineer of record needed to verify the wind design and the seismic design. And so that's why ultimately we had to do it with our third-party vendor because of the proprietary nature of their calculations.
Okay, that explains it. And just one last question. I know you're also the project manager in tracking the CAT. I know the last hearing, let's say there was some shipping delay. Is it on board? Is the delivery on schedule?
It has a ready to ship date of January 22nd, which is reflected in the most updated Gantt chart. And we've gotten information from them that the typical transit time is 6 weeks. And so we're using 6 weeks in our schedule currently.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are there any questions that cannot wait until, okay, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta and then Senator.
Just real quickly, have you had a discussion with SCE that the interconnectivity approval group or committee is different than the service planners, which does occur sometimes?
We have not, and I'm going to make a note of that.
Yeah, you may want to ask them that because
Yep.
that could add another delay.
Thank you for that, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta. Senator, did you have a question?
Yes, sir. You're the project manager, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we've had a number of hearings on this subject matter previously. You didn't participate, but were you tuned in to listen?
No.
You're project manager.
That's correct.
If they gave us target dates, stipulated target dates, that certain action will be taken at that date and time. Project manager would have to concur with it when you think so.
We provided the information for.
You had all the hands. You got engineers working for you. How many subcontractors you have working on this project?
2.
And
2 subcontractors, and we purchased 4 pieces of equipment from 4 vendors.
What about the design operation?
That's one of the 2 subcontractors.
Right. Well, you cannot apply for a permit or condition to the design that is done. At the last hearing, you were not on it. I was here. There are assumptions being made. You gave us a target date, assuming. And I said then, and I repeat, assumptions just won't stick. You have to, and given the fact that when you submit drawings to Compton Engineering for approval, they kick back, make changes to go back to it's go around the curve more than one time. So therefore, you could not. It was clear to me that you could not come and give us an absolute date and when this action would be taken in the stipulated order. It just didn't make sense. You just what you're doing is asking for more time, and then you did it, but we're not coming forward and saying, I'm going to need more time. If you want this date, I'll give you this date. But being the project engineer, project manager, you could not adhere to those dates, but you didn't pay attention enough to listen to the meetings. All right, this thing can be changed, because you're not going to make the dates. You could not apply for printed conditions until the drawings were done. Engineering was done. That's required. And then what those departments do, you go through them, ask additional questions, resubmit them back to you guys for those changes. Or the changes being requested at this point in time, or are they finalized?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are changes being requested from Compton at this time, or everything's been finalized?
Changes to the design?
Yeah.
Everything has been finalized for the flare installation. The generator installation is at 90% design. The reason why it's not at issue for construction is we're waiting for comments from the building department, so that if we need to resolve any building department comments, it gets reflected.
any part of any of those compounds will hold you up toward finishing the project. Is that not correct?
That is not correct. No, the flare is complete and ready to ship. All of our major other instruments for the flare installation project are actually sitting on site. They've been sitting on site for a month. The generator, the biogas conditioning skid is nearly assembled and will be shipping, I believe, next month. The continuous emissions monitoring system is in the process of being assembled. The generator is in the process of being assembled. So a lot of the equipment itself, the design is finalized and it's in the process of being assembled.
All the design is finalized, correct? Yes or no?
For the equipment, not for the balance of plant, because we're waiting for final city approval.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, mostly city approval. And so you don't have that yet. You're not likely to get it until you make all the changes they're requesting. That's the way the process works.
I understand. We submitted all that on Monday.
Yeah, you understand. Which means that whatever date you give us is just not going to happen. Carry on.
Thank you. I'm going to cut off the hearing now because we're getting very close to 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock on the East Coast. We're going to have to continue the matter to Tuesday.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We do have an interpreter case on Tuesday. One of the matters requires an interpreter.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so next week is just too difficult. What are we looking for the following week? I forget.
Madam Chair, the 29th, the case came off calendar on Tuesday, the 29th. N-Wave.
But I think we have.
I understand that the N-Wave matter did go off calendar, both the appeal and the regular variance.
Right.
Right.
But then what are we left with on the 29th?
One cleaner.
Yes.
Oh, only one?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, was it one, right? Sierra?
One.
Just one, yeah.
Okay. Are the parties available then on the 29th? And we will take this matter first.
So 9 a.m. start?
Yes, we
Okay.
will not make the parties wait again.
I think the project manager should attend.
I'm hoping that Mr.
Yeah,
Corbett.
my schedule allows that. I'll let Mr. Corbett and Mr. Eaton look at their schedules. I don't know if they're prepared to give you yay or nay.
Yep, I can attend. I can attend.
What was that date one more time?
December 29th, 9 a.m. We will take you further.
I will attend, but that was a vacation, so I will attend nonetheless.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, I didn't ask. Are you available also?
And I'm checking right now with my witnesses. I believe that is acceptable. Mr. Nguyen, is that acceptable? Are you available at that time?
Yes, currently it looks like I will be.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. Thank you for your patience. Waiting till late. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for burning the oil. Mr. Corbett for being on the East Coast, and thank you, board members, for extending the time so we could try to chip away at this matter and get everything done in December that we need to get done in December. We are, unless there's any other business we need to discuss, we are adjourned. Okay, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Have a nice weekend, everybody.
You too.
You too.
Thank you.